Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show. Welcome back. Talking a little bit about the Pirates and the story that came out on Key Brian Hayes the other day from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette about some of his back injuries, and I think what ultimately led to him being placed back on the injured list was just him explaining, hey, here's what's going on. I can't turn my body. That's how bad my back hurts, and it's a clear problem that I'm working through. And so talking a little bit about that. I want to talk a little bit about the Steelers as well, going into the final week of the NFL preseason, because there's a big quarterback controversy, and I feel like people are losing their minds a bit, and I would like to kind of calm the waters a little bit when talking about the Steeler quarterbacks that are on the roster right now that are apparently fighting for the quarterback role. I don't know. We'll talk about it, though. 412-928-9370. If you want to join the conversation, you can. On that phone line, 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. Got a caller on the line right now that wants to talk. So go ahead. Good morning. What's your name?
Ralph from Newcastle. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing all right. What's on your mind?
I called 2 weeks ago about shutting schemes down, and your other callers went crazy on me. What's the purpose of throwing him another inning this season?
I don't see one other than maybe to just get him repetitions, but I heard a story came out about the Pirates, and it said that Skeens would not be shut down, but just limited in his innings. Like they're not going to.
Do you know why they're not shutting him down? Because he puts fans in the seats. That's 100% the reason.
Sure, and thanks for the call. I mean, you're not wrong. I don't know. I mean, I don't think I would shut him down. So if you have that opinion, I don't know. I mean, it's not at this point. It's kind of ticky-tacky with these opinions on the Pirates from that perspective. Like shut Skeens down, don't shut Skeens down, whatever the case may be. You know who knows? I mean, there's benefits to doing it. There's benefits to not doing it. I think that you want to keep getting him repetitions against major league teams, and it looks like the Pirates are going to give him that opportunity to do that in shorter sample sizes. So, yeah, really, that's what we're looking at. That's what I think the Pirates are looking at too. Is okay, how can we get him to keep pitching? How can we keep getting him work and keep getting him healthy amount of work without straining him and without potentially causing him harm? And that's what they're doing. So I agree with what they're doing. I actually like the middle ground there. Don't shut him down completely. Don't deprive him of the opportunity to get reps as the season keeps going on, but don't push him. Like if he's fatigued going into the 6th or 7th inning of a game, don't force him to keep going. Unless he's throwing a no-hitter. I've said that before. I remember when he threw a no-hitter, or when he was throwing a no-hitter against Milwaukee. I think they should have kept him out there and let him try. They still won that game, but it is what it is. And in hindsight now, I'm glad that they won that game because they needed all the wins they could get from that point forward. Either way, you know what I mean. I think they're making the right decision. Limit his innings, and they could be doing it to get him reps. They could be doing it because he's popular, and that'll keep people wanting to go and see him. I don't know if Paul Skeens is going to be able to save the team though down the stretch here. It's just because it's a tough one. I think they're not. I mean, they're not doing well as a team. So I don't know how much his influence is going to help any further. I think the Pirates were real interesting nationally whenever they were winning games, and right now they're not because they're not winning. It was a cool story to watch and observe Paul Skeens when he was aiding and helping the Pirates, who haven't won in a little while, to get them to that point. But now he's been struggling, and the whole team's been struggling as a unit. And so, I mean, even if you want to try to argue ticket sales will increase because he's still pitching, I don't even know if that's the case. I think it's a tough situation. They've got to win though. The winning will cure all. So if he's pitching and they're winning games down the stretch, maybe he'll be an interesting sell. And if not, then maybe not. But I do think they need. I do think they're not too worried though about those just putting fans in seats, and they're more worried about, okay, let's keep getting this guy repetitions and let's not shut him down if he's not if he doesn't need to be shut down for the season, he should keep pitching him and keep getting him those repetitions that he needs. That's something that I'm most concerned about. Just looking at it on its face. 412-928-9370. Talking a little bit about the Pirates. They lost 4-3 yesterday to the Texas Rangers in the first of 3 games in the series. Want to talk a little bit about the Steelers as well. So if you have any Steeler opinions, throw them out there. 412-928-9370. I'll be taking calls. Just for me and looking at all of the buzz, it seems like that's the low-hanging fruit for many talk show hosts, and I'm talking more nationally. Because we can talk about this in Pittsburgh, like, okay, who's going to play quarterback? That makes sense, and I think a lot of fans have rationalized that, let's not worry about what happens in the preseason because we've been there, done that, and the regular season is like week 1, week 2, those are the 2 weeks where those are the true determining factors of, okay, how's your team going to perform this season? You set the tone. Now, teams go on streaks in the second half of seasons. I understand that. But, like, those first 2 weeks, they set a tone. What state is your team in to start the year? Those first 2 weeks are really what determines that, I believe. It's not about the preseason because there's a lot of factors that go into the preseason that don't exist when the regular season begins. And so it's real easy for national guys to go on TV, go on the radio and say, yeah, Justin Fields should start. And I'm not about that. I'm not a fan. I don't like that take. I don't like that opinion. I don't think that that's it doesn't make sense. And I mean, anybody out there and all Pittsburgh fans that I've heard call in and express themselves or talk on social media or go into the text line during the morning show, I've heard they all seem to believe that the offensive line was a big part of why the Steelers struggled or why the quarterbacks in particular, why they struggled, because there was a lot of pressure being put through. And there was a lot of avoiding tackles and avoiding sacks that the quarterbacks had to try to do. Now, Justin Fields looked better escaping the pocket because, not shockingly, that's what he's done his entire career. He's been really good at avoiding getting sacked. He's been really agile in the pocket and can escape pressure rather easily. He's younger, so that's a part of it, but that's kind of the quarterback he's been. He's been fast, he's been quick, he's been a runner. The other guy, Russell Wilson, he has not been that recently. Age has seemed to catch him a bit. He can still throw the ball, and he has experience, and I think that he provides that value, and I think that the Steelers need that from a quarterback. They need that veteran presence, right? But ultimately, he's not really good at escaping the pocket anymore. I mean, he can't run as well as Justin Fields, and so when pressure comes to him, he's going to take the sack to keep possession of the football and not get himself hurt or fumble a possession away. That's really it. I mean, if anybody else is trying to talk to you and tell you that Justin Fields should be the starting quarterback at this point, don't worry about it. Don't get upset. Don't pay too much attention to it. I mean, that's what I say. I mean, listen to me. Listen to the Pittsburgh guys here, because if you're going to let yourself get caught up in those conversations, you're going to set yourself up to be frustrated because you're going to clamor for Justin Fields, and any little thing that Russell Wilson does that's wrong, you're gonna overreact. You're gonna set yourself up for that. I cannot express enough how I want you out there to not overreact when you watch Steelers preseason games. Even this third one. Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada being a part of the I can't even believe it. It's been so long. I cannot believe Matt Canada used to, like a year ago, was still the offensive coordinator of the Steelers team. Can't believe it. Don't know how it happened. But either way, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you had Matt Canada and Kenny Pickett as your offensive coordinator and quarterback on a Steelers team that won 3 preseason games 2 years in a row. Now, Kenny wasn't the number one quarterback a couple of years ago, but last year he was. And so, again, I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of factors that go into preseason games that don't end up being there whenever the whenever the regular season comes around. And so I want to tell you, don't get caught up in all of this. Russell Wilson should be the starter week 1. Justin Fields may get his opportunity, but the preseason results should not be determining that right now. They just shouldn't. There's no reason for that. So, yeah, I say everybody just relax. Embrace Russell Wilson right now. He should be your starter. And unless he's hurt or unless he performs poorly, Justin Fields will not get a chance right now. But preseason football continues this coming weekend. Steelers are going to play. And then there's an off week, and I noticed that, and that's kind of a bummer. But week 1, it's right around the corner. College football right around the corner. Football is here, and there is an excitement factor here, and I know we're all clamoring for it. Just don't lose your heads too much. Enjoy it more than let it frustrate you. That's my Harry Callis wisdom for the morning. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, going to be mild out, high of 71, low of 55, partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow, high of 72, low of 51, more partly cloudy skies in the forecast. It's really going to start to feel like fall this week, so you may love that, you may not. I'm not too happy about it. I like summer weather, I like heat, but the earth is turning and fall it's coming. So be prepared with these weather changes. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Quick traffic report, and then it's the Fan Morning Show pre-show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things to think about as you head out for the Tuesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Zero Res. First, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the Parkway East now is getting a little heavier in volume between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Work on the Pennsylvania Turnpike this morning. Watch for a right lane closure on the westbound side between the Pittsburgh and Butler Valley interchanges. Most other roadways up to speed. Don't forget, some of the school districts are going back to school this morning, so make sure you obey all the rules concerning those big yellow school buses. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/
About?
Right.
Oh, no, more the quarterbacks. Like Justin Fields should be the starter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's more true than Broderick Jones being a bust. But we're not doing sports. Everyone's good?
I'm great.
Did you get the video I sent you guys this morning?
Yes. I didn't look at it, but I just saw it pop up on my phone. I didn't look at my messages.
I feel like I could see it without watching it.
Exactly.
Wait a second.
That's exactly what I did. I knew exactly what happened.
Wait a second here. I go out of my way to send Yins a text with a video. and you both just assume what's going to happen. You don't even look at the thing.
Well, you described it. You're
Yeah.
like there was a bunny, and I'm like, oh, I know exactly what
He
happened.
got
here.
scared.
It was my Guardian protection system. We love them. Captured me traipsing into my driveway this morning, and a bunny ran out, and it terrified me to my inner core. Now, my wife last night, just before bed, said that she was cooking up a prank, and she was going to reach out to you, Doran, about said prank. And I said, I'm not going to bed until you tell me about this, because I'm going to have nightmares about whatever it is you're cooking up. And she was going to see if she could borrow your cardboard cutout of yourself, which I said, I don't think Doran has that. I don't think he has his cardboard cutout of himself. I think the station has it. Am I correct in that?
I don't know.
You have your own cardboard cutout,
Oh,
man?
I don't know. She may have reached out. I don't know.
She may have borrowed it for other purposes.
Oh,
Whenever I'm away in Morgantown just to keep the bed warm with a little Doran Dickerson cutout.
I thought that was your sister.
My sister's going to keep my bed warm?
No, a cardboard cutout of Doran.
Oh, yeah. Was she borrowing it? I should have my wife reach out to my sister.
Yes.
My sister's got the Doran cutout.
yes.
Yeah.
One last hurrah before the wedding.
She
One last hurrah.
That's right. She took it on her bachelorette party to New Jersey. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
She does have it.
Packing me with her.
Imagine people have their emotional support animals. Imagine if my sister tried to get on a plane and she's like, this is my emotional support Doran Dickerson cardboard cutout.
I don't think it's for emotional support, but yeah.
There's many emotions that one human may have in life. One feeling, bunch of feelings, you know?
Yeah, whatever gets you off the ground and then back on the ground. I'm talking about flying.
Yeah.
So my wife wanted to borrow the cardboard cutout and have it poke its head out from behind my car. So whenever I go out in the morning, I'd be like, whoa, who's that? Get out of here. But it turns out she doesn't even need to do that because all it takes is a miniature furry woodland creature to send me scurrying into my car.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right. So you guys didn't watch the video. That's
No.
okay. That's fine. You did know what happened.
Yes.
You did know what happened. You've seen me do it a million times in the hallway where you'll like pop your head out and I go, huh, I'll just freeze. That's what happened.
Well, the other day I was down the whole opposite end of the hallway, just standing there because I knew that you were going to come around the corner, and you let out some noise. I can't even repeat it. I forget what it was. You're like, oh. It was like shook you to your core.
It did. Like the cardboard cutout apparently does to my family members.
Yes. Yes.
So you said your sons are going to school tomorrow?
Yes.
First day?
First day. They're sick about it, and I'm happy. Dancing around the house, yelling.
It's the most wonderful
Yes.
time of the
I'm going to have to steal
year.
that.
Do they get all dressed up for the first day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Outfit's been picked out for a while?
Yep.
Yeah.
Rochelle went school shopping a couple days ago, getting all the pencils. Like, the amount of things that you need to get. I'm like, does the school pay for anything? The amount of homeschooling that you have to do throughout the year.
Oh.
Like, what? Like, a great school. Like, not talking down. Obviously, this is somewhat of a joke, but, like, great school, South Fayette is. But the amount of homeschooling now, there's no days off like you do homeschool. Like, now, because, you have computers, they have their own iPads and things of that nature, so you have to do the school for the kids. I'm like, what do the teachers do?
Wait a second. So, like, if one of your sons gets sick,
they could log in and do the schoolwork.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
And just, like, follow the class.
Back in our day, you just throw on Maury Povich.
Right. Yep.
Get yourself under a blankie.
Go to our Blockbuster that we were talking about last week.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Mom, I don't feel so good. And you wind up renting Who's the Boss or something.
Who's the Boss? Yeah.
I don't know why that popped into my head.
Reading Rainbow.
We used to watch the movie Snow Day every time there was a snow day.
Great movie.
Great movie.
Great movie.
Great movie.
I'm pretty sure that it holds up. It's a little, it's a younger movie, but
sure.
I think I did watch it last year with my kids, and it does hold up a little bit.
Holds up. I haven't seen it in a very long time. Snow days were great. First day of school, I always loved. You love the first day. You see people that, you're going to see your best friends over the course of summer.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of people you like that you might not see, and you get to go see them, and hopefully you've grown up a little bit, and I would always hope that I had, and then I'd see everybody else, and they actually grew. Like, guys, I'm a quarter of an inch to. Oh, jeez. Jimmy has muscles now. What
4
happened here?
inches. Mustache.
Yeah, that was always the thing. Like, I remember coming back from sophomore year to junior year, and I'm like, I got less acne than I used to have.
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone's got beards
Mm-hmm.
and college girlfriends and sports cars. Welcome to Lebo.
Mm-hmm.
And I just didn't have acne anymore. And I thought that was cool. But I still looked like I was about 6. But I loved the first day. First day was good. You get the shoes.
Yes.
Get the outfit.
Uh-huh.
Make sure your hair is perfectly down to your shoulders in my case. And you have a good time.
Yeah.
And then everything sucks until like the last week of school.
Right.
I don't recall starting a school year in the middle of a week, though.
Oh, we did that all the time.
I can't remember.
We did that all the time because you would get a couple of days, get situated, meet your teachers, get your syllabus, blah, and then you get a weekend.
It just doesn't make sense. Like, every school should start that Tuesday after Labor Day.
See, I always remember doing both. Either the week before,
Right.
and it'd be a short week-long weekend,
Mm-hmm.
or you'd start the Tuesday after Labor Day, and you just have that short week.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
So your guys go tomorrow through the end of the week, then they're back for a full week, and then they get that 3-day
Then they
weekend.
get the 3-day weekend.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So they got a stretch here.
They're going to be rolling. They're going to be so tired. I mean, with football practice starts at like 5:45. They get home at like 4:15, 4:05.
Wait. In the morning?
No. After school.
Okay.
So I mean, they're gonna be going.
So they
every
get
day.
back at home at 4:15 and bang out
Eat something, and then
Oh.
get dressed for football practice and go to practice until like 8, and then they're right back. They're gonna be spent, and I love it.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Not bothering me.
The best dadding is done in small doses.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If you got the full day and you got to entertain for a full day, at some point TV's going on. At some point iPad. At some point, hey, Nora, watch your sister. I'm going to go take a 45-minute dump.
Yes.
But if you get them for like an hour and a half, they get the best version of dad.
They do.
You're gonna give 100% of your time to them, like 15% of the time.
Mm-hmm. I miss them.
Right.
Yeah. I'm like,
Hey,
man,
tell
I
me
haven't
about
seen
your
you guys.
day.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't talk to you. I want to go play Fortnite real quick before I have to go smack my head against another kid in practice.
That's true too. That's true too. Like, you look at it, oh man, I get to catch up with my kids. This is great. And they're like, I just need to not think about anything right now.
Right.
And that's I'm always been, even as a parent. I don't know if I'll share this with my children as they get older. They overdo it with the homework.
Mm-hmm.
They
That too.
absolutely, kind of what you were getting into
Yes,
with all that.
exactly.
Overdo it with the homework, man.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You got 8 hours. You got like 45 minutes at a time. Teach them then. A little homework, I get it. But I always found, especially in high school, every teacher felt like, oh, the other teachers must not be giving homework. Because you got about 45 to an hour and a half of homework for history.
What?
I got science and I got math.
It's crazy.
I'm not going to do any of it, but I am going to complain.
Rochelle's like, did you do their homework with them? I'm like, Rochelle, listen. I couldn't do homework when I was in school. How does anybody think that I'm going to be able to comprehend what they're doing? I'm just got to guess. Like, oh yeah, this is the chocolate touch. I know what chapter that is. Let me go in there and explain it to you. Like, I don't know.
At what age do you think you just turn the tap off totally for math?
Oh, now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm there. I've been there. Oh yeah. Like, they don't even ask me because I'm like, I don't know.
Is Rochelle good at the math?
She can figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't have the patience
Yeah.
to do that, and I'm stupid.
Yeah, I can't do the
Like,
math.
I just don't know.
Can't do math.
No.
Can't do math. My daughter's going to be in kindergarten next year, and I'd say about 3rd grade, I'll probably start handing over the math to Mama.
Yep.
You want to do some multiplication? You want to do some long division? I'm your guy.
Quick math, we're good.
Yes.
You know, with
Yes.
some flashcards.
I mean, we're trying to figure out Brandon Ayuk's contract.
That's what I'm saying.
We can get you up through about 3rd grade.
Yeah, I could do that math, but I can't do your math. Math is different now too. They teach it differently.
I don't want them to change math.
They teach it differently.
See, that's BS.
You can take 2 calculus courses now in high school. I think we talked about that a little while ago.
Yeah, we don't ever need to revisit that conversation.
No.
Calculus, yay.
Punt on that one. Texter, my boy in 1st grade had homework every single day of the school year. 1st grade?
Day.
I just remember those sheets of paper with like 40 multiplication problems. You remember those? And you just go one by one.
Yep.
And it never. You start that as a kid, and you do the first one, and you look, and it's like, this is my day.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
This is gonna take forever.
Yeah. It's.
And really, in the grand scheme of things, it's absolutely nothing. But boy, did that seem tedious.
Oh. Now they're like timed. I have to time them.
What?
Yeah, like that sheet of paper of like the multiplication. Say there's like 30 of them. You have to time them. See how fast they can get through it.
The hell? What?
They did that when I was in second grade. They wanted to see how fast you could get them because, like, the multiplication tables are like the foundation for how you do more difficult multiplication.
Yeah, fractions.
So the faster you can do it.
I mean, what are these kids? Are they going to be in the bomb squad?
I know. And they can do it too. I'm like, wow.
But when you have that added pressure,
I get stuck on like multiplication question 11. Like I'm like this. Wait, what is that?
Oh, jeez.
And they're on 15.
I can get up to the sevens because of football. 7 times days. We're doing touchdown math here. I could do that. If you throw some 8s and some 3s in there, maybe a 2 every now and again, I think we can do this. We got football math.
Yeah.
Apart from that, most math I ever do now, no joke, you watch like an NBA game.
Yeah.
And, we're down by 11. Oh, now we're down by 9. Oh, now it's a 13-point game. Oh, it's 15. And you start doing subtraction.
Most math I do is blackjack math. Yeah.
I understand-ish I never really played blackjack.
Really?
Never
you'd
really
get
did
it in
it.
a second.
I would love blackjack.
You would love blackjack. It's very competitive.
Yeah.
Get you thinking. You have to watch the table and see what everybody else is doing based on your move and what their numbers are. So you're like you're counting numbers, and not really like you're not counting cards, but you're counting numbers of everybody else's.
Mm-hmm.
And that bases on what you need to do. And there's certain rules of if you have to stay, should you hit, what the dealer has, and it's a nice little game of competing.
You see, I'm gonna have to play online.
Yeah.
Because the reason I haven't, and I've wanted to, I go to the casino or you go even to Atlantic City and all your friends will go play blackjack. I'm afraid to sit down at the table and get judged. Because I've seen that just standing there holding a drink. If you play like a jack off, people get mad.
Well, the dealer is on your side.
Right.
So you're supposed to ask questions. So you just ask questions. And people will be happy that you ask questions because you're affecting their money. So it's not like, oh, this guy, Johnny, Adam's asked you another question in class. Like, oh, my gosh, this guy, you know how you get scared to ask questions?
Yes.
Like, no question's a dumb question. Like, that's kind of like blackjack. I want you to ask a question if you don't know what you're doing because then that might mess up the cards and I won't get the money that I think that I'm supposed to get during this turn.
So you think people are cool with the
Yes.
question asking?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Might have to do a low-stakes table, go in there, ask them questions.
Yep.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Or go with somebody that knows how to play and just be like, hey, like, what do I do?
When we going?
Whenever you want.
Okay.
I'll teach you.
Callis, you in? I could see him coming down the escalator like Rain Man.
Yeah. Or like Zach Galifianakis
Yes.
and Hangover with his satchel.
Oh, that's one of the all-time comedies. When this just hit me, because you're talking about asking questions in class. We're talking about first day of school. Where did you sit in class? Were you always going back? I never wanted to get called on.
I went right in the middle, just to kind of reverse psychology. I went right in the middle.
Because you would think the teacher's going to ask questions to the people in the front.
Right.
But then they realize people want to sit in the back, so you're going to ask them, so you would slap right down. That's pretty smart.
And I'm surrounded by people, so, like, there's conversations that go on. So if I don't know something, usually somebody is, like, doing something. And I'm not, like, cheating, but, like, I was able to, like, piece things together.
Yeah.
That if I did get called on, like, oh, okay, here's the gist. Like, this is what they're doing. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, hey, yes, okay, I got it.
You were a good kid. You never got detention.
No.
Man.
Nope.
I used to get kicked out every couple weeks for talking and being
I can't imagine that.
Class clown. And
Can't imagine.
Can I share a story about that?
Getting kicked out of class?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, gosh. So there was this one science teacher. Now, I was mostly a good student, but this one science teacher had a reputation for being very nerdy and not being able to control his class. And I remember he was the only teacher that ever kicked me out, but my shining moment in that class was we were all acting out, but I was leading the acting out. And he was like, Nick, that's a lunch detention. And I said, that's fine. I'm good. And he was like, oh. And I was like, yeah, give me another one.
Oh.
And he was like, there's another one. I was like, you going to stop there? And he was like, that's a whole week.
That's like the scene in The Breakfast Club.
Seriously.
That's exactly what that is. Except you're nowhere near as cool as that character.
Yeah, right.
Love you.
No, I was very much.
You were hitting him. Another.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Give me another. How many did you get?
A week's worth, yeah.
And how many did you have to serve? All of them?
Yeah, I think he came up to me and I was like, can we not do this? And he was like, no, you said you wanted them.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. Sounds like you were being a ripe old jackass.
Oh, man.
No, but it was everyone, and I was just, I was encouraging
Good.
and leading it. Yeah, I'm good.
That mean they withhold food from you?
No, you just have to sit alone in a corner.
Lunch detention, you said, right?
Yeah, it's like you sit at one of those traditional desks, but it's like by itself in a corner somewhere with
In the lunchroom?
So like you couldn't interact with your friend.
Did you have to write?
No, you didn't have to write anything. You couldn't interact with people. Like if I talked to anybody, I'd get in trouble by the lunch monitors.
See, when we had lunch detention,
Talk to anybody.
they just put him. They put you in a corner at a desk, so everyone kind of points and laughs at the kid who you clearly.
No, nobody cares.
I feel like lunch detention, when kids would get it, they would have to go to a room. They have to get their lunch, go to a room, and then they would have to write like pages upon pages of what they did, like sentence, like I will not talk back to Mr. So-and-so.
Yeah.
I will not talk back to Mr. So-and-so. I will not, and you had to finish it throughout the whole entire period.
That's what we did, basically. We get stuck in a room.
Yeah.
They would put us in like adjacent to the principal's office
Right.
or whatever. Like we wouldn't get to be in the lunchroom.
Right.
We'd have to go pick up our lunch, and then you do the walk of shame, and then you go sit there and had quite a few of those. Quite a few of those. I'm thinking about the things I can't say that happened back in the day.
You were pretty bad, huh? How many
Yeah.
detentions do you think you had?
A lot. I mean, shocker. I wanted attention.
Yeah.
I was an attention guy. I wanted to make people laugh because I didn't really have anything else going on. That was my thing.
You and I are more alike than you may think.
I am gathering that, yeah.
I got a South Fayette story if you want to hear it real quick.
Please.
So I was at a hockey.
Don't talk about it.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Go.
That wasn't kind. But this was great. This solidified some of my status in high school. And I don't think I've ever shared this story publicly before. But I was at a hockey game, and South Fayette was playing. And they were being not nice over there on the other side. They were chanting things like, we have money, and I went to Keystone Oaks, and I didn't appreciate that. So I was stoked up on Mountain Dew, and one of my friends was like, who's feeling crazy? And I'm like, yeah, me. He's like, go steal the Lion mascot's head. And I went over there. I zipped up all my jacket, took off my hat, went incognito over there, snuck, just kind of casually walked down, sat behind the mascot. The goalie saved a shot. He put his arms up in the air like this, and I went, took my hands, one on each side of his head, lifted it up, ran away.
Do you have it still?
I don't. I was afraid I was going to get chased by, the authorities. So the lion chased me back. He was running back. So I stopped real quick and pushed the head back into his stomach, and then I went back into the crowd. And police did have to be called. They escorted the fans up first. There was a big – I don't think it was just because of me. It was very chippy. But that was my big
Wow,
that was my big
Callus.
high school
Little
moment.
troublemaker.
Man.
Yeah, and I worked for South Fayette years later, so I hope that nobody there back there.
All is
will think of
forgiven.
me. Yeah, I hope so. But yeah,
Statute of limitations, you're good.
we ended up losing that game too, so I felt bad. It's just like the team couldn't win after that. All the players though saw me from the side, but that was it was a good time. High school.
Bad kids. You guys are bad.
Did you ever do anything that crazy, Crowley?
Yeah. But I can't talk about it. I'll tell you guys at 6:14. When we take our next break, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I did. And I should have been thrown out of school for this. And then you can tell me whether or not I can say it on the air. Yeah, I have to run it through that filter.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty bad.
Jeez.
That's pretty bad, yeah. Speaking of pretty bad, the Steelers in the preseason. But good thing no one is overreacting. Actually, guys, I've got my first guarantee of the Steelers season. And I've been a little jinxy. First guarantee of the Steelers season. I feel really good about it. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you what it is. In 15 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
The Steelers looked awful offensively. They looked absolutely awful. I'm very, very disgusted with what I saw. Let's get that out the way first. And I'm not enthused. I know that the AFC North is no joke.
Let's get into it right now.
I'm looking at Burrow. I'm looking at Lamar Jackson. I see
Deshaun
what Deshaun Watson got. And you got Amari Cooper there, and Njoku, and obviously, I'm just looking at them right now, and I'm like, and I've never said this before because I believe in Mike Tomlin so much. But Steelers got last place written all over them. They got last place written all over them. I don't see how they get out of this.
Good morning, everybody. We are checks notes 3 days removed from Steelers preseason game number 2. I'll say it again for effect. Preseason game number 2. It is August 20th. And we got overreactions galore. We got Stephen A. Smith saying that this is a last place Steelers team. We have Shannon Sharp basically saying the same thing. We've got Steelers fans unironically saying, what the hell's going on with Arthur Smith's offense? It's raining cats and dogs. Mass hysteria. And here's my guarantee. And I don't think it's a hot take. They're not going to finish in last place. They don't finish in last place. They never finish in last place. Last time they finished in last place was 1989. They've never done it in the AFC North era. Mike Tomlin, for all the criticism of him, and I have piled on at times, he's going to get this team to 9-8. Of course he is. Now you could say, hey, maybe 9-8 this year has him in last place. No, I don't think so. Got history on my side. I was not alive the last time they finished in last place. So that should not be the expectation for Steelers fans. Oh, they're not going to finish in last place. But we can start there. Doran, they're not going to finish in last place.
Okay. Well.
Guarantee. Stamp.
Guarantee?
Crowley guarantee.
Do you think the Ravens are better than the Steelers?
Yes.
Do you think the Bengals are better than the Steelers?
Yes.
Do you think the Browns are better than the Steelers?
I do not.
So say they split games.
Mm-hmm.
They have a chance to finish in last place for sure.
They have a chance.
Who has the better quarterbacks?
I think the Steelers have a better quarterback if it's Russ Wilson than the Browns. But I do think that the Ravens, of course, 2-time MVP, and Joe Burrow in his second year goes to the Super Bowl. It'd be hard to argue against those guys.
Who has better weapons?
I would say all the other teams have better weapons. But I have to look at defense, too. And then I have to think about Mike Tomlin's floor.
Mm-hmm.
And far too often lately, the floor is also the ceiling. And I think that's been Mike Tomlin's biggest problem, is that you can expect mediocrity every year. There is absolute consistency with that guy. But you want more? I think the quarterback play is going to be better than last season. Preseason isn't exactly showing that. And I think the defense should be better than last season where they were 6th in the NFL. And Cleveland got all the love. Oh, this Cleveland defense is great. Cleveland's defense was one of the worst in the NFL on the road last season. Steelers defense really only started taking on water when they lost safeties, when they lost all their inside linebackers. You didn't have Cam Hayward, and he wasn't the same when he came back from injury. He goes to hell in a handbasket. All things being equal, and that's how we have to view these things, everybody healthy, I think the Steelers defense is a top 5 unit in the league. I don't think Russ Wilson turns the football over. I think eventually the running game finds it out. So I think the floor and the ceiling are close, but I think the floor is fairly high for the Steelers. Cleveland, 2 years ago, finished with a losing record. Now, Stefanski did a great job last year, but I'll bet on Tomlin over that guy.
The Steelers have a slightly better defense, I believe, this year. If they're going to have to rely on defense, and that's what they did last year to keep them afloat, they relied on their defense, and their competition was a Joe Burrow-less Cincinnati Bengals.
Sure.
They had a game against the Ravens where Lamar Jackson didn't play. They had a game against the Ravens where their receivers dropped 9 balls.
Yep.
And they played the Browns, who they lost to in one of those games without Deshaun Watson. Those guys are all back. Now, does the defense where the Steelers, if the Steelers are going to have to rely on defense, does that compete with what the AFC North is bringing to the table this year?
I think
it's going to be different.
I think even in the times where you've got clearly one of the two teams, Steelers or Ravens, is better than the other, I think you still count on a split there. It just seems to happen. Dropping balls, injuries, whatever, it's tough to sweep that team.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the Ravens looking at the Steelers, if you're the Steelers looking at the Ravens. Joe Burrow, when he was healthy against the Steelers, not last year, but the year before, Steelers defense had their way with Joe Burrow a little bit. I think AFC North ball, no one's sweeping the division. I don't think anyone's going 5-1, though the Steelers did last year for a lot of the reasons why you said. I think those games are competitive. People look at the second half of the season, they go, oh, my God, what are you going to do? And I'm one of those people, but I don't think it's like, oh, no, they're going to lose both games to the Browns. They're going to lose both games to Cincinnati. They're going to lose both games to the Ravens. I think it's more likely than not they wind up going 3-3. And then you got to make hay early on in the season.
Mm-hmm.
I will just bet on Mike Tomlin before I bet on Stefanski. And I will also probably bet, and now I'm going to go against what I said earlier, all things being equal, you're probably going to miss Joe Burrow once, and you're probably going to wind up missing Lamar Jackson once. That's just what's happened with those guys. And Joe Burrow, by the by, dealing with a wrist injury right now. Did you see that?
I did.
So I'll just take the Steelers finding a way not to finish in last. And that should not get people excited.
Right.
Nobody should be turning on their radio this morning and go, how are Crowley and Doring going to fire me up? Oh, let's play in the parade. You're not going to finish in last place. The expectation should be much higher this year with Art Rooney and urgency, and we've said that a million times. The expectation should be winning a playoff game. But my first guarantee, we'll do baby steps because last year after Kenny had a perfect passer rating, I said they were going 12-5 or whatever. Baby steps, they're not going to finish in last.
Yeah, see, I can't guarantee that. Just knowing what's coming back and what other teams got better too. Like the Steelers may have gotten better in their own vision with their quarterback situation, but with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, I mean, it's going to be different, and I don't even know who the quarterback's going to be at this point. Now I sit here and I'm, trying to assess this quarterback situation, Crowley, and I'm like, all right, well, Justin Fields, obviously people are clamoring for him to be the starter, and he does bring a lot to the table. And if your offensive line's bad, you do want a quarterback that's athletic, and the season's very long. And you were just saying that you're probably not going to see Burrow one of the games. You're probably not going to see Lamar one of the games. You might not even see Watson one of the games. But I don't know who's going to be the quarterback when division play does start November 17th.
Can I make another guarantee?
I don't know.
I'll make a guarantee.
Okay.
It's not going to be Kyle Allen. There's my second guarantee.
That's actually valid because last year,
the
third string quarterback.
You know what? That's true. We did see three guys last year.
It's valid.
Yes, we did. Did you see Mitch Trubisky on the shelf for the next couple of weeks, by the by?
What happened to him?
He got hurt in that Steelers game, I guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Bruised ego.
Are you being serious?
I'm being serious that he's out for a couple of weeks, but I think his ego is fine.
I honestly don't know. Whenever November 17th, I think that's the date of the first divisional game. I don't know who the quarterback's going to be. And if it is somebody different, then you're almost going backwards to go forwards, and then you have some real legit games that you have to win. And then the month of December is just a gauntlet.
Yeah, if you're switching quarterbacks at that time, that means the second half of the season, you're going to be facing must-wins, basically win week after week after week. I'm going to turn this around on you a little bit because you make good arguments. Do you believe in the skill position players better elsewhere? Do you believe in this better elsewhere? How about the quarterbacks? Yada, yada. All well stated by you. Steelers went 10-7 last year, and they did run into a ton of luck not having to face a lot of the other team's best quarterbacks. That could happen again. It's happened before. Who knows? Are the Steelers better at inside backer?
Yes.
Do the Steelers have Oh, you can't say, they got Patrick Queen.
I mean, they played pretty
Wilson.
good. They played pretty good last year until Holcomb and Alexander got hurt.
Yes.
I don't know if those guys stay healthy, I wouldn't say that they're that much better now than they were last year.
They better be. They better.
They were pretty good last year.
Yeah, I know, but you're not paying Patrick Queen to not be better than those guys.
I'm just saying.
And they were good. They were good until they got hurt. Elandon Roberts, Patrick Queen, I think you put that up there among the best in the NFL.
Okay.
So I think they're better there.
Okay.
I think you have a known commodity in Joey Porter Jr. now that you didn't have last year. I think you've got a better safety tandem than you did last year. Now, second corner, not so good. Wide receiver, you're not better than you were last year. It's hard for me to make an argument that the offensive line is going to be better at the start of this season than it was at the end of last year. I thought at the end of last year they were playing at a fairly high level. But I do think the ceiling is higher for the offensive line. I think the Steelers are much improved over a team that finished with 10 wins last year, and you got a low floor in Mike Tomlin. I'm going to bet on that to not be in last place.
Okay. But you also have to take into the factor in that the other teams got better too, and they're going to be healthy too.
I want them to play Deshaun Watson as much as possible. That's my last place team. I think it's a big comeuppance time for the old Cleveland Brownies. And I also think There's weird stuff going on in Cincinnati with Jamar Chase. How does that linger? It's probably going to be the final year of T. Higgins. It's probably going to be the final year of Hutchinson. So I think they know, but I think that means there's also a ton of added pressure on them. They are my pick to win the division, but there's some squirrely stuff going on there. Squirrely stuff. Baltimore, though. I don't care what else they add. Derrick Henry in that backfield is terrifying.
Terrifying.
So where do you come down on this? I have guaranteed that the Steelers are not going to finish in last place. Doran Go and Lee Corso saying, not so fast, my friend. Now, you're not saying they will finish in last place, but you've made a legitimate argument that they could.
It's a possibility.
Where do you come down on this? 412-928-9370. Many ways for you to get involved in the show. You can call us on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And got to remind you of this because I got scared by a bunny this morning. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We'll hear from you when we come back. Also, we've got one of the all-time great coaches saying, quarterback, not exactly the biggest concern for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates lost yesterday to the Texas Rangers 4-3 in the first game of 3 in the series. Game 2 tonight, same time, 8:05, Rangers and Pirates. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
Maximize the efficiency of your HVAC equipment with the Southside Plumbing and Heating Technician Inspection. Whether it's HVAC equipment or a new hot water heater, Southside Plumbing and Heating will give you a shoulder to lean on. They're not just a family-owned business that's been around for decades. They make you feel like you're a part of their family from the time you give them a call until the time the job is done. Their quality and intent to get the job done makes them the absolute best plumbing and heating company in the city of Pittsburgh. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or go to their website, southsideplumbingandheating.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a ho, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to ho like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sun and clouds today, the high 66.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-495-6468. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-800-495-6468 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
The average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Ready or not, the college football season kicks off Saturday, and new rules changes will make the college game look very similar to the NFL. 2-minute warnings will be issued before the end of each half, and in-helmet communications are finally legal in the college game. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Lowe's knows our great paint savings mean you can get the colors you want at prices you'll love. Right now, get 20% off 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense paint or Cabot Stain. Shop now because it's the perfect time to maintain your deck and paint your outdoor spaces. Visit us in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/21. Selection varies by location. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
It's going back to school. It could affect your morning commute. This report brought to you by Scandinavian Design. Some local school districts are starting classes today, which means you'll be starting to see a lot of those yellow school buses on the roadways. Make sure that you obey all the traffic rules concerning them. It may take you a little bit more time to get to where you're going, though. Parkway West, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam says, is getting in line just before the runaway truck sand pile of the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway east at Edgewood Twistvalle. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Designs. Shop incredible end-of-summer savings at the Scandinavian Designs Labor Day sale. For a limited time, take up to 70% off select modern furniture and decor for every room in your home. Shop their Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Wait until you hear what a Hall of Famer has to say about the Steelers' offense. But we're talking about whether or not the Steelers are going to finish in last place because Stephen A. Smith maybe or maybe not watched the Steelers play a preseason game and then says they're going to finish in last place. Can you get to like 20th in the league in scoring? I know what we just saw. I know. I'm seeing your face. I know. You have faith in Arthur Smith, though, right?
Yes.
I have faith in Arthur Smith. That's a good hire.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get to a respectable level of offense, and what I mean by that is below average, but way better than you've been, with that defense, you're not finishing in last place.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
And you got more home games than road games. And I think defense, we've talked about this, tends to come into the season intact more than offense. You're at a better starting point, if you will, defensively. So when you're playing teams early on, you can win with defense, and you've got a great defense. I think they're going to be good enough on offense to not be a last-place ball club.
And how is that going to look, though, in your mind? You close your eyes, and you're like, okay, they're going to be good enough on offense. Okay, how are they going to be good enough?
You know what, man? I'm happy you asked that question because my answer now would have been different a month ago.
Yeah.
A month ago, I would have said, Russ is going to cook, and this offensive line, it's got so much talent, it's going to be good, and you're going to throw the ball to George Pickens, and you got Pat Freiermuth, who I'm super bullish on this year, and I would have talked about the players. Now I think I got to count on scheme. It's going to be on Arthur Smith. If you don't get Brandon Ayuk, you're going to count on Arthur Smith to utilize George Pickens creatively in a way that he had not been used before. Same thing with Pat Freiermuth. Same thing. You're going to have to smoke and mirrors it maybe early in the running game. I have some faith that he can do that. I do. And I think just having a competent quarterback who can make the checks at the line and a competent offensive coordinator who can put together a legit game plan during the week, I think that raises, to use the term again, the floor of the offense significantly.
Okay, can he do that without George Pickens, without Pat Freiermuth, without Jaylen Warren? Because as we know, it's very hard to stay healthy for 17 games. There may be games where George Pickens isn't available. You might go across the middle and take one to the hip and, just have a hip pointer and not be able to play. I mean, you have to prepare for that. Can Arthur Smith scheme without those guys? Without those two, at least. Without the receiving threats. Because then what does it look like?
It does not look good.
And that's where you're at. You're one hit away. You're one cut away from that.
That being said, if the Steelers suffer an injury at the most important position, I think we have at least enough faith in the other guy to win games. Joe Burrow, if he gets hurt, we saw them hold it for a little bit last year, and then all the wheels came off. Cleveland did a good job.
Yeah.
But Joe Flacco gone. No more Joe Flacco. And I do like Jameis Winston. Baltimore, we've seen that fish before. So if the Steelers suffer an injury at the most important position, I feel probably better about them than any of the other teams. Now, that's interesting because you don't feel necessarily as great about your starter as the other teams. But so if we want to do the injury thing, we can do the injury thing that way too.
I mean, because I look at a team even like the Tennessee Titans, and they had, early on in camp, last week, a week and a half ago, DeAndre Hopkins goes down, and they don't miss a beat because they have Tyler Boyd and Calvin Ridley. They prepared for that. The Bengals, if T. Higgins or Jamar Chase, whenever he does sign his contract, goes down, you still have a legit receiver threat. Even in Baltimore, if Zay Flowers goes down, you still have Mark Andrews. You still have legit threats. And in Cleveland, if Amari Cooper goes down, you still have Jerry Jeudy. If George Pickens goes down, what are we looking at?
You have to win on defense
and scheme. How do you scheme that on offense? You have to do something on offense.
Is that offense with Russ, even without Pickens, going to be worse than the offense was last year? I don't think so. And you still made the playoffs at 10-7.
Without Pickens?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know.
I'm saying it won't be worse. Might not be better than what it was, but yet you made the playoffs still. So I think this defense will be better than it was last year, and the defense in large part carried them to the playoffs. If you lost a guy like Pickens, it's going to be ugly offensively. Ugly. But you know what you got in your back pocket you didn't have last year? Hell of a punter.
That's where we're at.
They got a hell of a punter, Doran. Hey, Bill Belichick, you're an analyst now, and he is way more informed after doing this for 8 minutes than the Stephen A. Smiths of the world. Listen to Bill Belichick analyzing the Pittsburgh Steelers, and you tell me this guy ain't doing his homework.
The number one thing in Coach Tomlin's mind is taking care of the football. Don't turn it over, and that's something that Russell is very good at. I think there are probably more concerns about that with Fields. But look, I think they have bigger problems at the quarterback position. I mean, that's my opinion. I think that the defense is a pretty solid unit. The offensive line, had a hard time being consistent there. They lost the tackles, so now they got Jones over there playing right tackle and Dan Jones playing left tackle. Say inside, I have a rookie center, Frazier, so he's got a way to go. The guards they've had some issues too in the first 2 preseason games. I think Arthur Jones is a great fit for that offense, for what Coach Tomlin wants. They need to get the running game going. They have good backs. They need to get those backs started. Russell's good out of the pocket. I wouldn't really worry about that. He'll take care of the ball. I think the biggest thing for Pittsburgh is to get the running game and the offensive line, playing consistently.
So a couple of things there. One, Belichick, he's made it as a broadcaster because he's doing the me thing.
Mm-hmm.
He knows exactly what he's talking about. He is envisioning Arthur Smith in his mind and calls him Arthur Jones.
Arthur Jones.
I do that 5 times a day.
Yeah.
So he's made it. Bill is a broadcaster now. He's screwing up names. Other takeaways. One, he'd start Russ. He doesn't think quarterback is their biggest issue. Not by a long shot.
Right.
He thinks it's more the youth, inexperience, and ineffectiveness of that Steelers offensive line.
Yes.
So everyone's freaking out. And our callers are so smart, man. We're doing a whole thing to start our show yesterday. Fields. Wilson. Who you taking? Quarterback talk. And we get a bunch of calls. The O-line sucks. The O-line sucks. The O-line sucks. We got smart listeners because that's what Bill Belichick thinks. But he is going to go with Russ Wilson at quarterback.
Yeah.
And that makes sense to me. I'm hoping, you hear the analysis from Bill, you know who Mike Tomlin is. I'm just hoping, maybe all I've got is hope, that this team can look like the last couple of teams on steroids. You know what I mean? Where it was run the ball, play defense, hey, Kenny, don't turn it over. Well, now I think the defense is better. You've got more pedigree on the offensive line, and you've got a quarterback that's not learning while trying to take care of the football, a quarterback that is learned while taking care of the football. My hope is they can be a higher floor outfit, I'll say it again, than what they've been the last couple of years, but pretty much a similar kind of team.
I just can't believe that, we're sitting here and the Steelers had an opportunity to enhance their offense and enhance their kind of vision of how they want to do things or how they should do things and knowing how other teams operate. And this is where we're falling back on, is the same way that they've tried to win games the last how many years. And that's not a recipe, in my opinion, to win in the NFL anymore. Like, you can do it for so long, but, the truth is, that's just not going to cut it. It's not. You don't want why would you want to put so much onus and so much pressure on your defense game in and game out to be the reason why you win games?
Well, the rules allow defense to play as hard and as well as they've ever played.
And that too.
That's not true, yeah.
Yeah. That's just, it's going against it. I don't know.
Well, you're leading me down a path here, Dorn, and I'm putting up a Twitter poll as you speak. Are you so sick of the Ayuk saga that you no longer want him on the Steelers? Yes or no? That's the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Because we do have a little something on Brandon Ayuk. Would that change your math? Would you still view them as a potential last-place team with Brandon Ayuk? We'll talk about that. What's the latest on Ayuk? And if you're sick of this whole thing, we're only doing one segment on it. So just sit tight, hang with us, okay? Please. Please. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Rangers play game 2 of the 3-game series tonight at 8:05. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY Odyssey. Our coverage starts with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, hosted by Dan Zangrilli at 7 o'clock. For more headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This summer's hottest lineup is at Dunkin'. Headlining is the Dunkin' Iced Coffee. Dunkin' Refreshers are ready to deliver refreshing flavors, and Sparked Energy is debuting in a fizzy spectacle of vitamins, minerals, and caffeine. Drop by or order one ahead on the Dunkin' app. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG Injury Lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the Overhang Bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers gets you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Save on Beer in Cranberry.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Welcome to our
a special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, the latest on Brandon Ayuk is that, according to Albert Breer, who previously reported the Steelers offered Ayuk $28 million, is now saying, JK, LOL, the Steelers are actually offering Brandon Ayuk less than the 49ers. So that's the latest on that situation. Here's my read on that. I think that San Francisco continues to want to paint Brandon Ayuk as the bad guy here. Oh, we're close. We just can't get over the finish line. We've made him an offer. There's one thing left to do. He's just got to sign on the dotted line. That's been the report for like a week. Mm-hmm. And now I think they're trying to paint Brandon Ayuk as this guy. Oh, now he doesn't want to be in San Francisco. He's still conflicted, even though the Steelers aren't going to pay him more than we are going to pay him. That's my read on the situation. Mm-hmm. Because I think the Steelers have made a competitive offer. I think the Steelers have offered him $28 million. Everything I'm hearing is that. Not that they have offered him less than the 49ers are offering.
Wouldn't that have come out before? I mean, wouldn't he would have shown that. I mean, because, with other opportunities of him putting it out there, like even on his Instagram, like wouldn't he have spoken about that, or we've known about, like, oh, well, why are we even entertaining the Steelers as a legit option if they would have lowballed him?
I agree with that.
Why?
I think if the Steelers lowballed Brandon Ayuk,
he'd have been like, see ya.
Yeah, this is not a guy that takes well to being quote-unquote disrespected. Brandon Ayuk is in the situation he's in right now because he doesn't feel valued with San Francisco. So if he didn't feel valued by the Steelers, he wouldn't look at the Steelers as an option anymore.
He'd have put him in the category with the Patriots and the Browns.
Yes, it'd be done. And now the question would be, is he holding out into the season, or is he going to get the deal done before the season? But the Steelers wouldn't factor into the math at all. So I think that the 49ers continue to put stuff out there to try to win the battle of public relations, knowing that they may well still trade him. And when they do, they don't want to be looked at as the organization that gave Brandon Ayuk away for a couple of draft picks. They want to be looked at as an organization that got what they could. Way to go. Way to get something for this malcontent guy who wants to go someplace else and play for less money. Mm-hmm. I think that's what they're trying to do. Mm-hmm. And then you've got Grant Cohn. Remember the guy who did the old Gatorade video?
Oh, yeah.
From SI. He wrote this yesterday. Quote, I think Ayuk will hold out for an offer the 49ers ultimately won't make. Then he'll sit out the first few weeks of the season, and finally the 49ers will trade him to the Steelers for picks, which they'll send to a third team for a veteran wide receiver who currently isn't on the trade market. So that's a prediction from a guy who's big time in the know and reports on Gatorade colors and T-shirt colors and things of that nature.
Yes.
So there you go. There's the latest on Brandon Ayuk.
And I think that you asked the question, like, does that change the vision of what the Steelers could be this year in competitive-wise within the division? Like, does that inhibit them of finishing last? And, yeah, it does, because of everything that we just talked about before, of all the other teams having other options if somebody does go down for injury. Like, if George were to go down and you did have Ayuk, you wouldn't miss a beat. And the other guys could make up for George's production, and you can get creative with that. That's why that he is so vital, I think, to the Steelers' success this year, and if they do get it done or not. If they don't, I don't think that they won't have success, but it's not going to be the success that they were hoping. Mm-hmm. It's just impossible. In my opinion, it's impossible. You can't. You watched the game the other night?
Yeah.
You ain't separating from anybody.
No.
You're not creating any splash plays, any big plays. Especially if your O-line isn't holding up. Like, you got to get open.
You go offensive line. If you're just basing it off of Saturday's game, biggest concerns coming out, offensive line and wide receiver for me are neck and neck. And then I think you don't even get to quarterback on my list.
I haven't really even thought about it, honestly.
You can't get an evaluation of these guys right now.
No. It really doesn't even bother me. Like, okay, like they didn't look great because they didn't have a supporting cast. Like, I'm rolling with Russell Wilson. Justin Fields is going to be the guy that learns. Like, I'm always going to be there. Like,
did you hear that Stephen A. and Orlovsky, who's a big film guy, both said that Russ was showing his old warts holding on to the football too long.
I heard that.
Are you box score merchants? I think they might be. I certainly think Stephen A. is. Because they asked him to talk about every team in the league. He can't possibly be watching every team in the National Football League.
And he's not a football guy. He does a great job, makes a lot of money, and he's done things well in his respective industry and our industry. But he isn't. What is he looking? Does he know what a check down is? Does he know what certain calls? Does he know whenever a guy's hot? Does he know whenever somebody turns over a blitz because of a certain protection and a slide protection? He doesn't know that.
No. He sees box score, Russ Wilson, sacked 3 times. Oh, he must have been holding on to the ball too long.
And then you got Dan, who does know that stuff, but Dan is probably just going back to, I know Russell Wilson and what he likes to do and what gets him in trouble, and this looks like this gets him in trouble, and I'm just going to say, okay, he should have made this read. Dan knows how fast that is. The one play that Dan broke down, whenever he threw to the flat, and then there was a slant that could have possibly been stuck in there. Do you know how fast that's happening, how fast that window closes? He knows that. I don't know why he said that.
And he's immediately under pressure.
You want him to stick it in there and try to throw that slant there? That's just ridiculous. The guy wasn't open. And if it was a tight window, and I know NFL throws are tight, but Dan knows that you should go to the flat there if something doesn't look clear.
Dan has always wanted it to be Justin Fields, and so his analysis, I think, is reflecting that now.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Predetermined.
Russ is holding it on to the ball too long. Is he? Because Broderick Jones got knocked on his ass, and then Russ Wilson has negative 5 seconds to throw the football. Not to use hyperbole. Back to Ayuk. Because the receivers not getting open. I put up that Twitter poll, and it's early times yet. But do you still want Brandon Ayuk? 54 to 46% say yes.
Mm-hmm.
But that number is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. The available evidence we have, Steelers offense right now, not playing well. Wide receivers, big hole. And yet, we're seeing less and less Steelers fans, fewer and fewer Steelers fans want Brandon Ayuk. I think it's just because people are sick of it. I think people are sick of talking about him, and they probably now predetermined in their minds, we're not going to get him, so I'm just going to vote, no, I don't want Brandon Ayuk.
I know one thing, Crowley, and we know this city better than probably a lot of people. If they do get Brandon Ayuk, he better be a star. Because if he's not, all this hype and all this time and all this investment into his name, if the Steelers somehow miraculously get him, he better be a 1,500 to 1,600, 10-touchdown wide receiver for the Steelers this year. If he's not,
I'm with you on that.
Seriously.
I'm absolutely with you on that.
If he goes out there and has 800 yards and 3 touchdowns, good luck.
Yeah, you're going to get your face booed off, man.
Yep.
And you'll deserve it because you made a big stink and you're going to get paid and there are going to be draft picks that go the other way. If he's here, if you're not a stud.
He has to be a stud.
Yes. You got to be out. You got to be going out there outperforming George Pickens almost weekly.
Every game.
Yeah.
Every game.
That's a good point by you. All right, coming up next, we're going to take a small break from football. A lot of football on today's show. Jeff Hathorn going to join us at 7. Trey Essex, who better to talk about the Steelers' offensive line woes than he? Is that the correct English? I don't know. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Are You Smarter Than a Plumber at 7:35. But up next, the Pirates did something yesterday they should have done a month and a half ago. We'll tell you what that is. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Texas Rangers 4-3 in the first game of the series. Game 2 of 3 is tonight, same time as yesterday, 8:05. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage starts at 7 o'clock, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush continuing to build. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway East, now getting in line near the Brinton Road overpass down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you're heavy at the top of Green Tree Hill, then solid approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 remains mainly steady. Route 65 with traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. And also Route 51 starting to build up now for you between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street down to the Liberty Tube. tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 19 days until Pittsburgh faces the Falcons. These are some of your favorite 19s. Calvin Austin III, Choo-Choo, David Woodley. The countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Champ Tires. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Lowe's knows our great paint savings mean you can get the colors you want at prices you'll love. Right now, get 20% off 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense paint or Cabot Stain. Shop now because it's the perfect time to maintain your deck and paint your outdoor spaces. Visit us in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/21. Selection varies by location. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross. Or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 5-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There are 2 things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington, and Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940, or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington, and Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There's a 1-1. Triolo hits this ball deep down the left field line. If it stays fair, it's going to get out of here, and it's gone for a home run. He hooked it right down the line. Jared Triolo with a 3-run home run in his home state of Texas. And the Pirates right back in this game. It's 4-3.
Yeah, they lost. The 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Triolo's not the story. The story is Ke'Bryan Hayes. Ke'Bryan Hayes goes on the 10-day IL yesterday, and I'm just wondering why they didn't do this like a month and a half ago, or at least around the trade deadline, and have IKF play third and maybe try to get a stopgap bat in there back when you were in contention. This guy can't turn. He told Mackey he can't turn.
Right.
He's got discs rubbing up on discs. They don't know what to do about it. This has been a problem now for a couple of years. 2 seasons ago, at the end of the year, he said he couldn't get on and off the plane. He was in pain on the plane. And I'm not making excuses for Ke'Bryan Hayes. This is much more to do with the Pirates organization than him. That they continued to trot him out there every day.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling.
It is, man.
Knowing, I mean, and it's not like they didn't know. It's not like something that just came about. Like, this is a long-going injury issue. I mean, baseball is all your core and your back. Like, the guy can't turn. You're doing a disservice to your baseball team.
That's exactly it.
Like, to the team.
Absolutely. Trotting him out there darn near every single day when he is the worst hitter in Major League Baseball, and that's not hyperbole, that's the truth. He has the lowest OPS in the sport among qualified hitters. The lowest in the sport. Not like bottom 15, not like bottom 10%, Batum. No, the worst hitter in baseball. If you're trotting him out there every day knowing he's in terrible pain, but he's an average hitter and he's so good defensively, then you say, hey, he's a warrior, he's battling through it. But it's so clearly affected his performance. Even when he hasn't lived up to expectations before, he's never looked like this. Mm-hmm. I think they did a disservice to the ball club. I think they've done a disservice to him. I think they've torpedoed any trade value potentially this offseason. I think Ke'Bryan Hayes is going to be a part of this thing now for the next 3 years. And I don't play him the rest of the season.
Right, shut him down.
Shut him down and see what you can do. Experiment. Like, Ke'Bryan, full blessing. Go wherever you want to try to figure this thing out. But take the rest of the year off, man.
Yeah.
Come to the ballpark on home games. You don't travel with us because we don't need you on the plane. Like, figure it out. Because he's going to be here. And if he is, you need him to be a part of the solution, and you can't get him there unless he's healthy, and you can't get him healthy unless you stop him from playing baseball.
It's a shame.
It is. I feel bad for him, man.
And we've been crushing him, too. But, you know, obviously we had it in the back of our mind that this could be a problem of why his performance has been the way it is. But, I mean, trust me, like, back issues, and you know that as well. I mean, just even being – just normal people and sitting down every day, it's tough. Could you imagine having to swing and throw? Oh, man.
He's got to be in agony, man.
Oh, in agony.
He's got to be in agony. And I just hope, and this is like a total digression. I'm digressing here. Like, just, I hope he's not, I hope they're not shoving a million painkillers down his throat either. You know what I mean? Like, go, get him healthy, figure it out. and hopefully he can come back next year and be healthy. But to say I'd be optimistic about that, I'd be lying to you. It hurts my heart.
Yeah, it's a surgery issue, but you don't want to get back surgery. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's the only way to get it fixed. And if you do that, you're basically done. That's just the honest truth.
If you are a regular non-baseball playing dude at the age of 27, which he is, you're probably putting off back surgery as long as you can.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a Major League Baseball player, got to go out there every day, it could mean the end of your career.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I said my heart hurts. Schedule a heart screening today. Trust the nationally ranked experts at UPMC for your heart care. Jeff Hathorn is going to join us next. Can ask him about Ke'Bryan Hayes, then move over to some football stuff with Jeff. We will do that when we come back. First, though, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. Cool fall-like air continues to move in from the north. Temperatures are running a good 10 to 15 degrees cooler right now than at this point 24 hours ago, with most places having temps in the 50s. Skies remain mostly cloudy with a break here or there. Expect that to continue throughout the day. Pittsburgh seeing a high of just 69 today. Noon temperatures will be in the mid-60s with winds out of the north and just over 10 miles an hour. First Alert meteorologist Ron Smile in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound Summer Slim Down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound Summer Slim Down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound Summer Slim Down with the solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Okay, I'm ready to record my jewelry store's new radio spot. I got a great script that really goes after Diamonds Direct and how they're nothing special and how we can match their price. Great stuff.
Oh, great. We have this new technology that bleeps out any false claims, so it saves us time with editing. So you can start anytime.
Okay, here goes. When you visit our jewelry store, we'll guarantee direct. Our diamonds come straight. We have cutters. And, hey, what the?
The hard truth is that other jewelry stores simply can't do what Diamonds Direct can. Diamonds Direct has special relationships with De Beers, international connections, and virtually unlimited buying power. The result is true direct importer pricing, exceptional quality, and up to 30 times the diamond selection you find at other stores.
I can't believe this thing won't let me say.
Diamonds Direct, Your love, our passion. Get more truth at DiamondsDirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush hitting its height. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam looking at the Parkway West showing delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 heavy past the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. Parkway North up to speed. Route 51 out of the South Hills, delays from Edgebrook Avenue down to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah, it's the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. One more Brandon Ayuk update, Doran. You ready for this?
Yep.
From Adam Schefter on a fantasy football marathon last night. The 49ers aren't really sure how this is going to play out, whether it's him signing a deal to stay in San Francisco or him being dealt elsewhere. So we're in exactly the same place we were a week ago and a week before that. And how long has this been going on?
Months.
I think we are on months, yeah.
Months.
And I think we've been at the goal line for 3 weeks.
Yep, stalled out.
Sure did. Quarterback with a bad read on that read option there.
Yes.
Must have been what happened.
Ran sideways.
Yes. Jeff Hathorn joins us now, our sports director, and Jeff is brought to us by Gutter Helmet. Beat the fall rush. Get 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5-HELMET. Good morning to you, Jeff. How are you today?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, that, of course, it kind of mirrors the Steelers' offense, not being able to finish the job.
Well, let's start there because I did want to talk to you a little bit about Ke'Bryan Hayes, and we'll get to that. But as you watch the game, as you have now had a few days to digest, if you are ranking things that you are concerned about, Jeff, how would you rank, let's say, your top 3 concerns with this team right now?
So I take the deep breath in that it's the preseason. And we got really excited about the preseason, we as a whole. But offensive line to me has been a concern. I thought that would be an area of strength. As much as you can point to the quarterbacks or why can't they get a run game going, that all starts up front. That has been disappointing to me. I guess as a fan, you would love to see more aggressive play calls just to see it, but I know that they have a reason for what they're doing. So I'm not as concerned about that. And then 3, you see, because of all of that, just the lack of cohesion with the wide receivers. So, it's all on the offensive side. Defensively, there's nothing that sticks out to me horribly, especially considering who's not playing on defense or hasn't played a lot. But man, that offensive line, like I think there's talent there. I think they've got it there. They just haven't shown it to this point.
Well, Jeff, if we're looking at positives now, I mean, three negatives, and I think we all can get on the same page of what you just said there, what the three concerns are with the Steelers thus far, excuse me, in preseason. What is your three positives? What are your three non-concerns of the Steelers?
You got to do three?
Well,
three?
Yeah. You did three, too.
They're more
Cameron Johnston.
I see. I knew he was going to say the punter was going to be one.
All right, so you're right. Okay, three's good. Yeah.
Nick Herbig is someone that you start looking at like, how do you get this guy on the field more? Like this dude is, you can't take either of those guys off, but can you get creative? Can you get into mad scientist mode and figure out a way for Nick Herbig to play? Although, I guess if each side plays 80%, then there are snaps, he just switches over to either side. I would say some of the backup offensive linemen, some of the guys that need to have a really good preseason, whether it's in practice or in games, guys like DeMarvin Leal have stepped up this year in what is a big year, and Loudermilk's been consistent. And I think Montravius Adams is kind of an underrated guy they could put in different positions. So those would be my positives. Go team.
Go team.
There's no offensive positives, huh?
I mean, not to this point.
I think Najee looks pretty good. I would throw that one out there. I think he looks good. He looks quick.
I love the way George has handled himself this year, but that's more practice than in games. I think Van Jefferson's a good receiver. I don't know if they want him at 2, but and I think Zach Frazier is going to continue to improve. It was a matter of time for him to get the center job. I feel bad for Nate Herbig, but I can't single him out too much because the way the line played as a whole.
Jeff, you've been at all these practices going back, OTAs, minicamp, training camp. Were you expecting this kind of offensive struggle through 2 preseason games? Are they practicing as poorly as they're playing?
I don't know if I've ever... When there's been a bad game, I don't know that I've ever looked back and say, wow, I really saw that in practice. Because you're practicing against yourself. There are things that you don't do. So you see tendencies. Sometimes defense kind of gets to know the offense. They might jump a couple of things. But even then, you're not overly concerned going in. You just want to see how do they match against other teams. Even in the practice against Buffalo and the way they had it set up, they made some plays. There were some things to like. They just haven't taken it into either of those 2 preseason games. I'm not writing off the year. It is 2 preseason games. But if there's one thing I would really like to see Saturday against, it will be a physical team in Detroit. I'd like to see that physicality ramp up on that offensive line.
Jeff, do you think that the starters will play a fair amount of time on Saturday, with it being the 3rd preseason game? Should they play?
I don't know about fair amount, but we saw the starters play a little bit last year. I expect them to play a little bit this year. That break in between the end of the preseason and then the start of the regular season, I think it sets up that you want to play your starters at least a little bit. Maybe not Hayward, maybe not Watt, maybe not some of those guys, but offensively, I think you want to have maybe it isn't even points, but a couple of first downs. Get some kind of little bit of rhythm in a game that you could take into Atlanta in a few weeks.
Should Najee play with Jaylen Warren being out?
Ooh. Maybe it's still a couple series just to have him part of that offense, but I wouldn't play him a lot, to your point. They have a couple actually backup running backs that have been really good in camp, so I guess you get a chance there. And Cordero Patterson is a guy that you're going to want to get more reps to because he's missed most of preseason.
Jeff, do you feel like you learned anything about either quarterback in these games?
Nothing that I would say definitively. I don't know how you judge Russ based on that. I don't think he had a ton of time to throw. I'm not going to overreact to anything I saw from Russ in that game. You'd love for Fields, and I know that receiver didn't run the greatest route. You'd love for that connection to have finished into a touchdown. You do see his explosiveness. You also see at times where he's still a little bit hesitant. So maybe I take a little bit of that, but I'm not going to read way too much into 2 preseason games, even with the number of snaps that Justin's got.
What about Ke'Bryan Hayes? You put him on the IL yesterday. Jason Mackey had that nice piece, well, not nice piece, but good piece in the Post-Gazette talking about all of his injury concerns. He has the lowest OPS in all of Major League Baseball among qualified hitters. Did they wait too long to put him on IL? And I know it's hard to peer into the crystal ball with something like this, but what do you think the future holds here for Ke'Bryan Hayes?
Yeah, and I think some of this has to be. I know that I've heard the Pirates get ripped, and understandably so, for a lot of things. I mean, this is if Hayes is feeling that bad. I mean, the Pirates can't jump into his body and say how. They ask him how he's feeling. You ready to go? And if he's saying, "Hey, I'm good. I feel like I'm about to jump out of this," or does he have to be honest with them and say, "Listen, guys, I just don't. It's not there. It's really hurting." So, I mean, some of this is on Ke'Bryan to be honest and assess where he's at. It's a mess. I mean, you sign these long-term contracts, and it's what the Pirates have to do. But, man, that one is just – if there's one you could get out from under, that one is looking like one because he's just not there. And with back situations, for anyone who's had back issues, I mean, yeah, it's not something that goes away tomorrow.
No.
So hopefully he can – whatever it is that could alleviate some of that pressure on his back. And because I think one thing because of the back that people assume is that, man, this guy's not trying, or look at him. He's not, he can't get anything. Well, it's not that he's not trying. It's when your back's off, it's hard to get any type of timing.
No doubt about it. Mm-hmm. It sucks. Jeff, appreciate your time as always. We will talk to you on Thursday.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Hathorn. Let's react to some of what Jeff had to say when we come back. He talked about jumping into Ke'Bryan Hayes' body. Did you ever watch Freaky Friday?
Yes.
Great movie.
Good movie, yes.
I'd love to be in your body just for a day.
No, my back is just as bad as Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Yeah, but I mean, like a decade ago.
No.
Just
you wouldn't be able to handle it.
I would want to run real fast. It'd be like, you're right.
You'd run like Bambi. You'd be like, Mom, I'm going fast. Look at this. And your legs would just be going different directions. Like, you'd be like, I don't know how to sync up.
It'd be like if I got in a NASCAR vehicle and they're like, you can go as fast as you want. And I'd still be going 65. Yeah. I'd put my blinker on. I wouldn't know what to do.
No, you try to dunk and you'd be like, oh, my gosh, am I Mario?
I'd get hurt. I'd hurt your body. I'd jump right back to myself.
Right, and I'd be screwed.
I've always wondered in those movies, not to take this to an odd place, like about the bathroom situation. Like, when Lindsay Lohan's in What's-Her-Face's body, who was that?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis's body. Like, at some point, you're going to have to urinate.
Right.
You got to do it with your eyes closed. You can't invade privacy.
It's not like the hot chick. Remember the hot chick with Rob Schneider? Whenever she's in the guy's body, now that's different.
I guess. I mean, if I were in your body and I were urinating, I would turn the lights out and I would close my eyes and I would put my hands on my hips.
No, you wouldn't.
We know if Callis was in my body, he'd want to see my Johnson.
That's right.
You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We will react to some of what Jeff had to say coming up next. We've got Are You Smarter Than a Plumber at 7:35. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 4-3 to the Rangers yesterday in the first game of the series. Game 2 of 3 is tonight at 8:05. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life. And let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home. And that's Gina GM-Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Kelly recently worked with Gina to sell her home in Upper St. Clair for over $700,000. And Kelly said that if you're looking for an experienced real estate agent who knows the market thoroughly, then you need to contact Gina and her team. Kelly said that Gina took away all the stress of selling and was always quick to answer any questions that she had along the way. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have a bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina GM-Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty. and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by El's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Hey fam, your girl Emmy here with a tour of my new place. Nope, no furniture yet and no AC, so ugh. But soon this place will be so bougie. We should check out my roommate Sarah's room. She has no money. Whoa, that dresser is really cute. And I love that bed. Does she get AC? What's going on?
At Mac.bid in the free app, you can decorate your new place at 80% off retail.
Who is MacBid? Oh, did she get a man in finance before me?
Mac.bid. You're only a few bids away from bougie.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a card, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad. Sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Kudos to the New Orleans Saints. They've begun a program to donate protective soft shell helmet covers called Guardian Caps to local high school football teams to help decrease injuries. Every NFL team should follow their example. It's a great idea. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big problems on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by Window Nation. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at an accident involving a vehicle into the median. This is now blocking southbound I-279 to Parkway North, approaching the Perrysville interchange. And it's causing delays now all the way back to Camp Horn Road. You're getting by on the right shoulder of the roadway. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 heavy at Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thanks to, oh boy. Sorry about that. Little phlegmy there.
Phlegmy.
Must have a high pollen count this morning. Thanks to Jeff Hathorn for joining us in the previous segment. We've got Trey Essex at 8 o'clock. Who better to talk about the Steelers' offensive line woes than he? And coming up in about 10 minutes, are you smarter than a plumber? But I did want to react to something Jeff had to say. And that is, you asked, how much are guys going to play in this preseason finale? And he said, you're going to see them. You're going to see them. And we did see them last year, though not a ton. I think you probably got to play them a little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit.
At least the offensive line.
I'm playing that offensive line maybe for a half.
A half?
A half, yeah.
I just don't like the whole break before the season. Like, if I was a player, I'd want to just roll right into the season. That might have the effect of, what could possibly happen in, next year or 2 years from now because with the 18 games, but they'll probably change it up. But I just, you're just kind of reverting back, and the momentum that maybe you're creating kind of stalls with that little break.
You got 2 weeks, which is why I would play some of those guys.
Right.
Like, I don't need to see T.J. Watt. I don't need to see Minkah Fitzpatrick.
No.
I mean, we don't have to go through the list. We know who.
Honestly, Najee. That's why I asked the question. I'm not playing him.
No, I think that would be dereliction of duty big time by Mike Tomlin. Hey, Naj, we need to see you behind this offensive line. No, you don't. No, you don't. Now, there are optimistic reports where Jaylen Warren could be ready for game 1. That's going to be touch and go, though. You're obviously not going to see him on Saturday, and he just needs to rest, ride the bike, those kinds of hamstring-related things. You can't risk Najee getting hurt, and then you're rushing back Jaylen Warren for game 1, or you need to count on him as your primary back, even if he is ready for game 1, and put a big load on that guy's shoulders. No, you can't do that. So no, I'm not playing him.
Or Cordell Patterson. And who's the other backup that they have? P. Ryan. Or Ward. Those guys are your running backs to start the season.
I mean, I probably wouldn't even play Cordell Patterson in the final preseason game just because of Jaylen Warren's injury. Like, I need to have a couple of backs ready to go. Wind, things of that nature, tough, full 60-minute game, your first one.
I would play him because he hasn't had many reps throughout camp, just in case. Like, I would give him some handoffs just to get a feel for it.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, though. But I see what you're saying. Like, I mean, it is a fine line.
It's a fine line. It always is. It always is. But because you got 2 weeks, catastrophic injury, obviously, it doesn't matter how much you have between the final preseason game and the start of the regular season. But if you play these offensive linemen in hopes that they gel, in every opportunity you can, I think you need to help them gel. And somebody gets dinked up or something like that, you do have 2 weeks. So I think you got to play them because you need them to gel. And we've seen over the last few years, they eventually do. The one thing you can say about Pat Meyer's unit is it's gotten better in the second half of each of the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
You need to hit that stride earlier this year. And so every available option you have to get those guys playing together to coalesce, you got to take advantage of that. And there's a risk there. Of course there is. You're already down a Herbig. You're already down a Faltanu. You're asking for trouble. But if you enter the season and it looks anything like it did this last weekend, you're not coming out of the gate strong at all, and you're probably flirting with Mike Tomlin having his first losing season. So, yeah, I'm playing those guys a ton. And I'm probably playing Russ a little bit. And I'm probably playing Fields a little bit too. Because Russ, I think, needs reps. He's missed so much time. Now, as you get closer to the season, you'll have those 2 weeks of practice. He's going to get, as number ones do, the lion's share of it. But I'd like to see him play a little bit in the game, too. Man.
I know.
Here's a text. Question. If George Pickens catches that ball and then Ross throws a dart to Van Jefferson for a touchdown, is our tone different? And he meant to say Russ. Ross. Like the character from Friends that nobody liked.
Yeah, but that's football.
See, I don't know that we're talking about it any differently. Like,
well, we'd actually see something.
Yeah, I'm. Good point. I might feel less like I need to see Russ in the final game. Okay, that's fair. I just haven't been killing Russ, even though we didn't see it, and I really haven't been killing Fields.
It just would give us a better feeling.
we would have a better taste in our mouth, and you wouldn't have the Stephen A. Smiths of the world saying they're going to finish in last place, and the Shannon Sharps of the world saying they're going to finish in last place. You wouldn't have any of that stuff right now.
But if Justin Fields hits Luther on that deep post, what are we saying today? What are we saying on Monday? What are we saying today? What's everybody saying? Justin Fields is definitely being talked about as legitimately being the starter.
He's trending up.
If he hits that throw, that deep throw right there, things are different right now.
I've watched that 875 times, which is just what preseason football does to you. It sickens me. It sickens me that this is what I've come down to. People breaking that thing down like the Zapruder film.
Mm-hmm.
Did he stop? Should he have kept going? Did he throw it to the right upright? Should he have jumped when he jumped? Ah! I thought it was a fine ball. Fine ball. He slows down inside the 5-yard. So I don't know if that changes it so much for me. But for other people, yeah, probably. Because even though we preach, and I think we have, coming into this preseason, we saw what happened last year. Don't overreact. It's just overreaction station, baby. Trey Essex going to talk to us at 8 o'clock about the offensive line. That's a guy who's not going to overreact. He's just going to look at how these guys are playing, and he's going to tell us what he's seeing. So we'll talk to Trey. Coming up next, are you smarter than a plumber? And then at 7:50, I got something for Pat Meyer. Little Steelers offensive line coach talk to him. You ready for that?
Yep.
Okay. This offensive line / quarterback talk on the Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits, still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Right now, it's a Callus Fan headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday 4-3 to the Texas Rangers. The first game of 3 in the series. Game 2 is same time as yesterday, 8:05. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 7 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going.
Yeah, maybe get one and save it for the second half of the preseason game coming up because it's a revitalizing burst of caffeine, vitamins, and minerals. It gives you the energy to turn that fun all the way up to 11. You can order ahead on the Dunkin' app, get a medium sparked energy for just $3. America runs on Dunkin'.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit GuardianProtection.com/fanbiz. That's GuardianProtection.com/FANBIZ.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
All right, after a week hiatus where Southside Jake was at the beach, I believe, he's back. And we're ready to kick his ass in another edition of Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? Good morning to you, Jake. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
You're just like me, pal. You go to the beach, you come back, you got no color on your face whatsoever.
I didn't go to the beach, but it was close enough.
Oh, see? Well, that's what happened.
But, you know,
and that's what happens to me.
Yeah, but I'm pretty pale. Same thing, you know.
Yeah,
but,
not me.
Hey, all right, I'm throwing you guys a curveball this week. Little curveball here. We're gonna do a little bit different of a game today.
Okay.
So, I am gonna give you stats, statements, and facts about a player. You have to name the player.
I like this.
Yes.
All right, a little change up here.
This might be better for us.
We might have a better shot, yeah. All right, Southside,
All
get
right.
it going.
Ready for the first one? Okay. 39-year-old NHL player. Still active. 2011 Hart Memorial Trophy winner. Played 4 out of 5 last Stanley Cups finals. He was a player on the team, and he's a one-time Stanley Cup champion. Who is it?
It is Corey Perry.
Boom.
Yep.
You guys are killers.
Yep.
Killers.
I feel like I just saw that too. I couldn't get the name. I'm glad you got the name.
We talked about him at the Cup final because my man just keeps losing.
That's right.
Yep.
All right, 1 for 1. I got real
job.
nervous there. I got real nervous. There's one of those I could see his face, and I couldn't think of his name for half a second. Okay. All right, good. Here we go.
I got 2 more. Here's the second one. All right. Oh, boy. Clarion University alumni. Had a part on the 2014 made-for-TV show Sharknado 2. Mount Lebanon High School.
Kurt Angle.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Let's go.
I like this version. It's a good version of the game.
Let's go. 2 for 2, baby. Let's go.
I don't think Mark Cuban was in Sharknado.
Uh-huh.
Although he might have been. You never know.
You guys are killing me. All right, last one. You guys got to get this one. I threw this one in for you just for good faith for both of you too. All right. PA high school football stud, absolute stud. Played at Pitt and WVU.
Russell Shell.
Boom.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I mean, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Sweep his ass. Pirates can't do it.
Let's go. Jake was texting me the other day, said I got something new for you guys too.
Call next week.
I like this version of the game.
I do too.
The clues are very helpful. I think we should pause after every clue and talk it at. Maybe make it a little harder. I like this version a lot. It's very good.
I do too.
Southside, baby. Thank you, Jake.
Let's go. All right, I'll come back better for next week because I can't have a sweep 2 weeks in a row.
That was quick too.
You just crushed him.
Yeah. You guys are on it.
Send you back to go plumb with your tail between your legs.
Not good, boys. But hell of a job by you.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you,
awesome
Jake.
stuff, buddy.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
Take care. Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating. Really good stuff.
Yes.
Russell, I mean, just bang.
Bang.
Just
Quick.
bang.
Quick.
Just
Kurt
crushed
Angle.
it.
Bang.
Bang.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I should have got the Kurt Angle one.
I think the Clarion threw you off. I don't think that you knew he went to Clarion.
Never thought about that in my entire life.
And the Sharknado.
Did not know he was in Sharknado.
You thought maybe Mark Cuban, but he was in Shark Tank.
I think that's what I did there.
Yes.
Sharknado cast, I'm looking up here.
Sharknado 2.
Oh, he's in Sharknado 2?
I believe.
Sharknado 2 cast. I'm on it.
Very, very wild movie.
Never saw it.
Don't watch it. You'll waste your time. Is he in it?
I don't know. I'm not looking in the right place.
Of course.
Sharknado 2 cast. Corey Perry. I was going to be really mad if I didn't get that one. You know who was in Sharknado 2?
Who?
That Jared Fogle Subway guy that got locked up in prison for being a terrible human being. They had him in Sharknado 2. What a cast, though, apart from him. Kurt Angle, Vivica A. Fox.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some stars in that.
Billy Ray Cyrus, Andy Dick, Judd Hirsch, Kelly Ripa, Matt Lauer, Michael Strahan.
He's out there getting eaten or fighting sharks.
Really?
Yes.
Biz Marquee.
Sharknado, it's about like sharks in a tornado.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's in the title.
Okay.
It's like the Sandlot. They're not playing on gravel. They're playing in a sand lot.
Yeah.
Is where they're playing.
Yeah.
Remember the Titans about not forgetting a football team?
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes it's right there in the title.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, look who's talking. Can you believe it? The babies. They're chatting it up. All right, coming up next. I got a little Pat Meyer take if you're ready for it.
Sure.
Did you ever see that one? Look who's talking.
One of my favorites growing up.
Great stuff there. Kirstie Alley.
Yeah, John Travolta.
I think Kirstie Alley passed away.
Yeah, I told you that, and you didn't know.
R.I.P. Is Biz Marquee still with us?
Nope.
Son of a...
I told you that, too. Remember him in Men in Black? We were talking about that.
That's right. R.I.P. Biz Marquee and Kirstie Alley.
Yes.
I'm bad with that. I never remember who's dead.
I know.
Yeah. All right, a Pat Meyer take coming up next. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ke'Bryan Hayes was placed on the 10-day injured list a day after an article came out about him and his back issues. Pirates play tonight in Game 2 of the 3-game series against the Texas Rangers at 8:05. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 7 o'clock, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. This summer and next week it's going to be hot. Keep the heat outside and the cool air in with Renewal by Andersen Windows and Doors. When I bought my home, guess what? Came with the Renewal by Andersen windows. And let me tell you, other windows, they pale in comparison. It's because Renewal by Andersen builds windows with their composite Fibrex material. It's twice as strong as vinyl. It's warranted to last decades. Plus, they customize and custom build every window to minimize drafts and increase comfort. The durability and ease of use of their windows is truly exceptional. See for yourself, because now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. You buy one window, patio door, or entry door, you get the next one 40% off. I'll say it again. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. All you got to do, call by August 31st at 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big trouble on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Crews on the scene of a rollover accident into the median. They're blocking both lanes of the Parkway North heading inbound. Traffic is getting by in the median of the roadway, but it's now stacking back before Camp Horn Road past the scene. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed right around the top of Green Tree Hill, but you're heavy as far back as the bend at Carnegie, heading toward the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, you are jammed before Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's Chris Muller. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down. The results are fast, easy, and start your very first week. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best-insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Mac.bid is here. What is it? It's your place to save up to 80% off retail. But don't share this news, because you don't need the bidding competition. Neighbor wants to know where you got that new mower? Lie. Mom's admiring your new cookware? Fib. Your priest wants a new TV just like yours. Okay, maybe you tell your priest about Mac.bid, but don't tell anyone else. You need to become a deceiver, a teller of untruths, a fabricator of falsehoods, a spinner of yarns. Winning at Mac.bid is amazing. Competition stinks. Mac.bid is here. Tell no one.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and
to and But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We have Trey Essex joining us at 8 o'clock, and I apologize. I'll give you the Pat Meyer take after we talk to Trey.
Okay.
Because we got people texting in. They got a great idea for a new game we can play with Southside Jake. And it's called Dead or Alive.
Well, will Trey Essex kind of dethrone your Pat Meyer take because he's the astute offensive lineman of the Fan Morning Show?
No, I think my take will hold up.
Okay.
No matter what he says.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. DOA.
DOA. Dead or Alive. Kirstie Alley. That's a terrible game. We can't play that game.
Well, you brought it up.
Get in trouble playing that game, I think. People also texting in movies that you don't really need to get the synopsis on to know what they're about. Titanic. Pretty sure it's about a boat.
Ship.
Whatever. John Wick 9 about candles. It's probably about a guy named John Wick. Toy Story. Might be a story about toys. Star Wars. Fighting up in the stars.
What about movies where the title just totally throws you off?
Well, Indiana Jones, I thought it was just some guy walking around.
Indiana?
Yeah, Fort Worth or something.
Oh, we're so corny.
Aren't we?
Oh, man.
I don't care who you are. That's funny right there. There's some guy who's getting his milk and eggs, some store in Fort Worth, Indiana. What's his name? Jones?
Jones.
I was thinking like The Departed. You don't have any idea.
I thought it was about airplanes.
Yeah.
I would think that it was about a story about airplanes.
With its sequel, The Arrival?
Yes. That's about aliens, but...
Oh, there's a movie called The Arrival?
Yes.
Independence Day. Wouldn't know it's about aliens.
Yes, you're right.
And just think about George Washington.
Right.
Going across the Delaware, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Godzilla. That one, giant lizard guy.
Yes.
Coming down to wreak havoc.
King Kong.
Giant monkey.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what's going on there.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're out.
Jaws.
That one I thought was about the dentist. Someone writes in, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Yeah, that one. That one will describe it, sure. What's Vertigo, not about a dizzy guy?
No, it's not.
It's
not.
You ever see the movie Vertical Limit?
I feel like I have.
They climb a Mount Everest.
Mountain, yeah.
Stuff falls.
Mm-hmm.
They fall. Mm-hmm. It's cold up there.
Rocky,
you might not know. You probably think it's about a dog.
Yeah.
That's a great dog name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had another one.
Or the mountains. Rocky Mountains.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. Yeah.
I just had another one that just slipped.
It's gone?
Yeah. Jeez. What was it?
Texter, I miss the old days when sports talk radio talked about sports. Relax.
We just said Rocky.
Yeah. Sports movie?
Yeah. Sandlot.
It's about a lot of sand.
Yeah. And a lot.
Yep. There you go. I think we're tapped, but you can always text us 412-928-9370. You're going to do 4 hours and 20 minutes of radio. We're not going to talk about look who's talking. Get the hell out of here. Fast and Furious.
That's
makes some sense.
Right. Cool Runnings.
Would have no idea.
No idea.
Would have no idea. Snakes on a Plane, you got a pretty good idea.
Yes.
It's right there in the title.
Home Alone, it's a good one.
Yes.
That's a good title that links up.
Mm-hmm. You can text us some more at 412-928-9370. Trey Essex on the state of the Steelers' offensive line coming up next. And then I'm going to give my Pat Meyer take, which hopefully he won't step all over. But first, we'll tell you about the weather. Brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 71, low of 55, partly cloudy. Inception, I don't think anybody still knows what that's about.
No, it's a very weird movie.
Watched that 6 times, no idea what happened.
Very weird.
All right, Trey Essex next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Oh, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, or just reality, really, but you know what's going to be here before you know it? 4-wheel drive season. Yep, Colin Dunlap here. And I got to tell you, Schultz Ford's got everything you need. Because that weather will turn at some point. Grab that Explorer, grab an Expedition. How about an F-150? Something where you can trudge through that foul weather. Well, they've got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. How about Wheeling? That store is humming. It really is. And SchultzFord.com, always online. Go check it out. There's a great selection. You can drive up to one of the dealers and go in person, or all the time, 24/7, 365, SchultzFord.com. They have a gigantic selection of inventory for everything that you need. And like I said, that weather will be here soon enough. Get into something that'll get you around through that foul weather. So again, all those locations and always SchultzFord.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-sized rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America. Fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic woes continue. This report brought to you by Scandinavian Design. An earlier accident involving a motorcycle, into the median on the inbound Parkway North approaching the Perrysville interchange. Emergency crews still blocking both lanes, forcing traffic to the shoulder to get by. And you have traffic stacking all the way back before Camp Horn Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike, and Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Designs. Shop incredible end-of-summer savings at the Scandinavian Designs Labor Day sale. For a limited time, take up to 70% off select modern furniture and decor for every room in your home. Shop their Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a text, Doran. Screw these people that don't want to hear humor in addition to the great sports talk that you guys give. You keep doing what you're doing. They're in the minority. That's from Tony.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tom.
And you can text us nice things. We are funny, Callis. You can text us things, compliments, things of that nature. Brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. But now, we get into the hot and heavy sports, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hot and heavy sports.
Oh, yeah.
Steelers' offensive line in a state of disarray. And we bring on our offensive line insider, one of our favorite guys around, former Steeler, a champion, Trey Essex. Good morning to you, Trey.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all doing today?
Not bad.
Not bad?
Not bad.
I thought we were doing great.
Pretty good.
Are you doing great?
I'm doing fantastic, man. It's a beautiful sunny day down here in Georgia. Nice, balmy 70 degrees.
Oh.
It's big man weather right here.
Big man weather. All right, Trey. Was not big man weather or something, I don't know, Saturday night when the Steelers took the field against Buffalo. Did your head hurt? Were you suffering through that just like the rest of us? And what do you see in broad strokes here on this offensive line?
It is frustrating, to say the least. It hurts a little bit more for me, being a former offensive lineman, that we put that type of performance on tape this past Saturday. I'm not an excuse maker. I mean, these guys have been in camp for a while. I expected to see more from them at this point. Obviously, we all know what transpired with Broderick Jones, and his performance was not nearly up to snuff at this point. He's had enough snaps on the right side of the ball. I don't like the excuses I'm hearing that he should be just playing left tackle or right tackle. No, his second year in the program under the same coach, Coach Meyer, and he played that position and played it well towards the end of last year. And so he's had reps at both sides in camp. There was no excuse for that performance he put on. I'm sure he went back to the lab, studied the film. I expect him to get better. But all in all, it was not the performance that we want or need in order for this offense to be successful this year. And they have very little time to get it rectified.
Well, Trey, break down what happened with Broderick Jones and obviously getting bull rushed pretty badly twice with Rousseau, the defensive end, the rush in there. What did he do that you saw that he shouldn't do, and what should he have done during that sequence whenever he was being rushed?
Well, this is what I saw. Just keeping it, not to dig too deep into offensive lineman terms or whatever. Just the physics of pass blocking. We're going backwards as they're going forward. So at some point, you got to bring your momentum to a stop and start attacking. There were too many times where he was trying to get back in his set so fast and trying to get off the snap count so fast that he wasn't, and he did half the job for Rousseau for him. He was halfway back to the quarterback, and by the time they made contact, he hadn't planted. He wasn't prepared to punch, and it was just a physicality thing that he lacked. Now, I think in his head, he was concentrating so much about the speed rush on the right side, because Rousseau is known for the speed rush, and he's obviously added some power to his game this offseason, and he showcased that on Saturday. But I think Broadwood was so caught up in just trying to get off on the snap count and get his footwork right that he forgot the most crucial part of being an offensive lineman, and that's being physical at the point of attack, and he didn't do that well.
We're joined by Trey Essex right now on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You mentioned the punch, and that's what a lot of the people are throwing out there on the social media, and I'm not going to pretend to be an offensive line expert. That's why we have you on. Also, reportedly, Broderick Jones banged up his elbow first play of 7 shots way back when at the start of camp. Could that maybe have something to do with it?
That if you have a compromised elbow, and I don't know if it's left or his right one, it could be why he hesitated on using his hands quicker than he did. He was catching way too often and not really punching or striking with his hands or his arms. And so if that's the issue, then, yeah, that could play a part into why he performed the way he performed. But the thing is, when you're an offensive lineman, when you have those long arms that he has, you don't have to punch hard. You don't have to have a Mike Tyson haymaker. You just got to have a firm one, a stiff one, pause, and just put the hands on the guy as he's coming. You don't need to strike with a whole lot of force. You just got to keep him at bay. And so he has the type of arms, and I think they'll go back to the lab and work on it. Obviously, that's going to be a point of emphasis this week in practice, but I think he'll be fine.
Trey, what is the biggest difference between right and left tackle? I mean, you said that Broderick has had so many snaps that he shouldn't be in a position like he was on Saturday, and he should be, up to snuff of playing the tackle position. But what is the singular biggest difference from playing right to left, and why can't guys play right and play left, and some guys can play right, some guys can't play left, and you know what I'm trying to say here. What is the difference in the two of them?
It's flipping your body mechanics. Some guys are just left foot or right foot or left leg, right leg dominant and have a hard time switching, because when you're on the left side, you're pushing off your right foot when you're pass blocking, and when you're on the left side, it's opposite. And so some guys just haven't trained. They've always been on one side their entire career, so their body mechanics is off. Their strength is off, and it takes an athlete, and it takes somebody, and it takes repetitions over and over reps in order to get used to pushing off either foot when the time calls for it. And so back in the day, back in my day, it's sad to say that it's been damn near 20 years since I played, but it used to be a difference between which type of defensive end you were going to block. When you're on the left side, you got the speed rusher, the Dwight Freeney's of the world or whatever. And when you're on the right side, you got the power rushers like the Jared Allens and guys like that, the Julius Peppers. And so that's not the case as much anymore. We see guys like TJ Watt, who is a speed rusher, a bendy guy, who's lined up over the right tackle often. And so the tackles nowadays have to be able to handle both types of rushers on both sides of the ball. So it's not a case where you put your massive 6'8", 380-pound Max Starks on the right side and your more athletic Marvell Smiths on the left. You got to be adapted both these days.
Now, Broderick has said he feels a lot more comfortable. He said it at the end of last year at left tackle. But what I'm hearing from you is the technique issues that he had, they're not just all of a sudden going to get fixed if he moves over to left tackle.
No. I mean, he's going to have to punch somebody no matter what side of the ball he lines up on. And that's the only issue, because his set was fine. The technique of getting out of his set, his footwork was fine. It was just a physicality thing. I'm going to punch you before you punch me thing. And if he does that on the left side, he's going to get one of our quarterbacks killed. I mean, on the right side, at least they can see it coming more so. They got it. The peripheral's a little bit better for them. And so he can get bailed out a little bit if he's making those type of mistakes on the right side. But if he does it on the left side, there's less room for error and a lot more chances that our quarterbacks can get seriously hurt.
Trey, I know it's preseason, and you take preseason with a grain of salt at times, but there are some things that you can find out in preseason. Through these first 2 preseason games, are you worried about the Pittsburgh Steelers of 2024?
Not yet. I'm not pulling out the caution flag yet. I think there are some things we obviously need to work on. Preseason is shorter, less games to really evaluate guys. And not only players, but coaches as well, and see what players fit in what schemes and how fast they can adapt, and are we playing them at the right position. Coach Meyer has his work cut out for him as far as the all-line goes. We got 3 guys that could be playing new positions this next year if Broderick moves to left and Troy comes back healthy, and then we got a new center in Zach Frazier, now with Nate being out for an indefinite amount of time. And so the only 2 guys that he has that are guaranteed to be in their spots come week 1 are Isaac and James. And so there is some cause for concern. I mean, especially in a new system with new terminology, new quarterback, new cadence, all that stuff. And just like last year and for the last few years, we're going to be heavily dependent on our defense once again to win games early on until the offense gets up to snuff. But I do think with the fact that we're in an offense that I think caters to our strengths as far as running ball with Najee and Jalen, and we have the type of offense coordinator that wants to do that type of thing. And it looks, and mind you, even though the offensive performance was not good this past Saturday, there are things that I took away from it that gave me hope. I like the package of plays. I like the continuity of plays, how they fit one another. They don't seem isolated from one another. They look like they will eventually lead to big plays later on in the game is what you want. You want to build up. You want things that fit like puzzle pieces so that you can get bigger plays in the 3rd and 4th quarter. So I did see some of that happening. I see the plan that Arthur Smith has. And so that does give me hope and promise, and I hope it gives the guys in the locker room the same type of hope. But it's going to be rough sledding, I think, for the first few weeks until we get our wits about us.
Last couple of things for Trey Essex here. So you say it's going to take some time. Would you play the starters, the offensive linemen, for a while in game number 3?
Yes, absolutely. Justin and Kyle. I mean, I think the entire first team offense needs to play again, at least 1 quarter. They'll have 13, 14 days off. No, 15 days off after that. Obviously, with the injury concern, you always want to keep that in the back of your head. But with the fact that we are in a new system, with the fact that we have not performed the way we wanted to, you do want them to get more reps. And I think you go at least 1 quarter with your first team starting offensive line, just so they can mesh a little bit more.
What are you seeing out of Zach Frazier?
I like it. I like Zach. That is the one positive, man. He is coming off the ball. He seems very definitive in his calls, and that's what you want. As a rookie, especially as a center, you are the leader of the offensive line. You got to be decisive, and even if you make the wrong call, make the wrong call going 100%. And so it looks like he's coming off the ball hard. He looks like he's meshing well with both his guards on either side as far as the combo blocks and stuff are concerned, and he looks like he's holding up well in pass protection. So I'm very excited about him. I think we found the right guy in the second round of Zach.
Trey, this was awesome, man. Yeah, you opened our eyes to the O-line. We appreciate you coming on. We'd love to keep doing more of this, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one, fellas.
Thanks, Trey.
Hey, man. Trey Essex.
Yep.
That's really good right there.
Great breakdown.
He is encouraged by Arthur Smith. He likes what he's seen out of Zach Frazier.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, not so great.
Right.
Let's react to Trey. When we come back, I have a Pat Meyer take. I think these things will fold in nicely together.
Perfect.
So we shall do that when we return. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. People just absolutely murdering me on the text line for calling Fort Wayne, Indiana, Fort Worth, Indiana. Y'all knew what I meant. Let's relax. Fort Wayne, Fort Worth, it's me. You know what I meant. You got to run me through a translator.
Yes.
Indiana Jones.
That's why I let it go.
Oh, you heard it too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Of course.
Well, you can correct me in real time.
Oh, I just let you go. I knew what you meant.
See, thank you.
You know?
Thank you. We react to Trey, and we get a Pat Meyer take next. But first, a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates play tonight against the Texas Rangers at 8:05. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. The Pirates have placed Key Brian Hayes on the 10-day injured list as well, so he's off the active roster. They made that move yesterday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone constant pain. It robs you of so many things you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting advances in relieving joint pain using your own body's healing properties, and the place to go to, QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate pain relief and help avoid surgery, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids, surgery, and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief with no downtime. The local medicals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, all-natural treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584, located in Robinson, QC Kinetics.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Russell Wilson, name sound familiar? The 9-time Pro Bowl quarterback is no stranger to the NFL. He entered his 13th season in the league. Wilson won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks in his second year as a starter, beginning a decade of success in Seattle. Wilson was traded to the Broncos in 2022 and had a couple of down seasons in Denver. But the Steelers signed Wilson this past offseason, hoping the NFL vet can return to his former self.
Hey, we're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Taylor, how about this month's leases? Like this 2024 Ram 1500 Crew Cab from $459 a month.
Bob, we're going to go a little off script this month because ultimately we want Pittsburgh to know that of course we sell cars, but we're really here to help our customers buy one. Working with everyone at Three Rivers is truly like talking with a friend, to guide and advise, and that's why we remain Pittsburgh's lease leader. And that's why we are Pittsburgh's one and only, truly family-owned and operated Ram store.
Taylor, you've been here for over 30 years at your one location, and that's why I know what you're saying is the truth, and why you deliver the best possible price and focused service, customer after customer, year after year, time after time.
That's absolutely right, Bob.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky for the Make This the Summer event, or visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Sandy Brondello. On Saturday, her New York Liberty became the first team to clinch a WNBA playoff berth. A week earlier, the 56-year-old head coach and Australian native guided her country to Olympic bronze. Happy birthday, Sandy. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news, bad news on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The good news, they've cleared that earlier accident approaching the Perrysville interchange. All lanes back open. However, you're looking at residual delays, and here's the bad news, all the way back before Mount Nebo Road as you head down toward the north side. In the meantime, the Parkway West is jammed almost to the bend at Carnegie. Parkway East is stacked at Churchill. Couple of other accidents, one in Emsworth on Western Avenue just off Route 65, the other one in East Liberty on Highland Drive at Washington Boulevard. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's Chris Muller. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down. The results are fast, easy, and start your very first week. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Really good stuff from Trey Essex in the last segment. Why not get an offensive line expert to, talk about the offensive line? Many texters have chimed in saying there were crickets in the background. He's going to step outside, spend some time in the 70-degree Georgia morning weather.
I heard a school bus.
I did hear a school bus.
Probably just got his kids ready for school first day.
Man. School bus and crickets, baby.
Yep.
My buddy once had a cricket in his apartment for like 24 hours.
That's tough.
That's way tough. He turned his entire place over.
Didn't find it.
He did after like 24 hours.
Where was it at?
I don't know. But he killed the hell out of it. Would you kill it or would you let it outside?
I'd definitely let it outside. It's a cricket.
That's what I would do.
It's not harming anything. It's just making noise.
Although 24 hours of straight cricket abuse where you're getting basically water tortured. I think when I found it, I think my urge might be take this thing out, put it out of its misery.
Yeah, a little cricket though.
You could take your ear pods, you could tape it to the sides of the cricket. You saw that on the line yesterday, and play Taylor Swift at like ignorant volume for 24 hours, then let it go.
That's sick.
That is sick.
Whoever thought of that and did that is sick.
I hope the person who did that found a dead cricket and put it on the dead cricket. Because don't torture the cricket. You either let it go or you put it immediately out of its misery. Jeez. Anyhow, what were we talking about? Oh, the offensive line.
Pat Meyer.
I have a Pat Meyer take. I do. We'll get to that in a minute. Trey says this line needs to play and the whole offense needs to play at least a quarter, he thinks, in the final preseason game, which I agree with. You got to find some traction. Now, it's not always predictive. Last year, the offensive performance was outstanding. 5 drives for Kenneth Shane, 5 touchdowns for the Steelers offense, and then in week 1 he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. So I don't know that it's always predictive, but for the offensive line in particular, it takes time. Trey doesn't think that this thing's going to be even close to a well-oiled machine at the beginning of the season.
Right.
So why not take one more opportunity?
Yeah, I definitely think that they need to play, especially the offensive line. I don't know about I don't know. I feel like, a quarter could be justice for the quarterbacks as well. I think getting on, and then that means George Pickens has to play. That means Pat Freiermuth has to play. That means, not Najee Harris, but, some of the other starters to get on the same page need to play. So I'm in line with the offensive line needing to play a decent amount in the last preseason game. But no, I don't know. Not Najee Harris.
Pickens might fit in the Najee category for me, and we could do more of this later in the
But
week.
don't you need to get on the same page if you're Russell Wilson and Justin Fields with Pickens?
Yes, but if you lose him, all is lost.
That is true.
All is lost. I might go a couple series.
Mm-hmm.
I'd go 0 for Najee Harris with the Jaylen Warren situation being what it is. Trey also said that he described, I thought, the technique issues with Broderick Jones in a way that people could understand. Like, he's dropping he back too quickly, and then he's catching. I don't need to explain this to you. He's catching the defender without getting his feet set.
Right.
And then, bang. He said that's not going to get fixed moving the left tackle, that this is just a technique issue. So the same issue would present itself over there.
That's why they put so much, onus on measuring offensive linemen's arms, especially tackles' arms, because that, like Trey said, like, you don't need a Mike Tyson punch to kind of stun a guy. You just need long arms to keep him out of your reach to getting into your chest. And Broderick Jones didn't even get his hands up. That's what I was saying a couple of days ago. Like, he showed him his numbers. That's like a cardinal sin in football, showing your numbers to a player. And so I thought that everything was off. And then we heard about the injury thing, and that makes more sense. I'm almost low-key hoping that's the case.
He did say that could be an explanation.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense to me. Not being able to get that punch up or actually even wanting to use the punch.
I'm watching it again right now.
Yeah,
man.
it showed his numbers. Showed his chest.
You got to do a little YMCA action, man. You got, put your hands up.
YMCA.
Yeah.
No, like a fighter. Like, I was always taught by a couple of receivers coaches when I was younger. Like, you don't go to the line of scrimmage and line up as a receiver with your hands down, and neither does a boxer in a boxing ring.
That makes sense. And
get your guard up.
I said it backwards. I meant he was kind of doing the YMCA thing, where his hands are out. His hands are up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's waving them, and you just don't care. When Rousseau makes contact with his chest, his arms go flailing. It's bad. And so that kind of technique deal, to Trey's point, isn't going to be fixed by moving him to left tackle. That being said, you wonder if he might think less at left tackle, because he's at right now. He didn't play it a lot last year, which is why Trey says this isn't a fair, excuse for him. You put him at left, at least when you're pushing off that correct foot, you're not having to think about every little piece of getting back in your pass protection set.
I mean, how many times do you rep this?
I know.
Every single day.
I
That's
know.
all you do.
It might be a paralysis by analysis is what I'm trying to say.
But
again, he did it. He played there last year.
It has to be the injury. Has to be.
If it's not, here's where I come around on the old Patty Meyer take. Each of the last 2 seasons, the line got much better at the end of the year. I think that means that the coach is doing a good job. That being said, if at the end of the year we are having conversations about any of these 3 not starting to live up to potential, you have to look in a different direction than Pat Meyer. I'm talking Fautanu, I'm talking Broderick Jones, and I'm talking Zach Frazier. And I would weigh them in importance, Broderick, and then I would say Fautanu and Frazier. I think Frazier, second-round pick, while he was as NFL ready a center as there was in the draft, according to a lot of the draft nicks out there, I still think it's a second-round pick. He's got room to go, thus meaning that if he's not close to being a finished product by the end, okay, that's somewhat forgivable.
Right.
If Fautanu doesn't look the part, if Broderick Jones doesn't look the part.
If he regresses, that's the biggest.
Well, because that's what we're looking at now, right?
If he's regressing, then you do have to move in a different direction. You can't have a guy that you traded up for in the first round regress.
No.
I don't care what side he's on.
No, and I think they've handled it. I think they've handled all this terribly, of saying in the first press conference this offseason, coming from Omar Khan, he's our left tackle. We want him to be left tackle, and he's been stuck at right most of the entire preseason. I just think you're screwing with the guy. So, Pat Meyer, you either get these guys arrow pointed up, or you're going to have to go find an offensive line coach that is going to do it. Because with every passing game where a guy with that kind of talent looks the way he looked on Saturday, I start thinking of Dotson. I start thinking about what he became once he left, and you just wonder if they're getting the right tutelage. So there's my Pat Meyer take.
Like it.
Fair?
Yes, very.
Okay, very good. Did you see there was a video where they put a fake cricket in Mahomes' room?
No.
That's a tremendous prank. Get a fake cricket, just making sounds.
It's terrible.
Every couple minutes.
It's terrible.
For as long as you can get away with it. I love that. Someone says cricket in your house is good luck. BS. No. That's like when a bird poops on your shoulder and your mom goes, oh, it's okay, it's good luck. Well, what about the part where I got to throw my shirt out? Is that good luck? It's my favorite shirt. That's not good luck. That's just poop on me. Anyhow, coming up next, we have a Brandon Ayuk update from a Steelers insider. Your eyes made it. You did it, Vase. No. You did. You did. You're tired of the Ayuk.
Yeah, because we're not going to get anywhere with
Van
it.
Jefferson!
The Dodgers.
You got Van Jefferson, Doran. I know people are tired of the Ayuk. I'm tired of the Ayuk, but they need the Ayuk, Doran. So we have an update from a Steelers insider on where things stand with the 49ers currently, wide receiver. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. We'll give you some of the results on this. Do you still want Brandon Ayuk? That's all on the way right now, a Callis Fan headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I have the only Brandon Ayuk update you're going to need, and it's in this headline. As of this moment, he is not a Pittsburgh Steeler. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates played yesterday, and the Pirates lost to the Rangers 4-3. They have another game coming up tonight with the Rangers at 8:05. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan with coverage beginning at 7 o'clock, presented by Pella Windows. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Easy for me to say. I'm so excited about Gherkin Roofing. They've got hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 19 days until Pittsburgh faces the Falcons. These are some of your favorite 19s. Calvin Austin III, Choo-Choo, David Woodley. The countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Champ Tires. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. You know, it's Customer Appreciation Month at #1 Cochran Kia. You know what that means. They want to show you the love with up to $1,000 over KBB for your trade. Plus, if you're looking for a new vehicle, you can also get additional savings with great lease and finance specials. Choose from more than 180 new Kia models, including the Sorento, Sportage, and Telluride SUVs. Don't miss your chance to get up to $1,000 over KBB for your trade during Customer Appreciation Month at #1 Cochran Kia, or value your trade online at cochrankia.com. Extra allowances over Kelly Blue Book Instant Cash offer and based on accurate vehicle condition report. All vehicles that are over 10 years old or 100,000 miles have an open, unrepairable recall or damage on Carfax report do not qualify. May not stack with other offers. Ends 9/3/24.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. It's where you go to disconnect so that you can connect with friends and family. There's so many games for you to play at Pins. Duck pin bowling, their signature, foosball, bocce, pinball, and more. Plus at Pins, there's a fully stocked bar filled with fun cocktails and refreshing draft beers. Pins is located in the Southside Works on Cinema Drive. Bring a date, bring your friends, bring your kids, even bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
Starkey here with 5 words. I love Moon Golf Club. As you may know, I began golf just about 2.5, 3 years ago, and this place is awesome. I, first of all, meticulously kept course with a bunch of fun holes that you can play. Really well kept on the greens, the fairways, everything else. They have a great shop with everything you need, easy to book online, or you can give them a quick call. Whether you're a beginner or advanced, Moon Golf Club is a great place to swing away.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 Men and a Junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What do you say we do a little sponsored football segment coming up next?
Yes, sir.
Or soon to be sponsored. Or the sponsorship was sold, but we don't have it yet.
Correct.
Football segment. We'll do that in the next segment, but now your obligatory Brandon Ayuk update. This one from Jerry Dulac. They had him on the Rich Eisen show. I wonder if Dulac got fired from the Post-Gazette if Eisen would hire him. The way that happened with Pat McAfee and Kabali. I'm going to say no.
No.
Steelers, I was told, this is from Dulac's mouth, were not going to offer any players in the trade. They were going to offer draft picks, a number 2, and then something else. I guess they were just kind of waiting to see what the 49ers decide to do. So another non-update, and that's not against Jerry. That's just where we are on this whole thing. Would you up the offer?
Yes.
What would you be willing to give? 2 and a 3? Bong and a blitz?
2 and a 3 and maybe a player. Depending on what player they obviously wanted. I mean, it's been reported that they wanted Pat Freiermuth. No.
Can't do it.
Minka, no.
Can't
Pickens,
do it.
no. I mean, not any player that is of significance or would create another hole somewhere.
It was discussed before about Herbig. Can't do that. Can't do that.
Highsmith?
Can't do that.
With Herbig? How the way he's playing?
Wouldn't do it.
Okay.
Wouldn't do it. I can't go from a 2 and a 3 and then start giving away really good players. I don't know how you can really improve it. You throw in an extra pick, you go 3 picks. I'm caught in between. That's not a great place to be for sports talk radio because I think you just keep doing the old staring contest thing. But the offensive line wasn't the only glaring massive hole that the Steelers had in the first 2 preseason games. The other glaring massive hole is clearly at wide receiver. Like, I see Dan Orlovsky breaking down these plays, and he's trying to put stuff on Russ. I'm like, his ass ain't getting open. I've watched this game a couple of times now. All right, I'm lying. I've watched the first half a couple of times now, and, you can only see what you can see on the TV copy, but guys just aren't getting off the line. Guys aren't getting open, so you need Brandon Ayuk. And the latest from Albert Breer is that he has heard the Steelers did not offer more money than the 49ers, which I'm just not buying. I think the 49ers are trying to paint Brandon Ayuk out as this greedy, money-hungry guy, and they're playing it all for PR purposes. I don't think anything's changed. And I don't know if anything can change from a Steelers standpoint unless you offer something else.
What about a 2025 2, 2025 3, and 2025 4?
Man, that's a lot.
I know.
If it's a 2 and a 3 now, which is what we've been led to believe.
2026 4. Did I say 2025?
You did. You know what I might do? I might give a second this year and a second for 26.
Yeah.
So a 25 second and a 26 second. And then the 28 or whatever $1 million for Brandon Ayuk. If this year's about winning a playoff game, which it is, that's why you don't go into year 3 of the Kenny Pickett experiment and why you spend money on Patrick Queen. We don't need to tell you everything they did this offseason. They made a ton of win-now moves. And you need to make one more.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't go in with a offensive line that's going to take time to gel and a wide receiver core that's bad. I'm okay, not happy, okay going in with one of those things. You go in with 2, the season's over before it starts. So I might go a 2 this year and a 2 next year. And if that means Omar's got to blink first, so be it.
So be it. You need it. You're desperate.
Because it doesn't sound like they're close to getting anything done in San Francisco.
Yeah.
We keep reading, hearing, consuming that there's just one thing they're working on. And then Ian Rappaport will go on and say, yeah, it's that final year. It's guaranteed money, yada, yada. That's not a small, minor detail. That's a massive detail. If you're getting $28 million a year, then a 4th year is an extra $28 million. Duh, that's fast math. That's obviously a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's whether or not you're willing as a franchise to hand over $28 million more. That's not a small detail. So give them an extra second and get her done.
I agree. I would
Thank
do
you.
it. At this point, you need it.
And do it today so he can play on Saturday so we have something to watch. Dear God. All right, you ready for our football segment coming up next?
Yes.
Okay. I think we should focus on rookie quarterbacks around the NFL.
I like this.
And Kirk Cousins, it was his birthday, and his playlist came out.
Oh, boy.
Because I guess the Falcons, they do a cute little birthday thing. If it's your birthday, they get to play your playlist at practice. His is the least surprising thing of all time.
I'm sure.
I'm getting to that a little bit as well. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday 5-3 to the Texas Rangers. 4-3 to the Texas Rangers in the first game of 3 in the series. Game 2 is today at 8:05. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7 o'clock. That'll be hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Dorn.
The intense summer heat is imminent, and if you're concerned about excessive heat pouring into your home, it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Dorn sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents and delays still in your way. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. The earlier accident gone for the inbound Parkway North approaching Perrysville. However, leftover delays almost back to I-79. You remain heavy and slow past Perrysville, and then again past Venture Street and across the Veterans Bridge over toward the Crosstown. Meanwhile, an accident being cleared in Emsworth on Western Avenue just off Route 65, and one in East Liberty on Highland Drive at Washington Boulevard. Parkway West, you're jammed at the bend at Carnegie to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy at I-79. The Parkway East jams at Churchill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
That's the power of Bowser.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, that's the power of
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extra help. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
The new showroom is now open at CGR, and it is off the charts cool, man. I'm like a kid in a candy store with this. Whether you're a contractor or do-it-yourselfer like me, CGR Wholesale has everything you need under one roof. The new showroom offers beautiful displays featuring Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, Provia siding that's made right here in America, and much more. And don't forget about the product that started it all. Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, fully stocked and ready to rock, and everything is on display to make it easy for you to finalize your project. Stop in and check it out. They're located on Route 51 South in Ross Draver and online too at CGRWholesaleRoofing.com. The best customer service, prices, and expertise in town, hands down.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com. ShieldSford.com.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. It's our soon-to-be sponsored football segment filled with knowledge and fun, brought to you by To Be Determined. We'll get to the real football in a second, talking rookie quarterbacks, all of whom, in their own special ways, have performed admirably. But first, we've got Kirk Cousins' birthday playlist that they played at Atlanta camp. And I'm going to read you these songs, and there is only one song on here that I personally would not consider to be a banger, and I want you to guess which one that is.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
The Middle, Jimmy Eat World. Move Along, the All-American Rejects. These are all things that your mom listens to in the van, by the way. Stacy's Mom, Fountains of Wayne. All the Small Things, Blink-182. The Anthem, Good Charlotte. Mr. Brightside, The Killers. Stereo Hearts, Adam Levine. Okay, there's two. There's two on here I don't like. That's one of them. Best of You, Food Fighters. Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, Good Charlotte. Sugar We're Going Now. Fall Out Boy. Dirty Little Secret, same. This Love, Maroon 5. Somebody Told Me by The Killers. Dear Maria, Count Me In, All Time Low. Kryptonite, Three Doors Down, and Ocean Avenue, Yellow Card. Which one do I think is not a banger?
The last one.
This Love by Maroon 5. I ain't got time for no Adam Levine.
Why?
He likes to pull his navel out. What? He likes to take his shirt off and let all of us know, look at how pretty I am and how
So you
tatted
don't like
up
the
I am.
song?
I also just don't really have it for Maroon 5.
Oh, I like Maroon 5.
Do you?
I love Maroon 5.
Do you guys have any qualms, issues, concerns with any of the rest of the playlist?
No.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah. It's fine.
No hip-hop.
No.
No classic rock.
No heavy metal or anything, right?
No. It's very Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
Like, if you would have said you got 20 guesses to name a Kirk Cousins playlist, I'm getting at least 10 of those.
Yes.
And this is also my workout playlist. Just nix the Maroon 5.
And what was the other one you said?
It was another Adam Levine song.
Right.
Stereo Hearts. My heart's a stereo.
You don't like that song?
Beats for you and no
I feel like you
one
would.
else.
I feel like that's up your alley.
This love ain't taken. All right, I guess they're all right. You know what? Kirk nailed it. I just hope he doesn't nail it against the Steelers in week number 1. All right, on to the rookie quarterbacks. Some news, Doran. Jaden Daniels named the Commanders starter. Bo Nix, rave reviews. Played well for the Broncos. Could see him in week number 2. Caleb Williams has been impressive for the Bears. He's got a litany of weapons. And Drake May had a little fumbling snafu at the end of practice yesterday as I read it, but the returns on him have been good. So which of those rookie QBs do you think will have the best season?
Jaden Daniels. I think Caleb Williams is going to do good, and I was a guy that didn't wasn't a huge fan of his coming out, but just seeing him for the last preseason game, he looked pretty good. And he has weapons. I think he's going to do pretty good this year, but I think Jaden Daniels and the coaching staff that they have there, I think Cliff Kingsbury's the offensive coordinator. Dan Quinn, who, did he win a Super Bowl?
You're a big Dan Quinn guy.
Yeah, I think he's a really good coach. I think they're really revamping the things in Washington. He has McLaurin. He has some other weapons. I think that Jaden Daniels is going to have the best year out of all the rookies.
Well, that doesn't make for good radio because I agree.
Okay.
I agree. And I think I might be doing the thing where I liked him the most coming out, so I think he's going to do the best this year.
See, I'm opposite. I didn't like him coming out.
No?
No.
Who'd you like the most?
Michael Penix, honestly.
I was looking up some collegiate football statistics yesterday. That team, Washington.
I was watching the game the other day against Texas. I just watched it the other day.
Was it on the television?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
He looked good.
He's good.
Mm-hmm.
And that team was good. And Bo Nix had a 78% completion percentage in college. His average depth of target was like 6 yards a route. Like, that's nothing. So you should complete 78% of your passes. You look at Michael Penix's numbers and his completion percentage, that team was taking shots.
Yep.
That team was taking shots. I like him. I'll go Jaden Daniels. The one thing I don't like is the way it gets framed. Who's going to be the next C.J. Stroud? We don't see a lot of that. Trevor Lawrence was supposed to be the anointed one. He had a good year, too. Didn't even have a good year 3. Well, Kenny Pickett struggled in year 1. That whole quarterback class, not very good. Andrew Luck as a rookie was good. Peyton Manning did good things as a rookie. Ben Roethlisberger did good things as a rookie. Baker Mayfield didn't win a lot of games, but did good things as a rookie. C.J. Stroud, though, had one of maybe the greatest rookie seasons of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Dan Marino goes to Super Bowl, right? Or is that year 2? Foggy brain in the morning.
I can't remember.
But who's going to be the next C.J. Stroud? You don't have to be that to mean you're going to have a great NFL career, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Texter. Cousins not having Creed on his playlist is the biggest shocker.
That is a shocker.
You want to do your Creed impression?
What? Wait. Can you take me higher?
Yeah, that is shocking, actually. The
to
Cousins.
a place where I will stay.
Does he finish the season as the starting quarterback?
No. Nope.
I think they did as good of a job as you can do. Like, the Steelers draft Kenny, doesn't work out. They do the best that they can this offseason, but I would take their quarterback situation 8 million times out of 8 million over the Steelers. And not so much because of Kirk, because I don't want to really pay that, but because you give a guy time to sit and a guy with a ton of talent. I really like that from them.
Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre.
And that's a perfect segue into what I want to get into next. What the Steelers should do at quarterback to start the year. And I don't know if it's going to be a surprising take, but I'm not sure a lot of people agree with this. You might, but I don't think our listening audience does. We'll get to that coming up next. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Fall like today, high 71, low 55.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Hey,
Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
This summer's hottest lineup is at Dunkin'. Headlining is the Dunkin' Iced Coffee. Dunkin' Refreshers are ready to deliver refreshing flavors, and Sparked Energy is debuting in a fizzy spectacle of vitamins, minerals, and caffeine. Drop by or order one ahead on the Dunkin' app. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, they'll be your hometown heroes.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway North still recovering from the earlier accident. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The residual delays from that earlier accident cleared near Perrysville. Still in line right before the Camp Horn Road interchange, all the way down toward Perrysville, and then again from McKnight Road down to and across southbound Veterans Bridge. Crosstown also heavy, heading over by Bigelow Boulevard. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass and the Parkway East at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's Chris Muller. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down. The results are fast, easy, and start your very first week. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got a Steelers quarterback take. It's not a hot one, but I'm not sure it's a popular one either. We'll get to that in a minute. Doran's got an event coming up here soon, and he has to dress in business casual attire. And he said, should I wear a suit? I said, no. He said, you don't know what business casual is. I said, not really. So I'm looking it up. Khaki pants, slacks, probably not a skirt, short sleeve polo, long sleeve shirts with buttons, stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I've dressed business casual a bunch of times, but you never know. Some people flirt with it. They go, it says business casual, and somebody will be in a full-blown suit, and then I just don't want to look out of place.
I don't like those people.
There's a lot of them.
Don't do that. Business casual, you show up in a suit, I immediately think you're a mark.
There's one big-time business guy that I know that I've known for 15 years now, and I've went to his wedding, everything, and I've never not seen him in a suit and tie.
Really?
Not one time. Not one time.
He suits up every day?
Every time I've seen him, he's been in a suit and tie.
I used to be a big suit guy. I felt like I could only look good in a suit, but it's such a production.
Oh, yeah. It's
takes
ridiculous.
Forever. You can tie a tie, I'm guessing.
No, I can't.
What?
I don't wear ties because I can't tie one, and I believe that if you're good looking You don't need a tie.
Oh. Well, then I shouldn't say that I'm proficient in tying ties because that just means I'm an ugly MF out here. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You can give us a ring. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Can you wear shorts, business casual?
No.
You can't do shorts with a tucked-in polo?
No. That's golf. That's golf casual.
I have a ton of family from Uniontown, PA, and a lot of people I know from West Virginia. I've been to weddings where, I bleep you not, we're talking jeans.
No way.
And we're talking short sleeve button-down T-shirt or button-down shirt tucked into the jeans for business casual.
That's farm casual.
That you are not incorrect. I have an uncle who, for every single high-end event, wears the same mustard like Dwight Schrute, short sleeve button-down tucked into jeans. Every time. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. A former Steelers coach weighs in on the quarterback, quote-unquote, controversy. We'll let you hear from him coming up in the next segment. But I want to make sure I'm on the record and I have crystallized my opinion on this Steelers quarterback situation. I want to go in week 1 with Russell Wilson, and I want to end the season week 17 with Russell Wilson. I don't want to do the all-year-long yo-yo deal. I don't think it's good for Russ. I don't think it's good for the team. I don't think it's good for Justin Fields. I think maybe the best thing for Justin Fields, like we ended the last segment, sit and watch. Because we have seen Justin Fields, by all accounts, improve from minicamp and OTAs as he's picked up the offense. But now that he seems to have a grip on at least whatever the offense has been called in these preseason games, he's still doing a lot of the same stuff he did in Chicago. I think he could benefit from sitting and watching Russ Wilson, especially if this offensive line is going to take time. He's going to take sacks anyway. I don't need him taking more sacks. I don't need it screwing up his game any more than it's already been screwed up. So I want Russ to be the guy. And then I think that's the way you get Justin Fields at the cheapest price point going into the future too, is if he doesn't play and he's not on tape doing stuff, and all you've got really is him in the preseason, of course, keeping injury out of this, I think it's the best thing for everybody involved.
Mm-hmm.
Just let him sit and watch, because we have seen it's worked out for guys before. I mean, I think about Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Like, Geno Smith to me means all things are possible. And so I'm just letting him watch.
Yeah. Yeah, just as I brought up before with Aaron Rodgers, I mean, Brett Favre, there's so many situations, and even Dak Prescott and Tony Romo to an extent, that does benefit quarterbacks. I mean, Patrick Mahomes and Alex Smith, it does benefit quarterbacks. I would sit and let him watch, but would you give him packages?
No.
None?
No, and I changed my mind on that,
We
too.
just talked about how listening to Pony and them yesterday, and Pony's anointed him as the best athletic quarterback ever.
He's up there, though, isn't he?
I mean, I guess. I mean, he's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Michael Vick.
Right.
But, if you do even put him in that conversation, how could you just let him sit on the sidelines?
I've made similar arguments, and I'll tell you how I would keep him on the sideline. I ain't trying to invite all that in here.
Are you really worried about that if you're Steelers? Or are you just worried about putting the best players on the field?
I'm trying to run my offense, and I also don't have this great opinion in my mouth, again, preseason, this great taste in my mouth from the last time we saw Justin Fields do something that I think he would do in one of those packages, which is run the read option. Show me you can at least do it. I guess he did it in practice. He did it in 7 shots. Okay, in the game, he made the terrible read. And I think he is also a guy who can absolutely cut off your leg for you, make the key mistake, and then you think if he performs well, that isn't a bad thing, but the boos might rain down on Russ.
Yeah.
The players hear that. Division in the locker room. I'm at a place where I don't want to see any of that stuff to fester its way into the Steelers locker room this
See,
year.
we flipped. That's how I was.
We did flip.
In the beginning, I was like, no, don't play him at all. Let him sit and watch. And you don't want to invite all that noise. And knowing what you dealt with last year, you don't want to have to deal with any of that stuff. But now, and then you were on the train of, yeah, there's some packages out there, throw them in there. And that's where I'm at now. I mean, I don't think that you can really the way the Steelers offense looked in the past 2 preseason games and what they could possibly be at the receiver spot and at the skill player spot, I don't think you have a choice but to utilize every single weapon that you have.
Well,
I really don't.
It's inarguable he's one of their best weapons.
Yes. How could you ignore that?
I just don't want it to get to a fever pitch.
I see what you're saying.
But I see what you're saying, too.
Yeah.
That, okay, you start listing them out, George Pickens.
Like,
moves.
We're talking explosive
If you're talking
weapons.
explosive weapons, you go Pickens, and then you go Warren,
Yes.
probably. And then you probably would go Fields.
And then maybe Calvin Austin. Maybe. He'd be at 4th.
In terms of if he
Explosive-wise.
touches the ball, he could take it the distance.
Correct.
Yeah.
He could break open a game. They have 2 guys. Now you add Justin Fields and whatever the packages that they have, and that's up to Arthur Smith to figure that out. I think that you would keep defenses on their heels at least.
I think you absolutely would do that. One of the things that I've heard people say, capital P, is, well, red zone. Use him in the red zone as a running threat. Well, that's where Russ was absolutely
he
at
was
his
good.
best. The 20 touchdowns, 1 pick in the red zone. I've even said, but I've thought even more about this now. How about short yardage?
Yes.
Read option?
Yes, third down.
But I
3rd and 1.
think I want Russ out there because I think you can still run a read option with Russ a couple times a game in those situations. And I want Russ setting the protections. I want Russ being able to check out of stuff. Like if it's a 3rd down and 2 and you need to get to the best play possible, I think Russ is going to give you a better chance of doing that than Justin Fields. And then again, the whole thing hanging over your head of quarterback controversy. I don't want quarterback controversy.
I see exactly what you're saying, but whenever it's 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, and short yardage, like things are hunkered down. There's a base defense behind. It's usually like man coverage. There's not much reading that has to go on and not much checking. But if there is, like if you do have a Justin Fields, how are you going to play? You're not going to have your normal short yardage team there because it's not just putting a Wildcat quarterback back there or a Wildcat running back that's going to say hut and then run and try to go downhill and get 2 yards. Like the threat of the pass would really, if I was a D coordinator, I don't know how I would play that.
Right, it's
With
not
the threat of
Ronnie
the
Brown.
Yeah, if I have the threat of the handoff to Najee or Jalen, but also the read option of Justin pulling it and also he could pull it and throw it, that would, game plan wise, that would bode into me, putting more time into it.
He converts 2 of those. Acrisure Stadium be asking for him.
Will they though? Because it won't be. I mean, they might take a shot, but like it won't be. It'd be like in the flat or something.
I want to see Justin Fields be the long-term quarterback in Pittsburgh. I think he's got the talent to be able to do that. But what we're seeing out of the offensive line here, all the people that want him to start, I think if you start him with this line, he's going to be damaged goods, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be damaged goods again. Right.
PTSD.
Yes. I mean, not to, we're talking about booze too. Like you think about Phil Jurkovec and what he was able to do at Boston College. He had a hell of a year with the same offensive coordinator. But in his final season there, he got sacked 8 million times, and he comes here, he's just a total shell. Like, let Justin sit for a year, really understand everything that there is about this Arthur Smith offense, and then next year you come in and you don't have to think, you just get to go play.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
And if you start Justin and all things fall apart too, man, like if the offense, like we talked to Trey doesn't think this offensive line is going to be good for a while. He believes in the people, he believes in Pat Meyer, but he thinks it's going to take some time to gel. If Justin Fields is getting hit a lot, he's probably going to put the ball on the ground a lot. He might throw the ball to the other team a lot. So then you're going to have to bench Justin to go to Russ, where Russ is probably going to have already been ticked off And now Justin Fields, his confidence, which probably didn't feel all that good when nobody wanted him coming out of Chicago, he lands on his feet. He feels pretty good. He's named the starter. Now he gets benched because he can't play behind this offensive line. You might have ruined him for good. I just don't want to see that happen. Bill Cowher weighed in. We'll let you hear what the former head coach, the Hall of Fame head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, had to say about this quarterback situation when we come back. You can text us. Brought to you by Aker Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And we want you back after the break. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates before the game placed Ke'Bryan Hayes on the 10-day injured list. That came out after the story about his back. Revealed a lot of things about his injury. The Pirates played yesterday. They lost to the Texas Rangers. Game 2 of that 3-game series is tonight at 8 o'clock. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 7 o'clock. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. When you invest in new windows, you want them to last. Crowley here for Renewal by Andersen. Their windows are built with their composite Fibrex material. It's twice as strong as vinyl. It's warranted to last decades. They custom build every window precisely to within 1/16 of an inch of the space it's going into for maximum comfort and, oh, by the by, energy efficiency. And their certified master installers do the job with expert care. For windows that are built to last, you got to call Renewal by Andersen. And right now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. You buy one window, patio door, or entry door, you get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. I told you to call. You call by August 31st, and here's the phone number, 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
They overdo it with the homework.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You got 8 hours. You got like 45 minutes at a time. Teach them then. A little homework, I get it. Every teacher felt like, oh, the other teachers must not be giving homework.
I couldn't do homework when I was in school. How does anybody think that I'm going to be able to comprehend what they're doing? I'm just going to have to guess. Like, I don't know.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
It's Water Heater Month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise,
there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. Ends 8/24. Price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. 35-year-old Daryl Duquette quarterbacks the U.S. national flag football team that took gold at the 2022 World Games and won last year's America's Continental Championship. Duquette recently declared that NFL players should have to earn their spots on Team USA for the 2028 LA Olympics. Sorry, Daryl, but I'll take Patrick Mahomes over you any day. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Delays, an accident, and a closure. This report brought to you by Pepsi. Crews are clearing an earlier accident in East Liberty at the intersection of 5th and Frankstown Avenues. Parkway West are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. And heading for the Liberty Tubes, West Liberty Avenue backs to Cape May Avenue. Meanwhile, on Neville Island, the ramp from Grand Avenue to southbound I-79 closed through September 21st. There is a posted detour to get you around it. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Gonna hear from Bill Cowher, Hall of Fame Steelers coach, talking about the quarterback situation. Do that in a few moments. One more thing on my take, which is let Russ be the starter day one, and hopefully he's the starter week 17. Another thing is, I don't want them to do to Fields what they did to Pickett. A lot of this has as much to do with winning this year as it does to have a quarterback for the future. I think your best chance to win this year is Russ, and your most likely quarterback in the future is Fields. We've talked already about the offensive line, and he could get absolutely murdered behind this line as it gels. It's young, early in the year. We saw what happened with Ketty. I don't think Tomlin's got a great feel for this. Mm-hmm. And I just don't want to see, all right, Steelers are 1-3, Justin Fields, all right, have at it. Halftime, you haven't worked with the ones this week. Best of luck. And then you're just not putting him in a position to succeed. Yeah.
Right.
Now, the difference is at least Fields has had a ton of first-team reps this preseason, whereas Kenny had none, which is also Mike Tomlin not having a feel.
And his career.
Yeah.
Even though they weren't good, he still has run an offense and has command and had command of an offense.
Yeah, it's not apples to apples. And a backup quarterback is going to have to do that due to injury. I just don't want to do it due to feel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's the best way to go about it. Cowher, weighing in.
I think with Russell Wilson, you start the season with Russell. And I say it for this reason. Justin Fields, if he starts as a second guy, have a package of plays. Let Justin, if all of a sudden you need a spark, something to kind of incite you, get your offense going again, put him in. If you have to take Russell out, he's been there before. It's not going to destroy his confidence. I don't want to start Justin Fields and feel like I have to make a change and I take him out. I would worry about, okay, all of a sudden I didn't live up to the expectation. Limit the expectation you put on Justin Fields. Let him be Justin Fields. Let him get to know this offense and get really comfortable with this offense. Hopefully Arthur will have a series of plays because he's still going to be the best runner they have on that offense. So let him use his legs. Let him use all the things that he can bring, the improvisation that he has with the plays that, when things do break down, he can make it up. So I would take the pressure off of Justin, start Russell.
So he kind of agrees with both of us there, where he would start Russ for a lot of the reasons I've laid out, but he would have a package of plays for the reasons that you've laid out.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to, hey, this guy needs to perform, but he also doesn't have to take on the full game plan. He doesn't have to play for a full 60 minutes, yada, yada, yada. And it's not to say Cowher doesn't have any experience. I mean, Cowher might be the perfect guy to talk about. With Slash back in the day?
Yeah.
Like, he knows a weapon when he sees it and how you can't keep a guy off the field. I still disagree because I think you get the hoi polloi. I think you get the peanut gallery people up in Section 508 screaming things, and I think they can infiltrate the football team. But Cowher sees it the way you see it. Get him a package of plays.
Yeah, you got to utilize them. I wouldn't go as far as like Slash though. Like I think when we're talking utilize, I'm saying like quarterback utilize packages. Not even going as far as Taysom Hill. Definitely not playing like wide receiver.
Right.
Be a quarterback and go in there and do the things that you're good at doing. And hopefully that could give us a spark and convert third downs, convert and sustain drives whenever we need you to. So it wouldn't be as far as – now that would be wild to see him at like a receiver, like if they did something like that.
That'd be crazy.
That would be crazy. Like that's something that he probably wouldn't sign up for or didn't sign up for and never even thought that it would happen. But if they were like, hey, we're just going to use you as a receiver, what if he went out there and balled like old Slash?
I mean, I still think the kickoff thing –
I think that's in play.
They keep throwing John Reese Plumlee out there.
Yeah, he was a quarterback.
They did that 2 straight games now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is this Reese Plumlee going to make the team? He'll probably be on the practice squad.
He'll be on the practice squad.
Yeah,
but
I would guess.
But you could see how it would look if you did put a quarterback that could run back there.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they haven't thrown it, but you could just kind of see, okay, like if we wanted to throw it, we could.
They should do that in this preseason game.
Be like the first team to do.
Yeah.
Go outside the box and
Just
throw
have
across
John
the field.
Reese Plumlee just flip one across the field. Just see what it looks like. Just a tip. Just to see how it feels.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers fans, and I don't think there's as many out there. Like Pony did a Twitter poll during the game, and most people say they want Justin Fields to start. We did a Twitter poll yesterday. Most people say they want Russ Wilson to start. Do you change your mind if you're on Justin Fields because Bill Cowher and Bill Belichick both say that Russ Wilson should be the guy?
No.
I mean, those are 2 Hall of Fame coaches.
I would listen to them, but those are dinosaurs. in people's eyes. It's like, this game, it's 2024. What do those guys know? Bill Cowher just wants to run the ball, and Bill Belichick wants to play defense. Yeah, of course that fits with what Tomlin probably wants to do. These are dinosaur coaches. No, we want offense. We want to see explosion. We want to see excitement and entertainment. I don't think people take as much credence into that.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I do though, but I don't think many people nowadays do. They're probably just like, yeah, whatever. We expected those answers from you.
Yeah, I mean, Bill Cowher, we did the creativity with the slash. We know that. But they were going to run the ball and they were going to play defense. And at the end of Belichick, he doesn't know what the hell's going on with offense. So I could see people saying that, but you got 2 Hall of Famers saying Russ is the guy. Go with Russ. And I thought Belichick had a great explanation of that, where if you watch these games and you think that Russ Wilson's the problem, and I'm paraphrasing here and I'm inserting some words, you don't really know what you're watching. Like, they got all kind of issues. The quarterback probably not one of them. All right, coming up next, as the panic for preseason continues to expand here, someone chimed in, and it's not going to be all that surprising, but we have to play and laugh and react to it when we come back. Bad tease by me?
No.
Okay. First, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the Texas Rangers in the second of 3 games in this series. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Game time's 8:05. Coverage begins at 7 o'clock, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone, constant pain. It robs you of so many things you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting advances in relieving joint pain using your own body's healing properties, and the place to go to, QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate pain relief and help avoid surgery, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids, surgery, and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief with no downtime. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, all-natural treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584, located in Robinson, QC Kinetics.
I'm Tristan Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? The Cincinnati Reds are currently the best team in Major League Baseball on the run line, but that in itself doesn't say much. What does is the fact that the Reds are killing the run line on the road. How good have they been? How about 39-20 to date? Any run line bet that is hitting 2 out of 3 times is one that you should strongly consider. When the Reds travel, hammer the run line. I'm Tristan Crick, helping you beat the books and bet smarter with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because when you trade in, you're dealing with a dealer. And sure, they're interested in a good deal. For them, not for you. Come to WeBuyAnyCar.com instead. All we do is buy cars. You get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. So don't take chances with a trade-in. Go to WeBuyAnyCar.com for a free online valuation. Find out how much your car's worth at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The typical outrage debate show people are outraged and debating about the Steelers, and we'll get to that coming up in a minute. There's also some debate and outrage going on in my social media right now, Doran. So here are, and these are two fine listeners of the show, so I do not mean to disparage, but they are today's social media's biggest loser. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. There is big-time West Virginia Penn State beef going on in my mentions right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And this is where it devolved to. A guy whose name is Artie Burns on Twitter said, 455 bench, do something about it. And then my man Tim responds back with 6'4", 245 in outstanding shape, lift and backpack 3 to 5 days a week, bale 20,000 bales of hay a year. I'll mop your fat bleep in 30 seconds. You have zero endurance. IDGAF, what you bench? You couldn't bleep your way out of a wet paper bag.
What are they? They're arguing about the game?
Yeah, they were. They're not arguing about the game anymore. Now it's who can kick the other's ass they're arguing about on social media.
Man.
Big dude, 455 bench, do something about it. And then my man lists his entire bona fides for the world to see. And a picture he adds.
Two stupid fan bases going at it. Just love to hear it.
Well, it's passion, Doran. There's passion in these fan bases.
Mm-hmm.
It gets ugly in those Twitter streets. For college football, I think uglier than any place else.
You think?
I do. I think Penn State fans are so easy to work up.
Oh,
I mean, they get
right
riled up.
They get mad.
But then they rile Yins up in return, and it just goes back and forth. Like, one of the things the West Virginia burner community is doing is they just have started calling Drew Aller Drew Allen. And it's just really annoying Penn State fans. And it's going back and forth, and now we land on I'm 6'4" and 245, and I bail 20,000 bales of hay a year.
Who is who? Like, which side is which side?
I couldn't even.
Do you, like, who's the West Virginia, who's the Penn State guy?
Let me see here.
Like, I feel like the Penn State guy's like, I benched this much, and then the bale of hay.
No, other way around.
Really?
Other way around. They do got a lot of hay out there near State College, too. Yeah. What are we, 11 days out? It's only going to get worse. All right, now to our regularly scheduled arguing and debating. Outrage. Shannon Sharpe, of course, has to weigh in on the state of the Steelers' offense in 2 preseason games.
The thing is that you see both of them make throws in practice. Fields is playing unbelievable. Russell is making great throws.
Right.
And then come game time, it's just like, damn, did y'all even practice? It was bad. I was a Steelers fan growing up, but just looking at it, I don't want to say they're going to be 2-15, but boy, they got to improve offensively, man. They got to.
It was that bad?
It was bad. They were bad.
Shannon spending a lot of time at St. Vincent College? Was he walking around?
Man.
Did he go to practice at all? He says they're making great throws at practice. I don't know. Have you seen Shannon Sharpe there?
No.
Let me see this. Shannon?
He's never been there. He has not been at Steelers camp. No way.
I'll be willing to issue an attraction. No, I type in Shannon Sharpe, St. Vincent, and what pops up on X is whenever he was all geeked out, dressed up for that Grizzlies-Lakers game.
With his sweater?
Look, I understand that this is the content industry, and it's how it goes. And every passing day, you got to find something to talk about. And in those shows, you got to find something to debate about. And that's what we only debate when we actually need to debate.
Right.
Like sometimes we're not going to see eye to eye. We'll go. We'll go. It's fun. That's great. We're not just going to manufacture it. Look, I'm concerned about Broderick Jones. I'm concerned that the Steelers don't have a number 2 wide receiver. Those were things that I was a little worried about coming in. A lot of it in case of wide receiver. A little bit about Jones because they're going to play him on the wrong side. Your eyes are confirming now. But I don't care what you thought about Justin Fields or Russ Wilson coming in. We really haven't gotten a good look at either one because of the other stuff going on. So I just think everyone needs to get a brown paper bag, breathe into it a little bit. You remember doing that back in the day? You know, calm down, brown paper bag. Just chill. It's not good. It's really bad right now. It's why you and I agree that you need to play your starters a significant amount, or a fair amount at least, most of them, in the final preseason game. But like 2-10, talk like that. Mike Tomlin's first losing season. I think we might just be a little cart ahead of the horse.
I think everybody's just going based off of what they heard out of Denver last year with Russ and Sean Payton. Oh, that's the reason why that Russ Wilson was on the market. That's the reason why he's not on the Denver Broncos team. And it is tantalizing whenever you do watch Justin Fields at times, and I think people are enamored by that, and they see, these preseason games. It's like, oh, Justin Fields, he escaped the pocket and he made a nice throw. Yeah, he should be the starting quarterback. Like, no, there's a lot more that goes into it than that.
Well, he also didn't do it against the Ones his first time. He had an opportunity against the Ones, and we didn't see the athleticism. Here's a text. Those farm guys aren't to be screwed with. Bales of hay. Things of that nature. You ever imagine that being like your flex?
No.
Dude, you think you're tough? I move some hay.
I move hay.
20,000 bales?
A day.
I don't think he does 20,000 a day.
Listen.
I think that's 20,000 in a year.
They know how to grow food, too. You got to be careful.
You should watch out. I know how to husk a damn corn. You want to talk crap? I can husk the corn out of anything.
You think that's what, like, Wisconsin fans or Iowa fans argue with Nebraska fans about? Yeah. Like, you think you husk corn? No, I'll husk circles around you.
You had no idea. I'll take a whole patch out in 2 seconds. I'll take a patch. I don't need no machines. I don't need no tractor. I'll do it with my hands.
Listen, I love my people, okay? I love my fan base. I love being a West Virginia Mountaineer. And there's a ton of people listening to this show that feel the same way about Penn State. That is the least surprising Twitter argument that you could draw up. Is my man says I bench 455, which, no, you don't. Who's benching 455? Huh. You seen that?
Oh, yeah.
What's the strongest guy you ever saw bench?
Me?
What'd you put up?
5.
Oh. Oh.
Aaron Donald.
What was he doing?
Oh, around 5 something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
455 is.
That's a quarter of a ton.
Yep.
It's
not out of the ordinary. I mean, if the guy, I don't know, but I mean, like one of the strongmen guys. I mean, that's easy. That's light work.
You and I have a different upbringing.
Yeah.
I think I benched 130, 145, somewhere in there. What are you laughing about, Callis? I hear you through the glass. What's the best you ever benched?
I got close to 300 in high school.
Oh,
I also deadlifted 515. I'm pretty proud of that.
What were you deadlifting?
Oh, I don't know. Probably around there.
515?
Yeah, I was even everywhere. Like squat was around the same, bench was the same, deadlift same. Yeah.
I never deadlifted in my life, except whenever it's got like the triangle base that you pull up.
The hex bar.
Yeah, the hex bar. That's what it is.
I can see you deadlifting now and just your arms just detaching from your
like
sternum.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, just
yeah. My back would fold in half. I'd be like Key Brian Hayes with a higher OPS.
Oh.
All right, we're going to hand the thing off to Starkey and Zeiss when we come back. A memory that will make Doran perhaps upset and also something that should make both of us and all of you laugh. But first, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 8:05 against the Texas Rangers. They lost yesterday, and so this is now game 2 of the 3-game series. If you want to listen, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan, we've got coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. It's the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, and it's hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems with accidents. This report brought to you by Mac Discount in Elizabeth Township. Crews checking reports of an accident now on Constitution Boulevard. This is between Transit Drive and Greenock Buena Vista Road, so watch for those delays. Also, crews clearing an earlier accident in East Liberty at the intersection of 5th and Frankstown Avenues. Parkway West remains jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also heavy delays on Banksville Road approaching Crane Avenue from Wenzel, and the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Enjoy your new ride. This new car brought to you by all the money you save by doing your everyday shopping at Mac.bid. Yay, you.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. That's bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game, which is a nice little treat. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Evening, Frank. What's up?
Officer Lamo, hey, how do I know if I'm getting the best rate on my savings?
Really?
Navigating deposit rates is no joke.
Night-night, Frank.
You have savings account questions? We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Yesterday, leading into the final segment of our show, I just tweeted the name Brandon Ayuk. That's all I tweeted, Brandon Ayuk. And it got 183,000 Twitter impressions.
That's insane.
So I'm going to do that every single day. I'm just going to pick a name and tweet it and see how it does. Today's victim, Kenny Pickett. I'm going to just tweet out Kenny Pickett. We'll see.
Yeah, see how it does.
If that does numbers.
Who's tomorrow's?
I can't give tomorrow's today.
Why?
I'll give tomorrow's tomorrow.
Okay.
I haven't thought of it yet. Trying to think of people that might be lightning rods. Perhaps Pat Meyer?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody like that?
Well, you want to set the universe on fire, not just the city.
That's right. Myles Garrett?
DK Metcalf?
Oh, man. If I just started tweeting receivers every day at 9:50 a.m., CeeDee Lamb would pop. I should have done that. All right, you see what Cincinnati's doing?
Yeah, I saw it.
Game 2, Pitt going to Nippert Stadium. They still calling it Nippert?
I don't know. Don't care.
So Cincinnati won the 2008 Big East Championship. It hurts me too, Doran. Don't worry, it hurts me too. Because West Virginia wanted to win the Big East Championship in 2008. We wanted to win it in 2009. Cincinnati wins in 08-09. Cincinnati going to be honoring the 2008 Big East Championship team against Pitt when they play in Week 2. But you were telling me about the end of that game because I was fuzzy on it. We watched it on YouTube before the show. That thing got out of control.
It did.
Like, you had all the Cincinnati fans rush the field, a la the band is out on the field, and they had to take the fans off. They had to push the goalpost back up so that you guys could play a final play. And then when you're playing the other final play, all the fans come out again.
Yep. And then Shady got the ball and was running down the field and throwing it back. And then the fans are on the field, and it should have been a penalty, and we were already in the red zone then, and who knows what happened. We might have tied the game.
Yeah, man. It's the fans. It's the players. Like, they should have had to play another down.
Right. It was crazy. I remember just people throwing oranges and stuff. Shady was running, and there was oranges just rolling on the field, all over the field. And I'm like, the play's not over. We're still playing.
You know what you got to do as sideline reporter this year? You got to bring an orange, like a big one, like a Florida orange. And if you win, you turn around and you just whip that thing into the stands as hard as you can. And whoever takes it in the face deserves it. All right, one more college football note that got a chuckle out of me, and I think it kind of makes you sick. Alan Bowman is the quarterback for Oklahoma State. He is going into year number 7.
He's a starting quarterback?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he's 25 years old.
Oh, my God. What are we doing?
And he tweets, "Happy first day of 19th grade."
What are we doing?
So at least he's got a sense of humor about it. That's not college football to me, man.
No, 25.
I think injuries, okay. But my man's going into year 7. Year 7. That's double.
That's your 4th, 5th year in the NFL. 4th year in the NFL.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
Like, I was 21 when I was done with college.
Well, think about it. You can leave after, 2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can leave after your sophomore year, right? And so he's had 5 years after that. He could be a 5-year NFL vet. That is insane. People gave Kenny hell for that. 7 seasons is absolute. It's a joke.
That's wild.
It's a joke.
It's a grown man.
Alan Bowman, get a job challenge. All right, big show tomorrow. Ray Fittipaldo. We've got John Wayner. Last time he was on, he set the earth on fire. So excited about that. Coming up next, Joe Starkey, Paul Zeiss. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 71, low 55.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers gets you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Myrna's Brewery Outlet in New Ken.
Bare Naked Ladies In Flight Tour 2024 live Friday, September 27th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Toad the Wedge Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, it's easy. Go to forthepeople.com and go to verdicts and settlements to see cases just like yours. You may see numbers that are much higher than what your lawyer is telling you. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Some may only handle a few injury cases a year. This is all we do. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still dealing with some earlier accidents. This report brought to you by Window Nation. One of the final stages of clearing in East Liberty at the intersection of 5th and Frankstown Avenues. The other one in Elizabeth Township on Constitution Boulevard near Greenock Buena Vista Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Swissvale. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Fantasy freaks and geeks. What's cracking? It's your boy James Koh back with my brand new project, the Sleeper King Football Podcast. Look, I get it, okay? There's a lot of fantasy pods out there, but we're going to keep this one light. 15 to 20 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week. And man, we are going to pack it with all the info you need. Season long, weekly projections, and of course, sleepers. Follow and listen to the Sleeper King Football Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide. Because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you
You
don't.
don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your Fan Headlines. Pirates lost the first of a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers in Arlington yesterday. 4-3 the final. Corey Seager single-handedly crushed the Pirates. Solo home run bottom half of the first inning, his 27th of the year. Then a 3-run shot in the bottom half of the third inning against Seager. Or for Seager, rather, against Luis Ortiz, who went 6 innings, gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, did not walk anybody, did strike out 7, but took the loss, now 5-4 on the season. Jose Urena took the win for Texas in 4 innings. Kirby Yates with the save. Jared Triolo, a 3-run bomb in the top half of the 4th inning. His 6th of the season was the lone Pirate scoring. Buccos and Rangers will do it again today. 8:05 first pitch. Mitch Keller on the mound opposite Cody Bradford for Texas. 7 o'clock is when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins with Dan Zangrilli. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Now it's time for Joe.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host, Joe
Starkey.
It's more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7.
You forgot my last name, Limits.
I didn't forget. That was letting the voice guy say it.
Oh. I'm depressed.
You know what? Me too.
Did I depress you when I came in?
No, I've been depressed for a couple of days now.
Over what? A wiffle ball incident you mentioned?
We're not going to talk about that.
When you called me the other day and said something was wrong, I'm like, all right, this is concerning. And then it turned out to be a wiffle ball thing.
When was that? Friday?
No, that was this. What day is this? Tuesday. That was
Tuesday.
like Sunday or Monday. You had grave concern in your voice, like you really had to tell me that something had gone bad in your life, and then I became alarmed, and then you said it's a wiffle ball thing that I can't talk about.
I think it was Saturday, because I know it was not Sunday.
Well, the day's not important.
No,
really,
it's not.
In the end, it's how are you and why the grave importance of wiffle ball in your life. I've never seen this.
Because I run it. It takes up a large portion of my life.
Did you lose an important game, or one of your players defected?
One of my players defected. Where did he go?
I don't know.
Overseas to another league?
Maybe out of Baldwin. Can you still play for Baldwin if you're not in Baldwin?
You can, yes. There are some people from TJ who play. There are some people there's a North Allegheny guy that plays. There's a Fox Chapel guy that plays. There's some Keystone Oaks people who play. People who know you and speak very highly of Mr. Starkey.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Paul's not here. Did you notice?
I did. Sometimes it takes until the start of the show at 10:02 or 10:04 to realize if Paul's coming or not.
Right. Usually 10:05's the cutoff, but I'm convinced it ain't happening today.
I'm depressed that Paul's not here.
I'm mildly depressed as well. He came bearing gifts yesterday, including a Josh Allen autographed hat.
That's what I heard.
Because of his, somebody dates Mitch Trubisky's
His daughter
brother.
dates Mitch Trubisky's brother. I didn't know that was
and
public
then I
knowledge.
insulted Mitch Trubisky, which I felt horrible about, right after I got the free hat with the autograph
And he's
on
the
it.
one that got you the hat. I know. He's the one that said, Josh, could you sign this for a good for a friend of mine?
He does seem like a wonderful man. Listen, before we get into Steelers angst, and I'm doing this spur of the moment, I realize this, and we've overplayed this, but I think it puts me in a good mood, and it puts everybody in a good mood. I think this will lift my mood. I was up late last night, and I notice as I get older, and this has been going on a while, if I don't sleep good, everything's off the next day. I'm highly irritable, mildly depressed, angry, usually, hungrier than usual, craving sweets. So let's try to turn this around by playing Pony, calling into Pomp as George in Washington. I mean, I'm still not over this. I thought I was good at this. I invented the medium of calling Pompiani's show as another person, and Pony just took it to another level. The fact that after all Bob and I had been through, that they took a call as George in Washington. Forget about everything else that happened afterward. They took the call. And then it was clearly Pony, although he did a wonderful old man impression. The fact that Bob let it go on, and I think Bob even would have let it go past the wooden teeth. I'm convinced of that. Are you?
I'm surprised that he did. I mean, the wooden teeth thing was the clearest giveaway that this is somebody trying to prank you. And Bob even said, "Oh, okay."
I think Pony could have kept talking after putting in his fake wooden teeth as George in blanking Washington. Come on, Bob. Let's hear it.
Hey, let's get right to it. George in Washington. First up tonight. Hey, George.
Bob, in 1923, Charlie Grimm had a 30-game hitting streak for the Pirates. Do you think that Brian Reynolds is going to break that record?
Well, the way he's swinging the bat now, yes, I expect that to continue, although it gets harder as the days go on.
Bob, I remember Charlie Grimm. He played with Pie Trainer. Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better. Bob, what are you doing taking George in Washington? It's Pony. How are you falling for this again?
I mean, Bob even
It
goes,
worked again.
Okay, the wooden teeth, okay.
I think Bob was on to something was amiss, but he still wasn't on to the fact that it was Pony.
No, he had no idea. Absolutely no clue.
That worked. That's like a magic elixir.
He was probably thinking, so which of Joe's cousins or brother is on the phone right now trying to prank me?
That is a magic mood elixir. That just works like a charm. I feel a little happier. And yet I'm still depressed over the Steelers. And I feel like the vibe is not good.
We need volunteers, not hostages.
Going into this season. I really do. And that's based anecdotally just on talking to people when I see them, like we did yesterday at Acrisure Stadium. It's based on a little Twitter poll I put out today. These things aren't scientific. I understand that, but it's, as someone who's living their life in sports and who relates to people all the time, either via this show or, amongst friends or out in public, whatever, it just doesn't feel like people are optimistic. Here's the question. Here's the question I have for you as a Steeler fan, and I'd love to get a discussion going today. Even if Jackass Tony is out there, if you want to call in, please, let's have a conversation. Let's bury the hatchet, Jackass Tony. Here's the question. Despite all the changes, some of them unbelievably dramatic, like mind-blowing, that they completely annexed their quarterback room and brought in not just Russell Wilson and not just Justin Fields, but both of them, for whatever you think of them. They're both here. They had another draft that people were absolutely wild about. They brought in Patrick Queen as sort of a headliner type of guy. There's been dramatic change, but I ask you this. Are they still nothing more than, at best, a fringe playoff team with no serious Super Bowl hope? Is that what they still are? That's what the football world thinks of them. There's no question about that. That's what Vegas thinks of them as well. There's nobody who thinks that the Steelers are going to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl, at least not that I've seen. More to the point, nobody really thinks they have much of a shot at that. The much better bet is that they'll be 8-8 going into the final game, and they'll play the Bengals, and they'll get another game, as they often do in the division, where they don't face the other team's starting quarterback. They'll win that game. They'll go 9-8. They'll be tied with 3 other teams. They might make the playoffs and lose. They might miss the playoffs but still be 9-8. And then we can all, across the country, praise the head coach for extending his non-losing streak. I mean, that's just the feel of it. You know a lot of people, City Limits. You talk sports all the time. You're becoming a celebrity in this town. And your Pirates hat is unbelievable today. It's the old Pillbox 79 hat.
Callis already complimented me for it. That's one of the good things that started off my day today.
Then why were you depressed? Because of me. I know.
Yeah, sometimes the silver linings.
What do you sense? And I want people out there to talk to me, please. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. I'm a man plagued with there's a name for it, chronic low-level dissatisfaction. And I think that everybody has it now when it comes to the Steelers. That's what I have. It's been identified by a therapist. I have chronic low-level dissatisfaction. And I think you do too. And for good reason. I mean, how many years is this gonna happen? Is it gonna change this year? Is there really a belief that this is gonna change? Maybe it will. I don't know. Maybe by midway through the season, this offensive line will have come together. The young guys will have grown up a bit. They'll be pounding people with Warren and Harris, and Russell Wilson will be playing well. Look, I wanted them to get Russell Wilson. And I'm convinced, by the way, that defensively, as always, there's going to be a couple of absolutely destructive performances this season. The problem is they're never healthy enough or deep enough to deliver those consistently. They're going to have a couple because they have tons of talent, frontline talent on that defense. They're going to deliver some. They do every year. But what's it going to look like in the middle of the season? What's it going to look like late in the season? Is it realistic that Cam Hayward is going to play 17 games or 15 games at a high level? What about Ogunjobi? Is he going to play a bunch of games at a high level consistently? Where's the depth up front defensively? There seems to be questions at corner as well, depth-wise. They've drafted left tackles on offense in consecutive years, including trading up in the first round one year to get one. And neither one of these guys plays left tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers. As the headline on my Post-Gazette mailbag says today, is the con artist's greatest trick making left tackles disappear? Limits? He's been amazing at that. They draft him as a left tackle, and then they're not left tackles anymore.
Well,
watch me saw the left tackle in half. Watch me pull a left tackle out of my hat and make him a right tackle. What is happening here?
Dan Moore seemingly disappears whenever an edge rusher is coming towards the quarterback, so that's one. Broderick Jones seemingly can't play left tackle because the invisible man is still at left tackle, and Troy Fautanu gets hurt. I don't sense that there is this huge bit of excitement, kind of echoing what you're saying, for this season. There was a ton of excitement, I think, more in the offseason when Russell Wilson was acquired, when Justin Fields was acquired, than there is right now.
That just, yes. If that just
It's
feels
odd.
like the vibe out there right now. And maybe it's an overreaction. It's the reverse overreaction of last preseason.
Well, and I think a big part of that is when you have a huge question mark at the most important position on the field.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing. Because 2 years ago, you had the hope of Kenny Pickett, and maybe Mitch Trubisky is going to start, but Trubisky is eventually going to be unseated by Pickett. Last year, everybody was fools in the fool's gold that was the preseason.
Yeah.
And this just not happening this year, where
this is fool's Cole this year. We got
It
Cole
is.
in the stocking. Mason Cole is in our stocking.
the guys who were supposed to be so exciting this year have flopped in the preseason game so far. And again, we don't want to overvalue the preseason because of what we did last
I'm
year.
not going to do a Dan Orlovsky here and, rip Russell Wilson. He just played the other day after missing most of training camp and not having any action in how long. Having said that, and being, a card-carrying member of the Russell Wilson fan club, maybe even the president, it's no better than a 50-50 proposition that he's going to be good, let alone great. I never claimed that. I just claimed they needed something other than Kenny Pickett, for God's sakes, and that Russell Wilson seemed like a pretty good available option. But we haven't even begun to list the problems. What about the injury situation here and how that's going to carve into their depth? Everybody named Wilson has been hurt at one point or another. Two of them still are. The quarterback, for some reason, got involved with a blocking sled. Was that part of the theme of we're the big bad Steelers out here to hit and tackle during August to prove how tough we are and then not convert 4th and 1s and 4th and 2s in actual games? You got that. You got Nate Herbig, multiple months. Broderick Jones is clearly having an issue with that right elbow, right arm, whatever it is. Never a good sign when a guy gets thrown around by Greg Rousseau. He had 5 sacks last year, just thrown around, tossed around like a small child. And then his first words to the media when they want to talk to him after the game was, "I have to see the doctor." Call me crazy, but I think something's wrong with Broderick Jones. Fautanu, out. Warren, out. I mean, the list just goes on here. That's contributing to the vibe. And as I said yesterday at the top of the show, at some point, I just think you have to be smart with your players, certain ones. This offense revolves around 2 guys. Well, Pickens too, but really 2 guys, and that's Warren and Najee. That's where your offense begins, especially if you're the big, bad, tough, physical, we tackle in training camp Steelers, right? And I think, based on both of those players' histories, that we know that they're going to sacrifice their bodies on every snap for 4 months and 17 games. Najee and Jalen. Why would you ask them to do it in multiple games in August? Maybe I'm the only one saying that. I don't know. I think it's nuts. And now you don't have him. Looks like maybe for the opener. And I still think he has star potential, Jalen Warren. And now look, he ain't here. And then you had the long drama, still have it, playing out with the 49ers. And that's been a vibe killer. That's been a buzz kill, right? And it looks like the con artist might make him disappear too. And it might be because he traded Deontay Johnson before his time. Deontay could have been the key to an Ayuk deal. Every report I see now says that the 49ers wanted a player from the Steelers included in this deal. We know they would obviously want a receiver. Hello? Deontay could have been that guy. And yes, the plane would have flown backwards to San Francisco carrying him. We know that. But he could have been that guy. So in some ways, it's not a mystery that the vibe ain't great. Or is that just anecdotal or based on 400 respondents to a Twitter poll I had this morning where I asked, would you rather have Russ or Justin Fields as your quarterback for week 1? How do you think that turned out, by the way? Limitless Wonder. Did you vote in that poll?
I saw it this morning, but the voting was closed by the time
About
I was trying
400
to vote
voters in less than an hour. You know, it's just a mini sample. I don't claim to be scientific here. How many do you think, what do you think the breakdown was, percentage-wise?
I feel like it's starting to shift in Justin Fields' direction. Not sure if that's because of the national media perspective. I'm going to say Fields 55, Wilson 45.
Very good.
Is that what it was?
No, it was 53 to 47. So you're very close in favor of Fields. So that's another thing. The guy that you brought in to be the quarterback isn't engendering good vibes. I'm not sure if fairly or unfairly, I think that's the case. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. The crux of this question is very simple. The question itself, despite all these changes, are the Steelers any different than they've essentially been for 7 years? Yeah, they had one really good regular season, although it fell apart in historic fashion, and the rest has just been mediocre. Just mediocre. A fringe, they've become not a team, they're a fringe playoff franchise that has no real hope of winning a Super Bowl. That's sort of their MO right now around the football world. Still a great head coach who never has a losing season, and they're still a great brand. That part is true. It's obviously, they're the Steelers. They're a great brand. People want to watch them. They're on television all the time. Steeler Nation is one of the most phenomenal phenomenons in all of sports. It really is. I mean, anywhere you go, they're filling stadiums. It's incredible. It's just sad that for 7 straight years they haven't won a playoff game. And man, there's not a ton of people who think they're going to snap that streak. It could move to 8 years. 412-928-9370. Talk to me here. 928-9370. Are you excited about this Steelers season, or is it simply rearranging the deck chairs and they're again a fringe playoff team? No better than a fringe playoff team. Give me reasons why I and the rest of the football world should think more of them than that. Let's have a discussion about the Steelers. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We have Destiny's Child at 11 when we shift to Pirate Talk. Ke'Bryan Hayes suddenly on the IL. That's good, since he's been hurt all season and killing them at the plate. Shelty at noon. Things got a little uncomfortable late in the show last week. Lots of questions this week about schemes and the strategy with him moving forward. When are we going to see Jared Jones? The Ke'Bryan Hayes dilemma. Seeing some of the young guys maybe come up. All of that. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Reasons to be excited about the Steelers. Well, you know, things change when TJ Watt is playing, right? Much like everything about 8 seconds into the San Francisco opener last year, all the good vibes were shattered. Maybe all the bad vibes are shattered this year early in the opener when we see TJ Watt on the field. It's as simple as that sometimes, right? If the Steelers come out in destruction mode on defense in an opener in an early season game, we've seen that before. We've seen what they did to Joe Burrow early in a season in Cincy. We've seen what they did to Josh Allen
early in a season. We saw the defense just outright win them games early last season, including the Cleveland home game. Just blatantly won a game that I honestly still feel, I'm not exaggerating, that if Cleveland just knelt on the ball in the second half, they win that game. If they knelt on the ball and punted every time, they would have won that game. But the Steelers' defense, what was it, 3 games into the year, they had as many touchdowns as the offense? So T.J. Watt, healthy, motivated, ready for another big year. That's a reason for optimism. George Pickens may be ready to make a big step. You still have young talent on the offensive line. You still, presuming Jalen gets back healthy, have a really good running back tandem, I think. You should be able to put games away late with your pass rush, which is always the MO. Keanu Benton, I think, is going to be a star. And you have Highsmith, Minka, 2 guys I didn't mention. Joey Porter Jr., I think, is a really good player. There's a lot of talent on that defense. Patrick Queen coming in here. So I think there's a decent chance that when the ball is kicked off in Atlanta, about 10 minutes into that game, we're all going to forget about the bad preseason vibes. But we're living in them right now. 928-9370. Let's go to the phones, shall we? City Limits, our Steelers reaction, brought to you by Bet365.
Here is Greg in Washington getting us started.
Is Jackass Tony on the line at all? Is he calling in today?
No, I have not. I've not yet heard from Jackass Tony.
Got you, Joey.
Tony?
It is.
Oh, I thought it was
No,
Tony.
that was just a clip of Tony.
I thought he was coming out strong. Who is this guy?
This is Greg in Washington. Hi, Greg.
Hi, Greg. Sorry about that. What's up?
Yeah. First of all, part of the problem, I was pretty disappointed the way that they treated and handled Mason Rudolph. His first years in the league, he didn't get much playing time, and word came on 93.7 and other articles in the paper that Ben Roethlisberger didn't care for him, wasn't going out of his way to help him. And the training camp before last, Chris Hoke was on 93.7, and announcers were giving Mason some pretty bad grade reports, and Chris Hoke asked him, do the names Hines Ward and Troy Polamalu ring a bell? And the coach said, well, yeah, but you could tell he didn't know where Chris Hoke was going with it. And Chris Hoke told him, he said, their first year they didn't play real well. So Mason's only played 9 games. So then...
well, what's the overall point here? Because if I came in depressed, I'm now a level 10 on that.
I'll cut to the chase. The last 4 games he played at Pittsburgh, he had a pretty good audition for the starting job. And Tomlin said that Kenny Pickett was going to be the starter, and Mason was going to have an equal opportunity to compete for the starting job. And then they bring Russell Wilson in, and
so your overall point is that they screwed over Mason. He would have been better. Is that right?
Yes. I wanted to give some qualification to what I was saying, but yeah, I think he would have turned out pretty good.
Well,
they asked George Pickens, not they, but somebody asked him what he thought of Mason. He said, well, he stays in the pocket and throws the ball. Then,
yeah, you might not be wrong, and I appreciate the call, I think. Did you appreciate the call?
I think that's and a texter pointed that out. I think this is the same guy that called in yesterday with Pony and Muller, and Pony got on this guy and told him to shove it up his ass about Mason Rudolph.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think that's the same guy. He was
Maybe,
a lot more fired up
perhaps we
yesterday.
could replay that call and try to compare the voices and see what happens there. Who knows? He might not be wrong. I don't know. Mason Rudolph actually helped this team late last season. Is he better than Justin Fields? I have no idea. I don't think so. I don't know what to think now.
I don't feel good.
Like I said yesterday as well, it feels like we're living in some world of delusion here with the Steelers, especially with quarterbacks. I don't know. Things appear to be real, and they're not. Things appear to be unreal, and they are.
I still think
Tomlin's on television in an interview saying, these guys, I respect the fact they wanted to run to the competition here. They wanted to be here. What choice did they have? Where was Russell Wilson going? Where was Fields going? Nobody wanted them. It's not a question of, they ran to the, what's his saying that he likes? To the battle, not away from it. To the fight. They ran to the fight. They had no choice.
They're sparring partners now.
Or very little choice. Nobody wanted them. They ran to the only people that would hire them. That's where they ran to. And then this idea of, we have to indoctrinate them as Steeler quarterbacks. You had a built-in quarterback when you got here who's the person mostly responsible for the non-losing streak. That's Ben. His name was Ben. Still is, by the way. When does his podcast start?
That's a good question. Him and Spence.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
It usually starts up right around football season. It should be like right now.
There's this idea that we're going to indoctrinate these guys into the Steeler way. Well, to bring this first segment full circle, the Steeler way, unfortunately, has become we're a fringe playoff team with no hope of winning a championship. I mean, come on. The Green Bay Packers had an unbelievable tradition in the 1960s, right? The 1960s are done. It's been 7 full years without a playoff win. These are the new generation Steelers. This is who they are right now. This is how they're regarded. Yes, a flagship franchise that attracts eyeballs with an incredible history, kind of like the Packers. But as far as being taken seriously as a contender, as a football team, man, it's been a long, long time. They go 8 years now without a playoff win, maybe with no future at quarterback again after this season. That's a long time in NFL years. That's forever, man. That's about the time. What did Jimmy Johnson coach? 9. John Madden coached 10. Vince Lombardi coached 10. 8 years is forever.
I was in high school.
You can craft a legendary Hall of Fame legacy in 8 years. Or you can establish yourself as a slightly above average franchise that never wins a playoff game. Sort of an afterthought in NFL circles, really. That's where they are. Does it change? Does that change this season? Do you have hope that it will? 928-9370. We want you back with us after the break, and so we can talk more Pittsburgh sports. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule a heart checkup at UPMC today. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So we're going to continue this conversation. We got a bunch of calls on the vibe around here. And despite all the changes, has anything really changed? That's the question on the table. Let's get into a little bit of Broderick Jones talk as well coming up here. What are they doing with this guy? Is he healthy? What's the plan? Like, I was hoping that 3 weeks before the opener, there would be a clear plan with the offensive line. There's not even that. We'll talk about it next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates made a plethora of roster moves yesterday before the game, recalling Hunter Stratton from AAA Indianapolis, also selecting the contract of Billy McKinney from AAA Indy.
Plethora is a wonderful word, by the way, Limits.
Thank
Plethora.
You.
I don't know that I've heard that one in one of our updates.
I appreciate you appreciating my vocabulary skills. Key Brian Hayes was placed on the 10-day injured list. Ryder Ryan was designated for assignment for the second time this season. Josh Palacios was removed from his rehab assignment and reinstated from the injured list, option to AAA Indy. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Derek Sheldon will join us at noon today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Justin Fields. At only 25 years old, this playmaking quarterback has seen a lot. After transferring from Georgia, Fields was a 2-year starter at Ohio State, making the college football playoff both seasons. He was selected 11th overall by the Bears in the 2021 NFL Draft. Fields started right away, but injuries and lack of support contributed to his 10-28 record in Chicago. The Bears traded the talented Fields for the Steelers this past offseason, creating a dangerous QB combo alongside Russell Wilson.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
If you're listening to this Gerber Life Guaranteed life insurance ad, there's a good chance that you're alive. And if you're not, well, this may not be of interest to you. Now, I know what you're thinking. Life insurance, I'm going to live forever. Death is what happens to other people. Well, for the sake of argument, let's assume you're wrong and that someday you won't be listening to the radio anymore. I know it's not easy to talk about, so I'll do the talking. If you're 50 plus and alive, or 50 to 75 in New York, you can apply for Gerber Life Guaranteed Life Insurance with guaranteed acceptance regardless of your health. And since this life insurance is guaranteed, you don't have to get a medical exam. In fact, you don't even have to fill out a health questionnaire. For a free quote, call 888-532-5016. Then, when you stop, if you stop listening to the radio, your family can use the insurance money to help cover your final expenses or anything else. Your kids already inherited your ears, allergies, and questionable singing voice. Don't make them inherit your final expense tab, too. For a free personalized quote, call 888-532-5016 today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizon. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Rams head coach Sean McVay has always tried to give his assistant coaches opportunities. On Saturday, he sat in the coach's booth while Aubrey Pleasant wore the headset to experience how head coaches need to manage a game. Nice job by Sean McVay. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Dog days of summer are here. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. 2024 Jeep Wrangler, starting at $449 a month for 27 months. Or the 24 Jeep Compass Limited, starting at $199 a month for 27 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram is South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts has fast. Need them now? We've got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. That's the power of Bowser.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Yes, I put a bunch of questions online today that I was asked in my mailbag, because that's what a mailbag is, a bunch of questions. Will, you think Russell Wilson can win a Super Bowl with this team in 2024? No chance. At least if Fields blows up, there's a chance. I don't know what that means. John Wallace, are the Steelers a 500 team? Because as a 58-year-old man who's seen a lot, I have many concerns. Offense looks terrible. Haven't seen number one defense yet. So again, my question is, are they a 500 team? I don't think so, says John Wallace. Justin Bellback, maybe they will be good this year, but it looks like just another 8-1 season. The novelty act looks to just keep rolling on. Tomlin will get another extension on top of the extension he just got. I hope I'm wrong. Yells at clouds, this person calls himself, which is great, is it not?
Very nice.
If Wilson starts and is bad, then calls for Fields will replace him, and his Fields is bad, and then Wilson comes back. This man can't write or apparently talk. Pickett and Mason all over again, says Yells at Clouds. Will, why are the Steelers starting Wilson when he gives them zero chance to win a ring, whereas there is at least a tiny chance of a ring with Fields? And then I put the question out, who should start, Wilson or Fields, on a Twitter poll, and I got a bunch of answers like Mason, neither, another choice, please. I just get this feeling that people have been beaten down. It's almost like a pirate mentality on a little bit of a higher level, or maybe a lot higher level, but still a beaten down fan base, because I don't even think the Steelers themselves are aware of how long 7 years is. 7 years without a playoff win. Well, they make the playoffs every year, and they're always in it. Everybody's always in it. It's the NFL. Everybody. You have to be really bad not to be in it. Most teams are in it most of the time. That's a fact. 412-928-9370. And they've also missed the playoffs multiple times in those 7 years, too. So they don't make the playoffs every year. Most importantly, are they a Super Bowl team? Are they a legit championship contender? Almost nobody thinks so. In those 7 years, they've had a couple of good regular seasons. The last one, 12-4 in 2020, which was marred by absolutely collapsing beyond belief down. That was like two separate seasons. The 11-0 season and the 1-5 season that included a blowout home playoff loss to a team without a coach, who happened to be the Cleveland Browns, the hated Browns. Yeah, but the Steelers have also had years in that stretch of 9-6-1, missed the playoffs, 8-8, missed the playoffs, 9-8, missed the playoffs. So again, the delusion kicks. What, they make the playoffs every year? No, they don't, actually. They've missed half the time in the last 6 years. So please stop saying that. Let's go to the lines.
Here is Mike in Penn Hills. Wants to talk about the quarterbacks.
What's up, Mike?
How you doing? Thanks for taking my call. I'm going to try to nail like three things real quick because I know you're busy. It's going to be the same thing again. It's just going to be the same thing again. These guys went 19-27 for 132 yards on Saturday. And Justin Fields might be the better athlete, but it doesn't matter. Everybody, the ESPN, everybody went crazy about this pass to Dez Fitzpatrick. It was an interception. It went through the Bills guy's hand. And he just happened to throw it to where the guy was on his route. So you can just tell, if you really watch football and enjoy it, your best option is Russell Wilson, just because he can check down. He's not trying to run out of the pocket, this and that, and all this crazy stuff. But 19 for 27 for 132 is the same thing combined. That's what they were combined.
What's your second point?
My second point is I think they should relax on the Brandon Ayuk trade at $30 million a year, because you need a guy that can get him the ball. So you're going to spend $30 million on a wide receiver with two guys that can't get him the ball.
Yeah, man. The most concerning thing of all. And Mike Greenberg took a lot of heat for saying, did they replace two bad quarterbacks with two more bad quarterbacks? There's a lot of people around the league who would say yes to that.
I agree with you. You're better off with a limping Ben because he was a winner. Well,
Russell Wilson's a winner too.
Yeah, but he's not Ben. I'm sorry. But my other thing was...
Well, hopefully he's better than a late-stage Ben, because if he's not, they're in big trouble.
Ben made him 9-8 and was playing late-stage Ben. I just think Russell Wilson, I'm not going to argue with you because I want to get back to the thing I want you to really hear.
No, argue with me. Go ahead, argue with me. Late-stage Ben Ben was better than Kenny Pickett.
Late-stage Ben had 22 touchdowns, 10 picks, can't walk, and threw for 3,900 yards on a team that stinks. That was the last year when they ran him out, but I don't want to get into that. What I really want to get into, maybe they should think about really putting a good package together, because they need a quarterback. Their defense is pretty good. If they had like a really good quarterback that could like get the ball to Pickens, like statistically, they have a window where they could win a championship, and maybe they should fire like $300 million at Dak Prescott or something, where you get a guy in here that can win you a Super Bowl. Not $30 million on a receiver you're not going to get the ball to at 19 for 27 for 132 yards.
Where are you from?
I'm from Penn Hills.
Penn Hills.
But I'm like annoyed at this shit. Oh, sorry.
We had to, what's the word for it?
Dump
him.
Yes. He is
but you know what? He spoke a lot of sense, that guy.
He did.
What was his name?
I don't remember.
It was I don't remember
The only
from
thing
Penn Hills.
the thing I remember was Penn
No.
Hills and Dump.
He spoke a lot of truth there. And he said, I don't know if we got the part if you had Dump before he said Dak Prescott, but we may be talking about a new quarterback all over again next season. That's just being realistic. I mean, there's nobody out there that would disagree with that there's a realistic chance that we could be going through the whole quarterback thing again after the season. There is. And again, I'm still betting on Russell Wilson. I like him. I still think he's good. I don't think he can play if his left tackle or right tackle is getting pushed into his lap on every play. But I still think he's got good football in. Am I willing to bet everything I own on that? Hell no, I'm not. Next.
Joe, we have to wait for the system to ramp back up again before we get back
Well,
to
that
the
means
phone
that you and I can entertain the
Of
masses.
course. I mean, let me ask you this, Joe.
Please.
We have all these questions about Fields and Russell Wilson, 2020 vision now. Would you have rather have traded up a couple of spots for a Michael Penix or a Bo Nix?
No.
Even though Bo Nix is kind of lighting it up, and again, we don't want to take too much in from the preseason, but he looks pretty good. He looks poised.
Bo Nix did look good.
He looks composed in the pocket.
There's
And
so
Penix-
much to see. I mean, Justin Fields has looked like a world beater. And I'm not writing off Justin Fields, by the way, either.
I think you should start.
I'm not writing him off for the future. It's just that what I have seen is I would say he's a much more athletic, like in a different universe, Kenny Pickett. That's what I see. I don't see it. I don't see a guy who really processes the game. I don't. I see a guy who flees the pocket like Kenny did. Now, he can make better things happen when he flees the pocket, but history is littered with these guys, and that's the name of the game. Russell Wilson can. He has processed the game. People like Kenny Pickett and Tim Tebow and Johnny Football and all these other first-round picks who have failed couldn't. And I'm not sure I've seen it yet from Fields in any way, shape, or form in his time. Now, could I see Justin Fields as a guy where you line up, and I've said this many times, but I'll say it again, where you just say, screw it, Russell Wilson is not the guy. You decide that 2, 3, 4 games into the season, and you say, we're going to batten down the hatches here and just run the ball at you with 2 running backs and Justin Fields in a read option. Here we come. Read option, a lot of play action, downhill all the time. I could see that scenario developing. Can we get back to the phones?
Yes, we can. Let's go to Scott. He's in the car.
Hello, Scott.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you today?
Never been better. You?
I like the answer. I'll go with that as well. I just have a couple things with the Steelers. One, we are all very emotional, and like you, Joe, I am trying not to read into the preseason like we did last year, thinking Kenny Pickett was a 158.6 quarterback. I was at the game this past weekend, and there wasn't much to cheer for. We definitely need our front line to come together, and the left tackle's a joke. Put Jones at left tackle, let him be there, sink or swim. I'm good with that. But the one shining moment of the preseason game that I did like was, even though it was called out of bounds, there was a go route on the outside to Pickens when Wilson was playing. He was looking off the safety, turned left. He dropped that ball 45 yards down the sideline, just inches away from being perfect. If that ball would have been caught as a completion, I think we'd be having a different talk about Russell Wilson altogether.
Yeah, I'm with you on this.
Wilson.
I'm with you on this. The people who judged him so harshly after that game, it's ridiculous, and I appreciate the call. And again, I think Russell Wilson can still play. He should be the starter. He will be the starter. And you got to give him a chance to get sort of enmeshed in this system and see if he can run this offense. I'm not sure it's going to happen week 1 either. He needs somewhat of a chance to get moving here. Next.
Here's Brian in Brookline.
Hello, Brian in Brookline.
Hi, Joseph. How are you today?
Good. What's up?
Well, here's I'm going to try to cheer you up. So last year, we were watching Kenny Pickett light it on fire in the preseason, and the Steelers winning all their games, and everybody was, singing Kumbaya. So now, this year, where it's the total opposite. Yes, it's the preseason. Here's what to look forward to. We don't have Matt Canada. We have two quarterbacks who could throw the ball 50 yards in the air. We could take deep shots. So these are all positives. We didn't have these last year. We were too busy running backwards or doing jet sweeps. So these are going to be positive things, Joe. So
I like that.
I hope that helps.
I like that. Those are good vibes. I don't remember what he said already, City Limits. Do you? I became very distracted in the middle of that call. What did he say? You don't know either because you weren't paying attention.
I was paying attention. Brian is still on the line if you'd like to ask him again.
What did you say, Brian?
Joe, I said, look at the positives. We have not one, but two quarterbacks who could throw the ball 50 yards in the air. We didn't have that last year. Okay,
Every quarterback can throw it 50 yards in the air. The question is, can they throw it accurately under pressure?
So we didn't run jet sweeps. We had last year was jet sweeps and people running backwards. Well, we ain't going to have that this year. So look at the positive things with maybe some scheming things that'll be totally different.
Man, I hope so.
Canada.
I hope so. I appreciate the call. Let's take one more Limitless Wonder.
I want winners, not sinners.
The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 93.7 thefan.com contesting page. An entire nation awaits with bated breath for Destiny's Child. Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. Coming up at 11 o'clock, they're going to shut down Skeens. What's up with Key Brian Hayes? Where are all the young guys, etc.? But let's take one last call on the state of the Steelers.
Kevin in the North Hills.
Hey, Kevin.
Did you mean Tim by chance?
Either one is fine. Hi, Tim.
I haven't gone by Kevin before.
Well, that was City Limits' fault. What happened?
That is my fault. I'm sorry. I heard you wrong.
No, don't worry about it.
That's what I like about City Limits, Tim.
I take ownership.
He takes ownership immediately and delivers unqualified apologies. He didn't say, I'm sorry for whoever I have offended, or I'm sorry if this, that, or the other thing. He just says, I'm sorry. That's what an apology should be. Do you agree, Tim?
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? Kevin isn't a bad name either. So I've been called worse, mostly by my wife. So.
All right. What do you got?
So Joe, I think you and I feel sort of the same way about Russell Wilson. I know a few callers have really gotten into that. I look at his worst season, 16 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. I mean, I think Mike Tomlin would have done anything last year to have that kind of production. So, if we can even get one of his worst years, that would be a lot better than last year. But I even just look at the defense. And there are some holes, yes. Corner, I'm not as sold on Mike Tomlin as I was years ago. I've been constantly defending him. I'm running out of reasons to defend him. But, if he can develop some of these young corners, they might be able to step up and play a good role. But last year we didn't have a Patrick Queen. Minkah Fitzpatrick will be able to, hopefully play more of the role that he's meant to play and not the one he played last year. And I know the offense will struggle in the beginning as they kind of adapt to a whole new scheme and everything like that, but the schedule isn't terrible at the beginning of the year, in my opinion. So are they a Super Bowl contender? As long as Patrick Mahomes is in Kansas City, I'm not sure if that'll ever be the case.
Well, let's pick a team. Let's pick a team. Who's the most likely team to play? I guess this is kind of the good news. I don't think that there's a clear-cut favorite to be the team opposite Kansas City in the AFC title game. And I'll invite you in here, Tim. It's just me, you, and City Limits and our opinions. I would say here's the list of teams that I think have a realistic chance to be playing Kansas City in the AFC title game. Jets, Bills, Dolphins, Ravens, Bengals, Texans, Jags, Chiefs. maybe the Steelers if everything goes great.
Chargers.
The Chargers? Do you agree with that, Tim?
I don't know about the Chargers. Harbaugh, he can – I've seen him work wonders before, but I just feel like they're still –
Who's your pick to be in that game?
Joe, here's the thing is, I would probably pick, I could see Baltimore. I could see Miami, but, I could see –
Who are you, Bob Pompiani? Pick a team, Tim. Let's go here. Pick a team to play in the AFC title game.
If you're going to hold me to a team, you know what? I'm going to stay optimistic, and I'm going to say Pittsburgh Steelers.
Holy bird milk. Well, thank you,
I don't
Kevin.
know if I believe it.
We appreciate it. We appreciate the call. I'm going to pick Houston. Who are you picking?
Cincinnati.
That's definitive. That was a good call. He sounded like somebody. Mr. Rogers, maybe? His voice sounded like a very familiar voice from my life.
Dirtbag Dan is what I call him.
Well, not him, but a lot of people.
A very familiar voice.
It's an actor's voice or a TV, some sort of, I don't know what it is. He sounded like somebody. He sounded like a very nice man, didn't he?
Oh, yeah,
I've never met him, and I would trust him. I would trust him with anything.
Tim, Kevin, no matter what he is.
No matter who he is, yeah. Tim. Right now, I would lend Tim money if he needed it. Would you? I would trust him. I'd trust him to watch my house, and I just heard him for 2 minutes.
I don't know if I'd trust him to look at my house.
Your house is amazing. And when's your pool party, City Limits?
I was thinking about this, and I have not broached the subject with other people who are going to make this final decision, but I think maybe next weekend we should have it.
I think we should on Saturday.
Steelers don't play?
In fact, I'm showing up whether there's a party or not.
Well, it wouldn't be Saturday because I'm planning on going to Penn State, West Virginia.
Oh, ooh.
I still need to get my tickets. If anybody has a connection out there on the text line that can help me not spend $300.
Wow. City Limits soliciting things. This is incredible.
Yes, I tried to solicit help from Crowley, and the help has not been rewarded yet.
Where's the game?
West Virginia. It's the most expensive college football game in the first slate of games.
No, it's not.
All year. It is.
I'm going to look it up. Can I use one of my Paul pauses right now? Go ahead.
Sure can, yes.
That's right. It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
You have one Paul pause remaining.
I do
not. If you win both Paul pauses, do you get a third Paul pause?
I don't know if I'm winning this one.
Win your challenge.
I'm looking up West Virginia, Penn State on
at least $230 right now
on SeatGeek. Penn State at West Virginia. Here
now,
it is. How many tickets? I want one. I want two tickets. One for me and City Limits.
Yes.
We can get in for $266.
Does that include fees?
Oh, please.
The fees
I didn't know we were including fees.
Fees are ridiculous, by the way. The fees are astronomically terrible.
I'll pay for half your ticket because I know how bad you want to go.
I do.
If you can get in for $260 or less, I'll pay for half your ticket. Deal?
Can I hold you to that?
Yes. Are you going to go by yourself?
No, I'm going with my sister.
I'll pay for half her ticket.
I'll
pay for a ticket. One of your two tickets.
You know what that would be?
With the sister that I met?
Be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
That's what it would be. Yes, the sister that you met.
She was really nice.
Yeah, she
what
goes
a nice
to Penn
family.
State.
Your family is. Tim should be in your family. Your family is so nice.
I'm really growing on Tim. I think you should too. Maybe he could be an adopted uncle of mine. The uncle I never had. I have three uncles.
Send
I love
you
them
and your
dearly.
sister and Tim to the game, if you don't mind.
I think that would be great.
I will seriously pay for a ticket, one of two. Just go on SeatGeek and buy them right now.
SeatGeek or Vivid?
Either one. It doesn't matter.
I'm going to look right now.
Fan weather. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions, sunchevy.com. High of 70 today with cloud. Yesterday it said it was going to be sunny and it was cloudy. Today they said it was going to be cloudy.
It is cloudy.
Yeah, it is cloudy, actually. 2 seconds ago it was sunny.
Well, I mean, the weather does fluctuate. It doesn't stay the same the whole time.
That's it. I'm not paying for your ticket.
Do you like fluctuate? Is that vocabulary word?
I mean, that's a good word. Yeah.
I'm starting to pull out my dictionary and my thesaurus
that
like Malsey.
That got off to a very bad start, that statement, but I'm glad that it ended the way it did. Listen, the endorsements that come in, you help set them up and you don't get any money for them. And I think I should buy you a ticket to the game. And I will. I'm buying you a ticket to the game.
I greatly appreciate that.
Thank you, City Limits.
Thank you,
Destiny's Child next.
Yes.
There's entire families huddled around their radios in America right now, like it's 1940, waiting to hear Destiny's Child next on the Pirates. Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette. What are they going to do with Skeens, and what has become of Key Brian Hayes? More importantly, what's the plan moving forward? We'll talk about it next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost the first game of a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers and have lost 2 games in a row. 4-3 was the final score. Luis Ortiz started the game and gave up a solo home run to Corey Seager in the first, gave up a 3-run home run to Corey Seager in the third. That was all the runs that the Rangers needed. Ortiz gave up 4 total through 6 innings, 5 hits, no walks, 7 strikeouts. Jared Triolo hit a 3-run homer top half of the 4th inning that scored 2 others, Billy McKinney and Joey Bart, for his 6th of the season. It was not enough for the Pirates to mount a comeback. 58-66 on the season, last place in the NL Central. Back in action today, 8:05 first pitch, Mitch Keller on the mound. 7 o'clock is when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins right here on The Fan, hosted by Dan Zangrilli. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers gets you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at McBroom's in Pittsburgh. Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow, so you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412 431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
4-3 was the final of yesterday's matchup against the Texas Rangers. Pirates 58-66. Rangers had the same amount of wins, but 2 additional losses on the season. 4-3 the loss. Luis Ortiz, 6 innings, gave up all 4 runs. Corey Seager crushed the Pirates, drove in all 4 runs. Solo shot bottom of the first, 3-run shot bottom of the third. Jared Triolo hit his 6th of the season in the top half of the 4th inning. Steelers are 0-2 in preseason action and will have one final opportunity in the preseason before the regular season starts on the 8th in Atlanta. 1 o'clock kickoff on Saturday against the Detroit Lions. No word yet on if the starters will play and how long the starters could play yet for the Steelers Saturday at Ford Field. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We got Joe.
High five.
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, because of a glitch, we don't have the intro music.
Say my name, say my name.
There we go.
Here we go.
For Destiny's
like that,
Child,
Destiny's
which
Child?
is it's the best intro we've ever had for anybody.
I agree.
Andrew,
we'll get it righted. We'll right the ship for next week.
Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette covers the Pirates. How are you today, sir?
Doing well. I appreciate the improvised intro there from Austin.
I got you.
Chops to him.
It was quite special. Andrew is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Highlight of your trip to Lake Tahoe was what?
Hike with my dad. We did I want to say it was about a 10 to 12 mile hike, the two of us, no cell reception or anything, capped off with a swim at a lake at the top. It was an epic trip. It was pretty awesome.
That is cool. I've taken many walks during vacations on the beach in Cape May with my dad. We always make it a point to go on long walks together. I'm glad you had that opportunity. A little trail mix on the walk?
Oh, naturally. Some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, the whole 9 yards. But it honestly was a great time all around, honestly, being with my family. Just it's hard with all of us spread across the country. My sister's in Florida, my brother's back at home. So it was a blast. It was a great time, Joe.
I'm going to contact you privately for tips on Lake Tahoe. That sounds really cool, to get to the top of the mountain or whatever it was and have a lake up there. Was anybody at that lake? Was it just describe the scene up there?
I'll have to send you some photos after this, but it was just me and my dad. Nobody else at the lake. We hadn't seen anybody for probably 2 hours of hiking. And, 75 degrees and sunny, not a cloud in the sky. You're hanging out in the lake, get to swim in, eat some lunch, chill for an hour, and then head back down the mountain. It was no cell service, just the two of us. You couldn't hear anything except for the wind and the birds. It was serene would be the way I would describe it.
That is incredible. City limits? You agree with this?
Yeah, it sounds awesome. I thought my venture into the woods of Vermont was cool. That sounds relaxing, soothing, and just all around a great time in nature. Like, I like nature a lot. That seems like nature on steroids to an extreme. I love it.
Let me ask you this, Andrew, as we seek to avoid the Pirates for as long as possible. How far is Lake Tahoe? Like, where do you fly in? Can you fly into Lake Tahoe? What's the flight situation?
So 2 options from Pittsburgh. Good you ask, because I looked into both of these. So you can fly direct to San Francisco on United, or you could stop in Chicago and then fly into Reno, which is about a 45-minute drive from Tahoe.
Yeah.
But from San Francisco, it's about a 3.5 hour drive. But
nice drive down the coast?
What's that, sorry?
Nice drive down the coast from San Fran?
Actually, through the mountains. You get to cut through glorious Sacramento, believe it or not. But that's always a fantastic drive. But it's I kid. It's pretty easy though. I mean, it's highway driving. You're on I-80, just the same out here in Pennsylvania. But it's easy enough. You can get there. It's a little bit difficult, but from home, it's certainly a lot easier of a trip.
I'm going to do this just for the record, and I'm going to pass through Sacramento very happily and pay homage to the likes of Vlade Divac and Doug Christie and Chris Webber and Mike Bibby, because they got ripped off in that series by the referees. Admittedly, I mean that's a fact. They're one sports team that got gypped, ripped off by intentionally bad officiating, right?
Yeah, at the hands of the Lakers, no less. Which
at the hands of the
for
Lakers,
me, naturally.
I was watching I was watching in Squirrel Hill with my friend Ray Myrna, and as it was happening, we're like, "Is this game fixed? What is happening here with the foul calls?" And as it turned out, it pretty much was fixed, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was proved later on, and just a sore spot for me. But you feel for the Kings fans, you feel for Sacramento, because that's just classic NBA stuff, right? Prioritizing the big market clubs, but whatever.
Who did you root for growing up, and where did you grow up?
Was a big Warriors fan growing up in the Bay Area.
Oh,
so
I love the Warriors.
I do too.
Yeah, supremely spoiled once I turned about 12 years old. Then from then on throughout high school, I was me and all my buddies were very, very spoiled with the games we got to go to and the teams we got to root for, obviously.
Were you in San Fran? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in a suburb of San Jose. It's Saratoga, California. It's about 45 minutes south of San Francisco. But we used to go up to Oakland all the time to catch games, Warriors and A's games. But then when the Warriors moved over to SF, been to a few games there at the new arena. But grew up a big Warriors fan for sure.
You may not know this about me, but the Warriors are the last team in all of sports, even including the Bills, that I'm emotionally wrapped up in, or at least I was. I've soured a little bit since last year, but for the last many, many years, I'm talking before the Splash Brothers, I'm talking going back to Run DMC and things like that. I'm even talking way before you were born, Destiny's Child. I'm talking back in the days of Rick Barry and Clifford Ray and
Chris Mullin.
Well, he was after that. He was Run DMC. You have to know your Warriors history, City Limits.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
There I go again.
I'm talking.
He's trying.
Yeah, I'm going way back here. Phil Smith even, and Baron Davis, that team, and of course this team. But that's all beside the point. Destiny's Child. We should actually get together and talk because we've never met in person, or have we?
Just
we did.
The one time.
Opening day. God, that seems like a long time ago.
Certainly does. Our one encounter. Maybe I'll have to bring my Rick Barry jersey with me when I meet you again.
Do you have one?
I do, right here. It's my only. All my jerseys have no names on it, but my one exception is a Rick Barry classic jersey from the 70s.
That is incrinculant. His son was in the Olympics. Did you see that in the 3-on-3?
Yeah, Canyon, right?
Canyon. So this dude leads a miraculous win. They're down one guy, Jimmer Fredette, can't play. So they have three guys. Why don't they send another? Can't they give the team another sub? Why don't they show up with 5 people? But that's beside the point. Canyon Barry, son of NBA legend Rick, is playing in the game, and the announcers never mentioned it. And then the dude goes to the foul line in a clutch situation and shoots underhanded free throws and makes them both. And the announcers at the Olympics never said, oh, this is, Rick Barry's kid shoots you might be noticing that he's shooting underhanded free throws. They never said it, Destiny's Child. I wanted to call NBC and say, what are these? Do they even know that this is Rick Barry's kid? That's kind of an interesting storyline. I was very angry.
It's a fascinating one. I mean, they write about it all the time back at home. He was a tremendous free throw shooter back in college, of course, just embracing that style. It's you should file a gripe with NBC.
I am going to.
I'd write off.
It's one of the most incredible broadcast blunders I've ever seen. Anyway, all right, let's get to the Pirates. Not even the Pirates. Let's talk about younger guys. We had a good piece in the Post-Gazette today by Noah Hiles, not to be confused with Olympic champion Noah Lyles, who Tyreek Hill says he can outrun. Here's some guys that need to be up here, in my not-so-humble opinion, Destiny's Child. Billy Cook, no relation to Ron. He came over from the Orioles. He is second in all of AAA in doubles and extra base hits this month. He's hitting .395. He's slugging .1134. He's a top 25 prospect for the Pirates. He's apparently playing some center field. Why not have him up here in September, and then we don't have to watch Michael A. Taylor anymore?
I'm not ruling it out. I think it's going to happen. I wouldn't say that I'm going to put a firm timeline on it of when, but, I had a great conversation with Billy last week and wrote up a story on him where basically the sentiment from him was, yeah, I would love to be there, obviously. Any minor leaguer would, but with him, he's such an interesting case because he is kind of a late bloomer. But to that point of being a late bloomer, he's 25 years old. You would think the sooner you can get him up to the big leagues and figure out what you have in the guy, the better.
And they are playing him in center field?
Yeah, they're playing him in the outfield. I mean, outfield is his, I don't want to say natural spot because he moved to the outfield once he got to college.
Mm-hmm.
But, he had a great quote about it of saying when they moved him to center field in college, he was like, this felt really natural to me. I'm paraphrasing a little bit there, but can play first base. He can, second base is another spot that's very familiar with for him. But I would say if there's two positions that he's most comfortable, it's probably center field and second base. So he's not going to wow anybody with the glove. I don't think he's the greatest defensive center fielder in Pirates history or anything like that. Taylor is certainly a better defender, but I think he's capable of holding his own up there. I think it's certainly something that you have to consider, and you have to consider getting him up here.
You just remind me of a question that I want to ask Derek Shelton at the top of the hour before we get back to the likes of Henry Davis. It feels to me like this organization values defense much more than offense. And I would point to Michael A. Taylor. I would point to Grandal. I would point to Triolo, Alika Williams even. It's not like they could have been surprised that any of those players didn't hit, but they valued the defense so much that they went out and got those guys or promoted them, whatever, and stayed with them. At least the first three I mentioned, just stayed with them through months of nothing offensively. So tell me about that. Obviously, it's true that they value defense way more than offense. What do you think of that?
Yeah, my observations of that, I think it's that each player is their individual guy, right? Like, that's obvious that they're individual talents. But within the collective construction of the franchise, it's that there are some guys who have this clear defensive shortcomings that maybe you're trying to compensate for. Like, maybe that's unfair of me to make it so simplistic like that, but stats are stats. O'Neal Cruz has struggled mightily at shortstop. Brian Reynolds has been one of the worst defensive outfielders in baseball this year. Jack Swinsky struggled mightily in center field when he was up here. Rowdy Tellez and Connor Joe at first base are league average, probably at best, maybe slightly above, slightly below. Nick Gonzalez at second base was an average defender. So you look at it as maybe this was their way of compensating for some, I don't want to call it flaws, but you're trying to create a roster where some guys you expect offense from, but maybe not so much defense. And then the inverse, and you're hoping for offense, but maybe you could call it a flawed construction of a roster. Maybe you could call it just guys underperforming. But I would say that there is some intentionality behind that between there are guys who are defensively challenged, and you are probably trying to compensate for that, at least to some degree.
Very interesting there. I hadn't thought of it that way. That's why we pay Destiny's Child the big bucks. Yes, City Limits?
I agree with every syllable and half syllable you uttered there. Yeah.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You might be right about that the more I think about it, Andrew, but let's get to the next guy. Is Henry Davis. And I know that it's been said by many people that there's a wider gulf between AAA and the majors than there ever has been. But whenever this dude goes back to AAA, he doesn't just hit, he kills people. I mean, he's at 344 since July 13th with 20 RBIs, a 994 OPS, and he's ninth in AAA in slugging. I'm heartened by that, but only to a point because of what everybody says about the gulf between AAA and the majors. When does he get back here, and what do you make of this so-called gulf?
Yeah, I mean, the gulf to me is really an indictment on Major League Baseball. I'll start there because I have my own opinions on that, is that I really think it's unfortunate of how the league has gone about it with trimming the number of minor league affiliates for each roster, and what's that done in conjunction has made it so, yeah, that gap is larger, because it used to be that AAA really was strictly fringe MLB guys who could be legitimate organizational depth, and then a couple of hotshot prospects. But now it really is more of a hodgepodge at that level, where AA really is more of a great indicating factor of how close a guy is. But that's maybe besides the point. That's just something that I have a personal gripe with. But when it comes to Henry Davis, yeah, I think absolutely you have to consider this is a guy who should be a prime candidate, if not the top candidate, to be among those couple of guys who get added to the roster when they expand at the beginning of September.
At what position?
Maybe, I think it has to be catcher. It has to be. And what that means is maybe that means Yasmani Grandal becomes a one-start-a-week guy, or frankly, you cut ties with him, because I'd personally be pretty surprised if Grandal is a guy who's part of the formula for next year, especially with Endy Rodriguez coming back, regardless of how he is with his elbow, with Jason DeLay still being in the reserves. Like, Grandal feels like an expendable guy for next year. So what more does he provide you in September? Especially, I'm going to extrapolate here to a bigger thought, which we can get into, but Paul Skeens certainly has thrown to Yasmani Grandal a lot. If it gets to the point within the season where Skeens isn't pitching anymore, well, this is the guy who essentially had become Skeens' catcher. If Skeens isn't throwing, I'm not sure how much more value that Grandal provides, especially if some of the other guys he's catching are veterans like a Mitch Keller, guys of that nature. So I would say that there are myriad factors at play here, but I would have to say that Davis should get up here sooner rather than later, and it should be at catcher, because that's naturally his most natural position, and they really haven't played him anywhere else this year.
Yeah, and like if he had never played here yet, imagine him putting up these numbers in AAA. Fans would be just foaming at the mouth, and he'd be one of the highest rated prospects in baseball right now. But unfortunately, he has played here, and it hasn't gone well. And speaking of that, Jack Suwinski, a guy who hit 26 homers last year, I thought of him as, all right, he's on the Kyle Schwarber plan. He's going to hit 190, 200. He's going to strike out all the time, but he's at least going to give you power. And now, not only was his season here a complete disaster, but he's hitting 151 in 20 games at AAA. I'm starting to wonder, and I hate to say this, if he's going to be out of baseball soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you have to keep tabs on, right? I mean, the struggles from Suwinski, they've asked him to do some different things. He's, found some success at various junctures this year, but it's never been sustained. For the most part, on the whole, I think you call it what it is. It's been a lost season. Now, that being said, is one lost season enough for the Pirates to move on from a guy? I'm not so sure about that. I'm not terribly certain. I would have to imagine that you're looking at probably one more year at least in the organization before any drastic measures are made on the Suwinski front. But you would hope to see something better in AAA, because really this has been a continued struggle. This is a guy who obviously puts a lot of pressure on himself and works really hard. That's fairly well documented. But on the same token, it's a guy who's really struggled this year. You can't look at it objectively and not say that it's been a lost season for Jack Suwinski. And yes, still a relatively young guy. Yes, somebody who has a track record of some sort at the big league level with 26 homers, like you mentioned last year, Joe. I look at it as, yeah, he has one more year probably in the org, but this year certainly did not do him any favors in terms of long-term future with the Pirates, somebody who can be counted on, and frankly, future in general with the Pirates.
Paul, do you mind if I engage Andrew in a game of free association?
Everybody shout, let's go, Bucks!
I thought you'd like that one.
Oh, is that good? Paul, needless to say, is not here today, Andrew, and I don't know why. But I did get a text from him saying he wouldn't be here. Then I didn't ask after that. I hope he's well, as I'm sure you do.
Well, you got an update. He did communicate with you.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for in this world. Are you ready for a game of free association?
Always. Let's do it.
Bubba Chandler going to be here this year?
No.
Any other young pitcher? Harrington, Ashcraft, anybody?
Maybe Burrows. We could see Burrows.
Burrows. Very interesting. How about Endy Rodriguez? Is he going to play a major league game this year?
I don't think so. But I imagine him getting into a good number of minor league games.
Jared Jones, the famous question, when will he return? Do you have the Shelty clip? Hold on, Andrew. Here we go. Before you get to this.
I will say August 14th.
Still sticking to that?
Well, I'm 6 days overdue here, so that's always lovely.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Oh, no.
You're all right. I'm sorry about that. City Limits did all that, not me. It was tremendous theater. When's he coming back?
It's great. Let's say a week. I mean, I believe he's projected to throw today for Indianapolis, so maybe we see him again on the end of the homestand. He could throw as soon as, I think, Sunday he could, or maybe sometime during the Cubs series. But I think, because this is rehab start number 3, I know Ben Cherington said on his radio show that they were looking at least one more and evaluate from there. So I say it's either one more rehab start tonight and then another, or it's just one and then you bring him back to the big league. So he's probably no more than a week, 2 weeks away tops.
All right. Real quick to end this. I have 2 more questions, actually. Skeens. Big story in The Athletic this week about how the Pirates could gain an extra year of service if he doesn't finish first or second in Rookie of the Year balloting, and therefore might they be tempted to hurt his cause to finish first or second in Rookie of the Year balloting by not pitching him a lot the rest of the year, because it kind of makes sense on that level, and also innings-wise, he's getting up there. How does this whole thing play out? What would you do with Skeens?
I thought there was a really good quote. I'm messing it up here, but in that piece, I believe they equated it to a keg with fuses at both ends, where it's kind of you did good by the player by allowing him to develop and bring him up here in May and be competitive and all those things, but you did kind of, as the Pirates, pigeonhole yourselves in terms of the service and things of that nature. Personally speaking, I think you have to make all of that irrelevant. It really has to just be about how can you best position yourselves for 2025. So to me, that's you have to increase the number of innings that Skeens throws this year relative to last season. There's really no need for him to be pitching in non-competitive games, so maybe you skip a couple of starts at the end of the year. But to shut him down now or next week, to me, would be foolish. I would say a target date for, if I were running the Pirates, the target date would be 2 weeks before the end of the year. You save a couple of starts, you save some bullets, but you certainly build on that innings limit or that innings count that he has, because you are getting pretty close to where he was last year.
All right, and real quick, we're down to 30 seconds. What should be the future for Ke'Bryan Hayes here? What needs to happen?
Needs to somehow get healthy, needs to start elevating the ball again, and manage that back however possible. There's still a future here. They just have to go about it that way.
Destiny's Child, you're one hell of a man, and I'm going to be in touch with you about Lake Tahoe, because I really want to go there. And yeah, fly to San Fran and then drive through Sacramento and pay homage to the Sacramento Kings history, I think is the way to go. And they're getting pretty good right now again, too, with the Aaron Fox and Sabonis and company. Right?
It's a fun, exciting team.
I love them. Thank you, sir.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Expect my photos.
What a man he is. City Limits, I love that guy.
He's one of my favorite in the media. He really is. He's really grown to become friends over the last couple of months.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard not to. It's hard not to like the guy. He's like Tim, the caller from earlier today.
Who was you were invited to join my family.
Yes, and to watch my house. And same thing with Destiny's Child. I would let him watch the house, watch the dog. I just trust him implicitly.
Show him where the spare key is.
Exactly. I've never met him, but I would show him where the spare key is. I met him once.
Do your neighbors ever watch your house? Do they ever help around the house?
Yeah, one watches very closely, yeah.
I have great neighbors. They help
we
with
have wonderful neighbors.
The pool and stuff like that when we're away.
It's a world where you need great neighbors.
Yeah, it really is.
Coming up next, Pirates manager Derek Shelton, top of the hour. Lots to talk about with him, about Skeens' immediate future, Ke'Bryan Hayes. Guys getting called, tons of things. Guys getting called up. But first, we have a wheel of ball, and that's all about you, my friend. What do you got?
We got a lot of topics today, Joe. Some NFL, some NHL, and we also have an updated Steelers depth chart. Did anything change on the updated Steelers depth chart? We'll get to that next.
Holy bird follicles. It's 11:33. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. How about what Gina Giampietro can do for you? Derek needed to sell his home in Moon Township. He reached out to Gina to learn more about his options. Derek said Gina did an incredible job marketing his home and getting his home in front of a lot of qualified buyers. With her expert marketing, Gina was able to get an offer on Derek's home for over $450,000. Derek said he definitely used Gina over any other local real estate agent and highly recommends her to anyone thinking about selling their home or buying a home. So would I. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Home doesn't sell by the deadline. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina at 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Adam Schefter, there could be some momentum on what happens with Brandon Ayuk this weekend as the situation continues to stall out, and the final preseason game for the Steelers is this Saturday, 1 o'clock in Detroit at Ford Field. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
What is the dimension of a MLB base?
Callus. So what, it'd be 5 foot by 5 foot?
I don't think it's 5 by 5.
No, 5 by 5.
That'd be like me laying down.
Right.
I think it's 15 by 17. Callus, you'd be stealing bases if they were 5 by 5.
I'd be stealing rectangle.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound Summer Slim Down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound Summer Slim Down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound Summer Slim Down with the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% when you buy 1 pallet or more of select shingles. Plus, save 10% when you buy 68 or more select OSB sheathing. And if you find a lower price in-store or online, we'll match it. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 67.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Tua Tagovailoa didn't hold back on the criticism of his former head coach Brian Flores, saying Flores' daily criticism rattled the quarterback's confidence. Developing a quarterback is the most important job a head coach will have, and knowing how to properly motivate that player falls squarely on the head coach's shoulders. I'm Maggie Gray.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Got 2 tickets here to see Jeff Lynne's ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, live in concert on the Over and Out Tour, PPG Paints Arena, September 10th. Call my dear friend City Limits, caller number 3 at 412-928-9370. Pirates manager Derek Shelton at the top of the hour. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And our topic, or a multitude of topics, I should say, in this segment, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. You know what it's time for, City Limits. Just tell the people.
We already went over. Come one, come all for the wheel of ball.
Did you like Ron's added excitement there?
Oh, is that good? Yeah.
An abbreviated wheel of ball. Let's begin with the updated Steelers depth chart, but is it really updated? Nate Herbig is still listed as the starting center, despite speculation he's going to be out for the season. Zach Frazier is the backup there. The line goes Dan Moore, Isaac Seumalo, Nate Herbig, James Daniels, Broderick Jones. No change there, with Troy Faltanu still the backup left tackle. Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, Cordell Patterson running back, Connor Hayward the starting fullback. Russell Wilson still your starting quarterback on the Steelers. Not so updated depth chart.
Who are the corners? The starting corners. Jackson and Porter, I imagine. Is there a third corner listed?
The third corner in the nickelback position is still Beanie Bishop.
Okay. Very good.
Other than that,
what else am I? How about the kick returner, punt returner?
Calvin Austin, as well as Cordell Patterson.
Cordero just as kick returner, KR?
Just as kick returner, yes. He's the only kick returner listed. Cordero and Calvin Austin is the only punt returner listed.
Okay. So, as I mentioned earlier, I think that the con artist's greatest trick might be making left tackles disappear here. They keep drafting them in the first round, and neither of the guys they drafted in the first round as left tackles are left tackles. It's an amazing trick, actually, especially when Dan Moore is the left tackle in front of them. Next. And he may be listed as backup left tackle. He's going to be the starting right tackle. I don't know what Broderick Jones is, and Dan Moore can't play the right side.
Why don't they just rip the Band-Aid off on the depth chart? I mean, really, we all know it's going to happen. Just formally announce it. Raheem Morris, new Falcons coach. We don't feel we need to play Michael Penix in the preseason finale. Atlanta is shutting down Michael Penix despite being their backup to Kirk Cousins. This doesn't make any sense to me. Why you would not play Michael Penix, your rookie, and want more snaps. Get a chance to see him in more snaps.
Maybe they're a little bit nervous about Kirk Cousins, and Penix is a sort of a de facto starter in that he may be the guy playing against the Steelers. We don't know that. Maybe they're a little nervous about the Achilles and Cousins, so he doesn't want to risk Penix. I understand that completely.
You can't live in a fearful world, though.
With injuries, you're supposed to live in a fearful world, or else you put a guy like Jalen Warren out there and he gets hurt for no reason. I'm sorry, I got mad.
Montreal has made a trade, acquiring Patrick Laine and a 2026 second-round draft pick from Columbus for Jordan Harris.
Laine's an interesting guy. He's had some good years. At his best, he's a big goal scorer. but he hasn't been really at his best, and you just don't know what you're getting. Man, are the Canadians just an afterthought? Who would have thunk that? They've been an afterthought for a long time. One of the league's flagship franchises. Hockey mecca, you might say.
They did go to the Cup final a couple of years ago, the COVID year.
I don't care. They were lucky. Next.
They were very lucky. Final one before we get to Shelty. Have you seen the new meme that's going around on social media, Joe? Nobody will remember your salary, how busy you were, or how many hours you worked. People will remember, well, the Penguins decided to get in on the fun. Their people will remember was the Tristan Jarry empty net goal scored earlier last season.
As opposed to Tristan Jarry assisting on the Islanders' goal in overtime against him the one year?
Apparently so. People, I guess, will not remember that, but they'll remember this goal against Tampa Bay.
I will remember how much I made, how many hours I worked, and what was the other thing?
How busy you were and your salary.
Yeah, I'll remember how busy I was and my salary.
I'll remember those
till the day I die.
I'll remember when they trade Tristan Jarry, if they ever trade him. I'll remember that too.
Thank you, City Limits. Pirates manager, that was a good one, actually. A little 3-question treat. The Pirates manager, Derek Shelton, up next. First, fan weather. Brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 70 today with cloudy skies.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday 4-3 as Corey Seager clubbed 2 home runs off of Luis Ortiz and was all the Texas needed. A solo shot and a 3-run homer as Texas won Game 1 of the series. Game 2 today, 8:05 first pitch. 7 o'clock is when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins with Dan Zangrilli. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Derek Shelton next.
Hello, sunshine finally returns this afternoon with the rest of the day overall being partly cloudy. We are currently getting our first taste of fall with highs today at around 70 degrees. Morning lows tomorrow morning will be closer to 50 degrees with a number of places dipping down into the 40s. Our next good chance of seeing rain still a couple of days away. I have it arriving on Sunday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I used precision pointing, loving the results and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Berg. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Crowley. Here in Pittsburgh, our summers can be scorching and our winters can be brutal. But Renewal by Andersen Windows can help keep your home more comfortable while helping you save on energy bills. Their smart sunglass options and durable frames built with their signature composite Fibrex material aim to minimize drafts and increase energy efficiency. And all their windows are installed by certified master installers who are true experts, which brings peace of mind knowing they'll do the job right. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st. Call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyanderson.com.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
That's the power of Bowser.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer Doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates Rangers game 2 of the series in Arlington today, as the Pirates will send Mitch Keller to the mound after a loss 4-3 yesterday. Corey Seager drove in all 4 runs for Texas with a solo home run and also a 3-run shot in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. You hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. 8:05 first pitch, 7 o'clock North Shore Tavern. Leadoff show begins with Dan Zangrilli. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Derek Shelton Show starts now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Derek Shelton Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as we give you the latest on our Pirates with Pirates manager Derek Shelton. The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. Now, the Derek Shelton Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is time for the Derek Shelton Show, brought to you by your local Parmore stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmore store near you now, there will be soon. The Pirates manager is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Paul Zeiss not here today. We don't actually know where he is. Shelty, how are you today?
I'm doing, I guess, hopefully better than Paul is. I mean, that's a little concerning that that's the intro, that we don't know where he's at. I mean,
well, but that's the case 3 out of the 5 days each week. We usually find out at 10:04 for a 10 o'clock show if he will indeed be here.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting. That's an interesting work dynamic. I mean,
it is.
Maybe at some point in the off season, I'll just come host the show with you once a week. What do you think about that?
That'd be great.
You and I.
In
Just
studio.
you and I.
Yeah, if you're
in studio.
If you're in Pittsburgh, let's do it.
In studio. But I will tell you beforehand if I'm coming or not. How's that sound?
I like that. Yeah, at least
should we be worried about Paul? I mean, should we?
In a way, no, and then in another way, I'm worried about him all the time. So I'm so constantly worried about him that I'm not really that worried about him, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that seems fair. That seems fair.
Do you mind if City Limits joins in the proceedings today with a couple questions?
Let's go. I mean, we gotta add somebody in. I mean, he showed up on time, and we appreciate that.
Plus, he's wearing a Pillbox Pirate hat from the '79 days. He's a big fan. City Limits. I don't know if you know that.
I know City Limits is a big fan, but the Pillbox hat, I don't know. Where are you at on the Pillbox hat?
On City Limits, it looks good. It looks good, I think. Yeah, I love the '79 uniforms, the mixes and matches.
The batting practice hat this year with the Startle Stars that you guys have incorporated into the games too. Definitely one of the best hats in a while.
I love that. I wish we would wear it. I wish we would wear it like every Saturday or every. It was actually Brian Uricki, who is one of our VPs. It was his idea to wear it during the '79 weekend, and then the players liked it, and we've worn it more. So. We may need to add that to the mix, because I agree with you. I think it's one of our better hats.
Very sharp. Speaking of Werecki, I never did ask you about that the water delay, the flood on the warning track. I can't remember if I was out that week or what. Was that the most incredible thing? You've been part of some incredible things here, but that was ridiculous. You were in the outfield, and Werecki got more airtime than anybody.
Yeah, I feel bad for Brian, and in that case, being on TV that much. Yeah, it was a strange thing. I think there's two things. It's number one, the rain came much faster than we anticipated, and I think, as we all know, in Pittsburgh, you can get rain. We saw the rain the other day at home in the last game, the Sunday game, how it came and then went. That rain came faster with more intensity than any report we had, and then we had an unfortunate situation where we had a pipe drain that they found out the next day that in left center field that was busted. And that's why we were not getting, that was the challenge that we had, getting the water off the field. And then we had to make sure that we got all the water off the field before we could play. So we had a ton of dry time, before it was a situation where the outfield or the warning track was playable.
That was just amazing to watch that whole thing unfold. But Shelty, let's get to current events here. It's been said of you by many people that you're the same guy every day when you come in here, when you come into the clubhouse. When you're going through this, how do you accomplish that? How do you sort of prepare yourself to go into that clubhouse? Because you have to be incredibly frustrated, probably ticked off a lot of the time in private. How do you show up each day the same still?
Well, I think there's a couple things. As I know, and you and I have talked about this through the years, Stark, is that players will feed off, what happens in the manager's chair and the manager's office. So it's really important. And then the second thing is, and this is in no way a cover behind it because, we have not won games over the last 2 weeks. If effort is an issue, then I will change who I am and how I react to things. Our effort has not changed. We've lost 11 one-run games since the break. We've got to figure out a way to be better. But if I lose my mind because of that, then it's not going to help. Now, that's not to say that privately there haven't been times where, I have shown frustration or I have expressed that to people or our players, but to do it, publicly or outwardly, like, I'm not going to do that because I think it's important to stay the same, good, bad, or indifferent. It's just, what I believe in as a person. And I know people, some people don't like that or some people may want to see it, but that's just not who I am.
I think that people would disagree with the effort part, just to be frank and honest with you, and I would be one of them. I'm not saying it's necessarily chronic, but there have been several examples either of guys not running out of the box. That was Cruz one day. Same thing happened with the Yankees and Aaron Boone benched. I forgot who he benched a couple weeks ago. Same exact situation, not running out of the box. I see some guys not running all out to first, which nobody really does, I guess, these days anymore on routine grounders. John Wehner was on the Fan last week, I believe it was, and said that he gets frustrated more than anything with the question, is the effort there consistently? Is it there 100% of the time, he said. And he says at times it's not. So how do you answer to people who don't think the effort is there 100% of the time?
Okay, so you're going to have to – you broke up on me on who said what there? Because you kind of broke up on me halfway through that question. Who?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you now.
Yeah, I was talking about getting out of the box on Cruz. Tellez have had situations, guys not running to first. And John Wehner last week on the Fan said, is the effort there 100% of the time? At times it's not, and how that frustrates him. So how do you respond to people who actually don't think that the effort is there 100% of the time?
Well, I understand that, and everybody's going to have their opinion on that. In terms of it, if it affects an extra base or how it's going, that's when the effort comes into play in my mind. I mean, every ground ball, is it 100% down the line for everybody? No, not in the big leagues anywhere. So I think, I understand that could be a difference of opinion. If it affects a base or it affects, being able to score a run, then I think, yeah, that does become an issue. In terms of the thing you brought up with the Aaron Boone and Gleyber Torres, I mean, that's an individual situation that happens with every team, and I think every manager handles that differently, So in that situation, I wouldn't want to speak to it because I don't know the situation that happened before that with Gleyber with Boone.
Are you tempted in a situation like that, Shelty, when you see a guy, let's just take the Cruz play from whatever it was a couple weeks ago, where he's not hustling out of the box? Are you tempted to say, that's it for the day, we can't have that? I mean, I remember when Hurdle benched McCutchen for not getting out of the batter's box one time. Are you tempted to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm tempted at times. I mean, I've done it before, not in the major leagues, but in the minor leagues with players and taking them out. Situations like that are addressed, so it's not like just because you're taking somebody out specifically that those situations, I don't know the specific one that you're referring to or Rock was referring to with Cruz. But, yes, I mean, situations like that are addressed.
Shelty, Brian De La Cruz, since being acquired, is hitting under 200 with only 2 RBIs. You sat him down a couple of times just trying to get him right. In the brief amount of time that you spent with him, what have you noticed about his approach, and why do you think he's struggling the way he is?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Coming to a new team, obviously being traded, you want to perform, and it's a challenge. He really looks to me like he's kind of in between. That he's not being as aggressive as he was when we saw him when he was with the Marlins, and I think that is, that's kind of gone to the point of the hard contact or impacting the baseball because he's in between, and we got to get him to trust just taking good aggressive swings like we saw earlier in the year when he was with the Marlins.
Pirates manager Derek Shelton on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Obviously a big story this week that we've been talking about a lot. Really a big story for the year, Shelty, is Ke'Bryan Hayes. Some people had him as a low-key MVP candidate. He hit so well his final 3 months last year. He told Jason Mackey the other day, this is the quote, Hayes said, someone who has what I have, referring to his back, you want to stay away from turning, but that's what I have to do every day. What does he have? Like, have you guys or him independently reached a conclusion as to what is, obviously you haven't, I guess, what is wrong with his back and how to fix it? Because it seems like this really hurt him 2 years ago and again this year.
Yeah, so to the answer to the first question, no, we have not determined that yet. He saw a doctor yesterday. We are having more testing actually run today. And I think, no, I don't think, I know we need to get to a solution because he's been grinding. And to his point, when you have a back, and you guys well know this, when you have a back issue, the rotation is the biggest component to it. And, he's been battling this for a while. It's been affecting the ability to rotate. And we have to find a solution for it because he is important. We saw, as you pointed out, Stark, over the last 2 months, the impact offensive player he could be. And because of the, lack of ability to rotate or whatever it is that's causing him not to be able to rotate the way he wants, it's impacted his swing this year. And we don't have an answer yet. We will get an answer. And the reason we don't have an answer yet is just we're waiting for more testing and waiting for the doctors to, kind of inform us of what the next course of action should be.
Yeah, I guess it all just seems so vague, even from a couple of years ago when he was saying he was having trouble getting on and off the plane. This year, having trouble turning. It just seems to be, really hurting the team, quite frankly. And I'm wondering this off season, do you have to maybe have a solution where you move on at third base if you can't get this identified?
No, I think the thing is more important for us is to get it identified. Because, we've seen the impact that T. Brian can have defensively, and we've seen in spurts when he's healthy, how good of an offensive player he can be. I mean, I think last year, in June, August, and September, really impactful offensive player, missed most of July, and had to get him healthy. So the important thing is finding out what this is, because I think we all know with back situations, it's something that can flare up, and when you're doing a rotational sport, it causes issues. So the biggest thing right now for us is finding out how we can treat this, how we can get him back to where he was.
Speaking on trying to get someone else back to being healthy, Jared Jones scheduled to start today in Indianapolis. How important is it to get him back with the number of innings that he's pitched this year and try to make sure that he still throws a consistent amount of innings this season so that next year there's no worry about a pitch count or pitch limits or anything
And
like
I might add that Destiny's Child has his return pegged for a week from now, yes? Is that right, City Limits?
Not August 14th.
Not anymore, no.
Yeah, okay, so can we go to the first or the second point of that? This is why we don't go to Destiny's Child for Nostradamus-type predictions.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Exactly. So he's gonna. I'm gonna ask him, I would like you guys to ask him since he's not here. When should Jones pitch next? Because evidently he's got it figured out.
Yeah.
But to City Limits' point, yeah, Jared is scheduled to pitch tonight in Indianapolis, which is important. And yes, building his volume up throughout the year is very important for us. He is very important for us, not only in 24, but moving forward. So we have to make sure that we continue to get his volume built up at a healthy rate and make sure that he finishes the season strong and healthy because he is important to us.
A question we get a lot here is a guy like Billy McKinney. I mean, is he still at his age considered a prospect? And when it's time to call somebody up, people want to know, well, why not Davis? Why not York? Younger guys who are red hot at AAA.
Yeah, I think, that's a really good question. I think McKinney and what we felt the situation where we're at right now, he was the best fit for us. But, I mean, York is doing a good job down there. Cook's doing a good job. Henry's swinging the bat well. Those guys are important. The first two guys right now are not on the roster. They have to be added this offseason. So those will probably be conversations that we will have, over the next couple of weeks and getting a look at them. But as of right now, both those guys are doing a good job. Henry's swinging the bat better, and that's really encouraging for us.
A great story this year for you guys, I think, has been Kyle Nicholas, Shelty. And, man, it didn't look good at first. That Cubs game would be demoralizing for anybody. Take us back to that and what you think turned his season around? Because I think in these last 2 months, his ERA it's at 1 or under.
Yeah. So the Cubs series, that was Skeens' debut, right?
Yeah.
When he just didn't throw strikes, and we had a hard time throwing strikes in that game, and ended up coming back and winning it. I would point to, I don't know if it was his next outing or 2 outings later, but it was the Dodger outing. And the first inning he went out and gave up a couple runs. In the second inning, he punched out Ohtani on 3 pitches, and don't quote me specifically on the detail. I think he punched out Ohtani on 3 pitches, 3 breaking balls. And then Mookie got 3-1, and it may be in reverse order. Mookie got 3-1, and he beat him with a fastball, and he popped out to right field or to first base. That was what kind of changed it for me. That was like, okay, I can get big league hitters out. I can get the best big league hitters out in the world. And sometimes it's just that little bit of confidence, in the Cub outing, it's challenging. I mean, it gets rained out. Everybody's there for Skeens. We don't throw strikes coming out of it. Holderman didn't throw strikes. He didn't throw strikes. The crowd got irritated, and I understand that. So I think it was just the confidence of coming back in whether that was that outing or the next outing, and going after the best hitters and getting them out. And another one that stands out to me is when we were in Houston a couple weeks ago, he got Yordan Alvarez in back-to-back games.
Yeah.
In the first game, he got 2 outs, and it looked like he got tentative around him and pitched around him. And then the next day went right after him. So it's one of those things that this kid's got really good stuff. And sometimes it's just that confidence of like, hey, man, I can do this. I can go after people. I can use my stuff in the zone. And I think we've seen the maturation of Kyle Nicolas through the year. And to your point, it's a good story. I think we're going to have a guy that's going to be a leverage reliever for us moving forward. And with some of the guys that have been hurt now, he's actually getting those leverage innings, which is going to be really good experience for us, throughout this year and moving forward.
Something I'm really curious about, I think we've talked about it before, but I still don't really have a handle on it, is that across the industry, I keep seeing and reading and hearing that there's never been a bigger gulf between AAA and the majors for hitters. So when I see Henry Davis down there, he doesn't go down and play well. He goes down and kills people. I mean, he's hitting 350, I think, over the last month, 1,000 OPS. 600 slugging, close to all that. It's AAA for a reason. Those aren't major league pitchers, but it's always been that way. Is it true that there's more of a gulf than ever between AAA and major league pitching? And if so, why?
Yeah, it's the biggest difference it's probably been in the last, as long as I can remember. I think when we're seeing it throughout the industry, it's not just the difference between Indianapolis and Pittsburgh, or the AAA situation in Pittsburgh. It's everywhere. And I think if you look at numbers of guys that have gone to AAA and to your point dominated AAA and then come to the big leagues and struggled, it's the biggest challenge. I think your point goes back to like the Nicolas point a little bit. Guys like Nicolas were guys that spent a ton of time in AAA and kind of refined some of the things we were talking about. Teams now are bringing those guys to the big leagues. They're bringing them to the big leagues. And I think the biggest difference is players don't see velocity in AAA. There's just not as much high-end velocity. And we've talked about it a lot this year and in the previous years. The velocity in the big leagues continues to rise, whether it's on the fastball or the breaking ball. And because of that, we're seeing the biggest jump of probably, all time in terms of AAA in the big leagues. And then the other thing is the way the schedule is built in AAA is 6 games in one city. So 6 games in one city, that means you're going to end up seeing the same pitchers multiple times, which never happens in a big league series. You may see a leverage reliever maybe twice in a big league series. In a minor league series and in a AAA series, you may see those guys 3 times. So the ability to see them that quickly is so advantageous for offense that we've created an environment that's not close. And that's why we're seeing hitters that do really well in AAA come to the big leagues and still have issues.
How close are we to completely recreating what a guy will see on a mound in a major league game? I saw there's a commercial with Michael McHenry, and I knew that you could manipulate these pitching machines to recreate exactly a pitcher's repertoire and how you think they'll approach you, even to the point in that commercial with McHenry where there's like an AI creation of the pitcher. Like, how close can you come to replicating that and therefore helping a guy like a Henry Davis or anybody get ready for Major League pitching?
Yeah, so there is a machine, and I haven't seen the commercial with Michael, but I'm assuming that you're referring to like the Traject machine, which is what we have that basically replicates what you'll see in a Major League game. And yeah, we have one in Pittsburgh. We're using it, and it's something that is going to be helpful moving forward. But it's one of those things that we are using right now in terms of how widely spread goes through the industry. I think that's going to be the question because the machine is fairly new and it was just approved this year to be able to use in a major league setting in the game. So I think the next couple of years are going to be important in terms of how that technology continues to advance.
A lot of people I talk to, Shelty, are curious about Nick York and Billy Cook. Is it that jump because they haven't made the majors yet that maybe is one reason why they're not here? What might that be so far for you?
No, I think both those guys we're excited about. We acquired in a trade, and we wanted to get a look at. And like I said, earlier, neither one of them are on the 40-man yet. They are guys that have to be added, and I think they will be guys that we have conversations about over the next few weeks.
Shelty, obviously, when this happens to a team, there's going to be criticism, and a lot of it, as I'm sure you know, is directed toward you. Are you aware of it? Do you become aware of it? How do you deal with it?
Well, I understand that. I think, like as we've talked about previously, like when you have this job and you go through a stretch that we went through, that there's going to be criticism, and understand that and appreciate that people are passionate about it. How I handle it, I think, goes back to the first question you asked. I have to be the same person every day. I continue to look at every decision we make, how we make them, if it's right or wrong. I've been the first person to tell you when I've made decisions that I don't think they're right, So I think just continuing to focus on on what we're doing and how our process is. But I definitely understand the criticism, and I understand that people are passionate about it. So, the awareness of it, yeah, to some respect. I mean, I appreciate that you bring it up to me every week, Stark, and that just makes my week. But I think it's a situation where, yeah, I'm aware of it.
Two more quick questions. One is Skeens, who, if he was on, a normal schedule, I think he would be pitching tomorrow. When is he pitching next, and will we see him get spaced out like that pretty much the rest of the year?
Yeah, well, he'll be spaced out. I think he's spaced out to be normal. He'll pitch when we get home. But we have not pitched him on regular 5 days rest, I think, but one time all year. He's been on a 6-day rotation, which most of our guys have been on. And then I think the second part of your question is, yeah, I mean, he will continue to pitch. He will continue to be spaced out when he pitches, though.
Do you have a specific innings limit that when he reaches it, his season's done?
I think we have a general idea of where we want him to be. I mean, we have no immediate plans to shut him down, if that is the question. But are we going to monitor him or, limit him in terms of the volume, maybe even within games or the total number? Yeah. I think we're still kind of working through that in terms of the days and when he pitches, but no immediate plans to shut him down.
Knowing him, well, I don't know him, but knowing what I know about him, is he on board with all of that? Do you imagine that he might not be on board for being taken out of games a little earlier than usual, that type of thing?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I would never talk about publicly unless I've already talked to the player about it. So we've talked to him about it. We've explained to him, the priority is him and his health. And, it's the major league season. I think the big difference here is this is his first professional season, essentially. So, most starting pitchers go through, like, let's say Jared Jones or, guys that come through our system, they've gone through how many they're going to throw in a year and then how many they're going to throw in the next year. This kid, because he's so different, I mean, all this is new at the major league level. So our first priority with him is making sure that he finishes the season strong, he finishes the season healthy, and kind of work off that, because we're dealing in an area where not a lot of people deal with the fact that it's his first big league season. And he understands that. He does a very good job communicating. We've talked to him about the rigors of a major league season and how to handle it.
Concern level with Keller. Is he just going to be on his regular schedule now? Is there any larger concerns with him?
No larger concerns. I mean, will we try to get him extra days? Yeah, but we've tried to get everybody extra days throughout this. Throughout the whole season. We've been really aware of that, but no overall concerns with him.
Lastly, Shelty, and I know I went over the 2-question limit, IKF predicts 100 wins next season. Thoughts?
I did not know that, but I love his confidence.
Thank you, Shelty.
All right, guys. Have a good week.
Good luck today. That's Pirates manager Derek Shelton. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And we want you back with us after the break to talk more Pittsburgh sports. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule a heart checkup at UPMC today. Very easy to do with people who really know what they're doing. So get that scheduled. What did you make of all that? Limitless wonder. What stood out to you? I wish somebody would. Well, you know what? You go ahead and answer the question. I'm being selfish now.
The mentality on Skeens, or at least what's being said publicly, is staying the same, which has been the last couple of weeks, which I'm not necessarily surprised about. Now, what I kind of took away from that is, will we be seeing Paul Skeens pitching into the 7th? I would think not. Maybe the 6th inning is the capper for how long he's going to go in his starts and try to limit it that way, and also pitch counts.
Yeah.
And it seems like there's no rush to bring up some of the new guys that they acquired at the deadline, the Billy Cooks, the Nick Yorks. That's why I know you asked about it. That's why I wanted to ask him again, like just to see why that potentially might not be the case. And those aren't like groundbreaking players, but they're still guys that they acquired for a reason.
Yet. Yeah, we don't know what they are yet. He was really good, I thought, on the difference between AAA and the majors.
Yeah.
That made sense to me. And then, man, I wish somebody between now and next season, other than IKF, would put a stake in the ground. You may remember that going into 2013, Clint Hurdle said 95 wins. 95 wins, and everybody thought he was nuts. How many games did they win, City Limits? Wrong. 94. You're right.
Yeah.
94. Somebody put a stake in the ground around here. Let's go. And why shouldn't it be Shelty? Ben Cherington kind of said 84 wins was something they wanted to surpass this year. That ain't going to happen. But I wish that somebody would just put a stake in the ground here. I guess IKF did at 100. Did you like that?
Yeah, I heard that was Zane Grilly. 100 wins. I mean,
I love it.
Get to 500 first, please, but I love the confidence.
No, fire past 500 and get to 100 wins.
I'm talking about this season.
Oh.
The goal was supposed to be to get to 500 so that next year that is an attainable feat, if that makes any sense.
It doesn't. They're not going to get there this year.
To 500 now?
No.
Not 8 games under
below.
right now. No.
Everything's falling apart here.
Right now, they have to get to 76.
Why?
That's where they were at last year.
Oh.
They fall below 76. That's not good.
What do you feel right now as chances Shelty returns next season? Percent?
75. I'm not confident that.
I feel 60%.
Yeah, I'm not confident that they will make a change there.
That's a tough sell if they don't get to last year's win total. Bob Smizik thinks that Bob Nutting will fire Shelty.
Maybe a 50-50 proposition is the best that I could think. I think there's a greater chance than not that he comes back than he does not.
412-928-9370. Paul's not here. Would you like to dive into a mailbag with me?
I would love to. It's intergalactically red.
What, from here to Uranus? Yes, it is. There's little, what do they call the people who live there?
The Martians?
Martians, yeah.
Aliens?
Galatians, is that a word? No.
Are you talking about glaciers?
No, I don't know what I'm talking about. I thought that was a
word. Like the big bodies of water frozen in ice?
Not frozen anymore, but yes. Big bodies of water. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
I love you.
Did you get McHenry for the top of the hour?
I have not heard back. But I also had not heard back from Destiny's Child, and he jumped on.
Did something go wrong with McHenry? Are we getting a Belfont snorkel? This is the second week in a row. What the previous week? Did it become contentious? I can't remember.
No, it has never been contentious with Michael.
Even with him and Paul?
I typically check in with him the morning of.
Yeah.
Like at about 9 o'clock. I'm just making sure that we're good to go because we've been doing it as a weekly thing since like May.
Yeah.
And I should have checked in with Michael last night because I have not heard from him
so
today.
It's your fault.
It is my fault. You can blame me. That's
all right.
fine. I'll be
We need volunteers, not hostages.
There you go.
We'll get back to Steeler talk at the top of the hour if Michael McHenry isn't with us, and that was rather hot earlier. But first, we're going to dive into a mailbag where some very alert readers are not feeling the Steeler vibe so far in the preseason, and it feels like a lot of them want Justin Fields. We'll talk about that. First, JP Roofing and Siding. A lot of people want to talk to Joe Potocznik and his mustache. I've seen that live. I'm out at a golf tournament with this guy. People pass right by me. They pass right by him, and they go straight to the mustache. That thing has become famous. Here's the deal with JP. He's been doing this for 43 years and doing it better than anybody. This guy wins awards left and right. Right now, he's this year's trifecta top performer MVP in the Northeast. That's back-to-back years for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. All of that, I can vouch for them. They've done great work at my house. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Rangers tonight, 8:05 first pitch from Texas. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan and also on your Odyssey app as Mitch Keller takes the ball for the Pirates. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 19 days until Pittsburgh faces the Falcons. These are some of your favorite 19s. Calvin Austin III, Choo-Choo, David Woodley. The countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Champ Tires. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Head to Level 20 in Bethel Park. Blue Moon Draft Special Thursdays and Fridays. $5. Enjoy Blue Moon Drafts. Open mic night 7 p.m. on the first Thursday of each month. Level 20 in Bethel Park, Paxton Drive. Level20lounge.com.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com. It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Tua Tagovailoa didn't hold back on the criticism of his former head coach Brian Flores, saying Flores' daily criticism rattled the quarterback's confidence. Developing a quarterback is the most important job a head coach will have, and knowing how to properly motivate that player falls squarely on the head coach's shoulders. I'm Maggie Gray.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills, too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
What did you just tell me?
So, according to Nicole Auerbach, who just got a big promotion at NBC, Oklahoma State players for football will wear QR codes on the back of their helmets that link to a donations page for their NIL collective. So, you're telling me that Oklahoma State thinks that people are going to be watching their football games, see a QR code on the back of their helmets, which looks very small, in the brief 2-second period where maybe the back of their helmet is shown and they're going to pull out their phones and scan it just for the hell of it?
Why not?
And then
if
notice
they're big
that
enough fans. I love this. I love everything that's happened with NIL and money, and I love the fact that coaches hate it and that it's complete chaos because that's what they all deserve after decades and decades of cheating. I was just watching the Pony Express documentary, Craig James and Eric Dickerson. Now, they cheated out in the open, and they were going to cheat better than anybody else, and I love them for that. And what I don't love so much is that you go back to the John Wooden era UCLA Bruins, and that program cheated its ass off, and nobody ever talked about it because Wooden sort of turned a blind eye to a guy named Sam Gilbert. So nobody ever talked about the stereos and the airplane tickets and all the crap that they were doing back then with players to build the fabled UCLA dynasty. But, man, they're sure happy to talk about SMU when some billionaire from Texas pretty much out in the open starts paying players tons of money. They're going to nail him to the wall, which is what they did. That program got the death penalty. But it was long before that all the cheating started in college sports. All the payments started in what we called amateur sports. And this is the logical finish line to that unchecked cheating. And I love it. I can't tell you how much I love it. Every time a new story arises where it's Mike Gundy saying, oh, that's it for you guys with NIL now. Well, you can get back to it in December. Meanwhile, Oklahoma says we're going to put these codes on the back of
Oklahoma
guys'
State. No, it's Gundy. Oklahoma State.
What?
Yes.
He
It's
just said 2 days ago that they're not going to do any more NIL stuff, right?
Well, apparently he was lying.
Oh, this is tremendous. This is even better.
Maybe when he said they weren't going to do any more NIL stuff, he made. I mean, after this, that hasn't already been announced.
This is absolutely incrinculant. I mean,
yeah, Gundy to players, quit calling for more money. 2 days ago, well, yesterday, ESPN put this video out there.
That is truly amazing.
Oh, and there's a statement from Mike Gundy.
What did he say?
He has a change of tune. This is a revolutionary step forward to help keep Oklahoma State football ahead of the game. It gives a chance for everyday fans across the world to have a real impact when it comes to supporting the NIL efforts for Cowboy football. I'm thrilled about this opportunity for our players. What a flip-flopper, like a teeter-totter going back and forth on this crap.
Is he a beauty, that guy? The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills, my intergalactically red mailbag at the Post-Gazette. Paul is not here to indulge me. Ron certainly isn't. He's drinking in Florida.
Great for talk radio, my man.
As we speak. So it's me and City Limits. A man named Paul Christopher. Which team wins more games in September? Pitt football or the Steelers? Pitt has 3 of 4 games at home. Steelers 3 of 4 on the road. Pitt plays Kent State at Cincy, which is supposed to be horrible this season, West Virginia, and Youngstown State. The Steelers play at Atlanta, at Denver, home against the Chargers, and at Indy. Who are you picking to have more wins at the end of September, little limitless wonder?
So Kent State is August 31st. Are we including it as September, even though it's the last day of August?
Can you believe this guy, Ron?
You're a pathetic person. You know that?
I'm going to say
I love that quote. By the end of September, who has more wins?
Oh, by the end of September.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My God, the technicalities that you get involved in.
I think Pitt football does. I think they win 3 out of 4. They beat Youngstown State, they beat Kent State, and they beat Cincinnati. I don't know about West Virginia. It's up in the air.
Okay. How about the other guys? What are they going to have?
The Steelers?
Mm-hmm.
I think that they will. I think they'll also have 3 wins.
See, that's what I said. I said each would have 2, but then I chickened out of the question. So then I said, if I have to pick one, I'm picking Pitt to have 3 and the Steelers 2. You think they're going to have 3? I think the Steelers lose at Atlanta.
I think they beat Atlanta.
I think they lose. God, you have to. What if they start 0-2?
You buying into Bo Nix?
No, I think they lose at Atlanta and at Indy. Because I think they get outcoached like they did last year, losing to a backup quarterback at Indy. And I think they beat Denver and the Chargers.
You ready for this hot take?
No, wait. Yeah, they're going to win the Russell Wilson Bowl. That's going to be unbelievable.
You ready for this hot take?
Yeah.
I think they're going to start 3-1 and win all 3 road games and lose the 1 home game.
Holy horse
They will
oil.
lose the Chargers game at home. They will beat the Falcons, Broncos, and Colts on the road.
That's a horrible take.
I don't think the Colts are that good. I don't believe in Anthony Richardson.
I do, actually. I think Anthony Richardson's going to be good, and I think that guys who can run around like that can give the Steelers problems.
Well, they can hone in and contain Lamar Jackson as well as anybody in the league, the best of anybody in the league. So what makes you think they can't control other running quarterbacks?
Because I've seen other running quarterbacks run on them.
Like who?
I don't know. I
Justin
don't remember.
Fields?
All right, you want me to go back? I need to have my second Paul pause.
Now,
I'm going to use both my Paul pauses.
It's another Paul pause.
Because
Paul
he's going
to
now, if it's a very good Paul pause, you gain a third Paul pause. It's like a challenge. If you win both your challenges, or I guess one challenge now,
all right,
you get a third.
Do you want me to travel back to every season against running quarterbacks, how they do?
No.
Okay,
just
then
recency.
Recency bias. How about Josh Allen in the old playoff game? Think they did a good job honing him in the playoff game?
I don't
when
consider,
he's running untouched for 45 yards for a touchdown?
That was bad. I remember that.
I get
vividly.
another Paul pause, don't I? I think so.
Yeah, you get another Paul pause.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't consider him a running quarterback, though. I think of him more of a pocket passer.
That's just not true. I hate to say that.
Josh Allen?
I watch every Bills game there is. He's their lead running back. I think he might be the best running quarterback in football. And I know there's Lamar Jackson and there's Justin Fields.
Do you consider Patrick Mahomes a running quarterback?
No, but he certainly can run when he wants.
He can.
And make things happen. Okay, let's go to last year with some running quarterbacks. I already disproved it, didn't I?
I think Josh Allen is a mobile quarterback.
Remember when they couldn't stop Anthony Brown at the end of the game here a couple of years ago?
Who was that, the Ravens guy?
Yeah, their backup guy. Yeah.
Their backup guy.
That's right. Who beat them? Was Kyler Murray in the game when they lost to Arizona last year?
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point. Kyler Murray. I think it was Kyler Murray that beat them. So, yeah, I guess my point is disproven. It's just Lamar Jackson. They just have his numbers significantly.
I don't know if it's disproven. Maybe I overdid it. And now I feel
They've
ashamed.
done pretty well containing running quarterbacks, though, and not letting them beat them, other than...
No, they haven't.
The worst example is obviously the Terrell Pryor Oakland game, but that was, 10 years ago now?
At least 10 years ago. I don't know, man. Well, Gardner Minshew, he had 2 carries for 0 yards. I can't use him. Do I use... All right, I'm out of Paul pauses here. No more.
You gained one if you want to use it.
I'll use it in the 1 o'clock hour. What was that question? Oh, who would have more?
Who would have more wins after the first month of the season, Pitt or the Steelers?
We really haven't talked much college football. We have to start on that.
We do.
We'll get Zeiss.
It starts
back
next
in.
week.
That's in his wheelhouse for sure.
Technically, it starts this week. There's a Florida State, I think, is playing in Dublin. Are they playing Notre Dame in Dublin? Somebody's playing in Dublin.
I don't know.
I'm going to use one of my Paul pauses right now.
That's right. It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
Joe Turek asks, why does Ben Cherington refuse to call up any useful prospects instead of Alika Williams, G1 Bayet, etc.? I basically asked Shelty that, didn't I, today? And I don't even remember what he said.
It's Florida State and Georgia Tech, by the way.
Thank you. I don't remember what he said. He kind of talked around it a little bit, I think. Get the guys up here who you're going to depend on. He said Billy McKinney was a better fit. Billy McKinney is older than Ron.
And he was talking about guys that weren't added to the 40-man roster. It's not that hard to get rid of a guy that's struggling as poorly.
In fact, they should do that. Get rid of some of these one-year-old guys and let somebody else maybe pick them up. And let's get some of these young kids up here and look at them.
DFA Michael A. Taylor. Why not? Or place a Josh Palacios on the 60-day injured list if it could be a possibility.
Yeah, get a look at Nick York.
They're completely fine.
Billy Cook.
DFAing Ryder Ryan for the second time. They optioned him like 6 times this season.
Another look at Hank Davis. Come on. What are we doing here? A man named Jack Hammer. Get it?
Very nice.
With the current logjam within the Penguins roster, what is the likelihood we see any moves of significant happening before the start of camp? Wonder Twin? You're not going to use a Paul pause, are you?
No, I'd say not that significant. I really just don't see much of a big move coming, and if it would have, it would have been made by now. If the only big move would be Jari.
Yeah, that's kind of what I said. I said, I suppose Dubas could surprise us, Dr. Hammer, but I think his team is on the floor, so to speak. That's what I think. And then a man named Bibble asks, can we start calling Andy Haynes Bat Canada?
I think it's overdue.
I think that's pretty good. Do you?
It's very good.
You don't seem that happy with it.
I think a texter texted it in.
Yeah, you didn't laugh when it happened, so you must not like it.
I'm sorry.
I think not.
But Ron thought it was funny. That's all that matters.
I think Bat Canada is a great nickname.
Bat Canada.
See,
should I start chanting that at the Pirate game?
I
Bat
thought
Canada?
That's the way you would react the first time around. Did you get it the first time? It's okay if you didn't. I never get jokes.
No, I did not get it the first time at all.
Really?
No, I did not.
Oh, that explains everything.
Yes.
And thank you for being man enough to admit that now.
I will preach honesty as much as I can.
But you didn't there because you went with it for a minute.
That's why I said as much as I can.
I think Bibble is onto something here with Andy Haynes as Bat Canada. What a nice man he seems like, huh? And last and least, a man named Donald says, at what date do you start to get worried about the Crosby contract situation? I hear everyone say, he's not playing anywhere else. But we've thought that about other athletes in the past, says Donald. Wonder Twin, what do you say?
I am 5% concerned with the Sidney, maybe 8.7% concerned with the Sidney Crosby dilemma that's going on right now. He's going to sign. I think that the holdup maybe at this point is one of two things. Either Crosby is mulling how many years he wants to play, and he doesn't want to sign for too long for the Penguins if he retired, and then they'd have to have a couple additional years. So I think it's probably that. And maybe Kyle Dubas is working on something where it might not be that significant, but something where it could fluctuate what happens with the Penguins financially, and maybe Crosby, willing to accept whatever move that would be to improve the team, is okay with taking less money for maybe this year and maybe be backloading the contract with more money. So I think it's one of those two things.
It could be. I'm not that concerned about it. As I told Pomp, I think some of this is people are wanting to create a delay when it might not even be a delay. I don't know. I don't know what's happening with Sid Summer. If he's, I don't know what maybe they're just going to do it when they get back to Pittsburgh. What's wrong with that?
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I know he's been in the city a couple times, though, I thought, right? Skating and at different events and stuff like that. So
now
could it have happened then? Yeah. But,
what I will say and what I said to Donald was the one thing that does stick way in the back of my mind is when was it they changed ownership? 5 years ago? Seinfeld says when we get to this age, everything happened, quote, about 5 years ago. That's when it happened. I talked to somebody who had been in the organization for a very long time at a high-level job. He said that with this new ownership, it's suddenly way more of a corporate feel and that Pittsburgh prefers more of a family feel. And I agree with that. I do. And something just makes me wonder, does Sid agree with that way back in his mind? Something doesn't feel right with Mario not around. It just doesn't. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel Penguins. And
it really hasn't since. They haven't won a playoff series with the Fenway Sports Group here. It seems like Mario is disconnected. Like, I truly wonder.
Well, he is completely disconnected.
Yeah, completely. How he's not involved at all. I wonder what he thinks of that. Because wasn't he supposed to still be a part of this?
Maybe Sid can be a part owner.
Yeah, like a minority ownership fashion. That's what Mario still has some control of the team.
No, he doesn't.
It's not like
not really.
Fenway obviously has the biggest control, but he is still a partner in the group, right?
I'm not even sure about that at this point. I don't know. He's just completely disassociated with the Penguins, and it doesn't feel right. Something just feels very cold and corporate about the Penguins right now. I think that's a fact. That doesn't even feel like an opinion. Does any Penguins fan disagree with that?
No, I fully agree.
Now, winning cures all. If they come in and they win with that group, then nobody gives a crap, right? But it's exacerbated by the losing and maybe contributing. I don't know. Honestly. I'd love to tell you if I did, but that's just the feel of it. And I would bet that most fans feel the same way. It feels a little bit disconnected in Penguins country these days. Less of a family, more of a corporation. Do you agree with that, Wonder Twin?
I do, because the most beloved player in franchise history who saved the organization is now no longer a part of it. Whether that's just business being business, or whether it being just on Mario's own accord, which, it was. He wasn't forced to sell or anything like that. It feels like kind of an estranged family. And I don't think I used that word properly, but you know what I mean. Where people are just kind of pushed to the side a little bit. It's not the same lovey feeling anymore. The wins isn't there. It doesn't feel right. And I think that maybe is a part of this. Maybe not the number one factor, obviously, but everything comes together to form problems, and I think it's a couple layers of it.
All right. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Chevy Summer Drive continues, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 70 today with cloudy skies. Do we have Michael McHenry coming up next?
It's not looking great. I'm going to give him a call, but we'll find out.
In that case, let's get back to Steeler vibe. After all these changes, some of them quite dramatic, are we just right back where we always are? You tell me out there, what's the vibe? It feels to me like the entire football world has the Steelers pegged as a fringe playoff team with no hope of a championship. And this is now going to be, if that happens, maybe 8 years without a playoff win. And it feels like most of the developments this preseason have been negative. It's just the vibe is not good. That could change in 5 seconds if T.J. Watt gets cooking in the opener at Atlanta in the Arthur Smith Bowl. But right now, that's the vibe. Nobody in the football world looks at the Steelers and says, yeah, that could be the team playing the Chiefs in the AFC title game. Nobody. What's the vibe for you? Am I accurate with that? 928-9370.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Derek Shelton told us that Ke'Bryan Hayes met with a doctor earlier this week and that the Pirates are continuing to evaluate Hayes and try to figure out what is the most important part of what's truly wrong. And they want to identify it in terms of his back injury, with Hayes having a lack of an ability to fully rotate. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. A reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Drinks with a view? I have the place for you. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Delicious premium cocktails and that beautiful Pittsburgh skyline. Meet me there. The Steel Mill Saloon, across from the Duquesne Incline in Mount Washington.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 five-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90NATION. That's 866-90NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker. so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
What makes Renewal by Andersen Windows a clear choice? Adam Crowley here. It's their signature composite Fibrex material, which is twice as strong as vinyl and warranted to last decades. It has the beauty of wood without the maintenance, and with 9 exterior colors to choose from, you get the perfect look to upgrade your home. Renewal by Andersen's windows are installed by certified master installers that you can trust to do the job right, and whose work is backed by a fully transferable warranty. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st, 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers released their third depth chart of camp season, and there hasn't been any changes to the depth chart as Troy Fautanu is still listed as the backup left tackle, Nate Herbig the starting center, with Zach Frazier the backup center. Still no changes to the defense as well, with Beanie Bishop the starting nickelback. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
How much have they really changed? How much are things really different for the Steelers going into this season? That's what I'm wondering here as I sit here. And I'm one that wanted them to go out and get Russell Wilson. I'm glad they did. I'm glad the con artist took a big swinger 3 in the offseason. But after all of this, are they simply just a fringe playoff team again? Or better than that? I want to talk to you. I haven't talked to Paul all day because he's not here. 412-928-9370. The vibe that I'm getting around town through this preseason is not good. It's not good. It feels like all the developments of this offseason have been mildly to extremely depressing. Like, where are the positive developments? Certainly it's not the quarterbacks. Justin Fields has looked like Justin Fields. He's made some spectacular plays, but he doesn't look like a guy who does a lot in rhythm, who does a lot sort of in system, who gets an offense rolling on time, that type of thing. And even some of the spectacular plays, I feel like if there's starters in there, those are turnovers, which he's made a lot of. Russell Wilson's been injured. His first performance was not good. Of course, he had people basically sitting in his lap on the other team because they were throwing aside Broderick Jones like he didn't exist. I don't know. Who knows with Russell Wilson? Nobody. I'm not judging him off one performance. I'm not doing the Dan Orlovsky. But we also haven't seen anything encouraging yet, right? That's just a fact. The injury list keeps growing. I don't know if that's partially a result of this big boy training camp that Mike Tomlin wants to run with the tackling and, this has been a tough one, a real tough camp. Great. And playing guys in the preseason who shouldn't play, I don't think. Certainly not more than one game, which Jaylen Warren already had. Him and Najee Harris, we know what they're about. We know they're going to sacrifice their bodies in September, October, November, December, maybe January. Why have them do it at all in August? Now he's hurt. So the list of injuries includes their first-round pick and includes Jones and his elbow, everybody named Wilson, Peyton, Roman, Russell, because he got injured on a blocking sled. Highsmith battled a groin injury. Nate Herbig, multiple months. Jaylen Warren. I mean, the list goes on here. That's not a positive development. Might not be reason to ring the alarms on the whole season, but it doesn't help their depth. Doesn't help game one. I would say that Warren and maybe Fatanu, just by common sense, are they going to be right or in for game one? What are they doing with their left tackles? They keep drafting them and playing them at right tackle. What about the Ayuk situation? That's been depressing when it looked like it was at the goal line. Did Omar Khan screw that up by trading Deontay Johnson too early? What about the defensive line depth, the cornerback depth, all of that? It just hasn't been the kind of camp that I think has people geared up for the season. And maybe that's not a bad thing. A lot of people have pointed to the reverse karma from last year where everybody was thinking Super Bowl and Kenny Pickett is going to be great. And then in week one, they were just systematically destroyed, just decimated, sent a message that no matter what you do the rest of this season, you're not on a level with teams like us, is what the Niners delivered in week one. Chris Hoke thought it took the Steelers a little bit to recover from that game. And I tend to agree. I mean, that's just a slap in terms of talent and physicality and basically beating your chest and saying, might be week one, but you're not us and you never will be. That's what that week was about last year. And I'm not saying it's all depressing. I'm not saying necessarily the Steelers will have a bad year. As I mentioned earlier, all these negative vibes could be washed away week one when a healthy TJ Watt and a healthy, presumably, and fresh Cam Hayward and Ogunjobi and all those guys, Minka, Joey Porter Jr., Patrick Queen, Highsmith. There's no doubt in my mind there's going to be some games this year where they deliver command performances defensively. They always do, especially early in seasons when they're healthy and fresh. Ask Joe Burrow and Josh Allen about that. But is Cam Hayward going to last and be good, high level for 4 months and 17 games? I have my doubts. Is the depth decent on defensive line or at corner, wide receiver? They're, to me, add it all up, and you have another season where you're going to have some optimism, some bright points, a great game or two. But in the end, I probably right now at least agree with the entire football world that this is a fringe playoff team at best, despite all the changes. What could really change that is if Russell Wilson plays good to great football. And I happen to think he's still capable of that, but I wouldn't necessarily bet everything I own on it either, if you know what I mean. So where are we after all these changes? A baby step forward? I'm not so sure about that. Let's go to the lines. 412-928-9370. Who do you got?
Here's Dave in the car.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, Joe?
What's on your mind?
Hey, I'm just going to ask you a question. Tomlin couldn't win with the Hall of Fame quarterback. One of the best receivers in the league is an AB, and one of the best running backs in Lev Bell. I mean, he had Heath Miller. He had a good offensive line. So what makes you think he's going to win this year with these bums?
Well, if you heard that entire segment, I don't necessarily think he's going to win a playoff game anyway. Although,
and he gets out coached how many games? He notoriously loses to bad teams every year by being out coached.
Well, they certainly had a stretch last year. The Arizona, New England, Indianapolis trifecta will never be forgotten. I don't think.
Right.
Not to mention losing to the guy whose initials I forgot at Cleveland. Yeah, no, I hear you. That's why I just had the whole segment asking, has anything changed? And if I had to bet right now, like nobody really, they might disagree with you on Tomlin specifically, but if you're saying that nothing's changed and they're a fringe playoff team, virtually the entire football world disagrees. I appreciate the call. Next.
Here's another Dave. He's on the Parkway.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, how's it going, Joe?
And by the way, Dave, Mike Greenberg might be right. I think we have to allow for the possibility that it could get worse. It could get worse. Again, I'm not betting on that. What's your thought right now?
I just wanted to tell you, I think you nailed it yesterday. You were talking about how the past 2 years we drafted 2 left tackles, and neither one of them are playing left tackle. And if that doesn't say everything right there, I don't know what does.
It's borderline unbelievable. It really is. I mean, and half of it's because Dan Moore can't play the right side. I keep hearing how easy it is to switch sides. Then why can't he? It's amazing.
Exactly. But I think we're due for a losing season. You know, we keep putting Band-Aids on flesh wounds, and this is what happens. That's what you get. Not paying attention to our problems, didn't try to replace Leonard Bennett at the right time, and everything is just starting to rear its head now.
That's sort of the vibe I'm getting here, and it's mighty depressing. And I want to be clear that I'm allowing for the possibility that it could get better, but it feels like that's all about Russell Wilson. Who do you want at quarterback?
To be honest with you, Joe, I don't even think it matters. I see one of them rolling out, and Dan Moore's going to get them hurt, and they'll be out for some weeks. It's doom and gloom. I don't even think it matters.
Vegas is usually right. They're wrong, of course, with a handful of teams every year, probably 2 or 3 in each conference. But right now, here's what Vegas has, and I appreciate the call, Dave. Here's what Vegas has as odds. I think this is FanDuel. They've got everybody listed on a chart here, and there's not much variance. Here's the team city limits that have better odds of reaching the Super Bowl from the AFC than the Steelers. You ready? This could take the whole segment.
Okay.
Chiefs, Ravens, Bengals, Bills, Texans, Jets, Dolphins, Browns, Chargers, Jags, and Colts. You ready for the teams that have worse odds than the Steelers? Raiders, Titans, Broncos, and Patriots. So if you're saying, hey, there's a handful of teams in the AFC that nobody takes that seriously, I hate to break this news to you, but the Steelers are in that handful.
There's absolutely no reason that the Colts should be ahead of them. But still,
they're actually tied with the Colts.
They're in the bottom portion of the AFC.
Wait. When you say there's no reason, I saw last year the Colts with Gardner Minshew, and that coach beat the Steelers.
Beat the Steelers?
Yeah.
I just don't think the Colts are as good of a well-constructed roster as the Steelers, and they don't have as good of a head coach as the Steelers have.
I think they have a better head coach than the Steelers. And win a playoff game this year, they will have outdone their expectations. Why doesn't anybody ever talk about the low expectations?
Well, that's the thing.
Surrounding this team every single year. Every single year, nobody expects anything from the Pittsburgh Steelers anymore. And for the most part, they live down to those expectations. They slightly exceed them, which means that they might get to the playoffs. They've missed 3 of the past 6 years. They might get there, but usually they slightly exceed bottom of the barrel expectations. That's the cycle that they're in. And my question to everybody is, do you see them escaping that this year, even with the major changes?
And I don't. I mean, the talk,
neither does Vegas.
The talk isn't even getting to the AFC Championship game anymore or hosting a home playoff game. It's just get into the playoffs. Like the only talk with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, especially in the offseason, was Can one of these guys win them a playoff game? Like, that's the bare minimum. It's a success if they win just one game because they haven't done it in 8 years.
It feels like the standard is the standard, right? It feels like the standard now is, let's win a playoff game.
Like, it's very similar to what the standard was for the Pirates for a long time. Just get in and try to win a couple playoff games and then try to build from there.
I think T.J. Watt mentioned it. Like, I got to let's get a playoff win here.
He hasn't had one.
No, he's in danger through no fault of his own of becoming a modern-day Dick Butkus, a legendary Hall of Fame player who never won a playoff game. And TJ's got a lot more. Well, does he? I don't remember what percentage.
He's like Mike Trout. He's like Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders has won more playoff games than T.J. Watt has.
So has Mike Trout. Yeah, man.
I don't know if Mike Trout has.
He won. He got. Did they? Well, I don't think they won a series, but they won a game at least. But
not saying much.
Who's next?
Let's go to James in the South Hills.
Good morning, James.
Hey, Joe. What's going on, brother?
Not much. What's on your mind?
All right. I hate to say this, but write this down.
All right, I'm writing.
8-8. Okay, 8-8 at the end of the year, going into the final week 17. They're going to play for the tie to go for 8-1.
Yep.
Yet again, extend the non-losing season, get all the national praise, and Mike Tomlin overcame so much this year, and I'm preaching to the choir, Joe. You know what they're going to say. And people in Pittsburgh must be crazy if they want to get rid of Mike Tomlin. They must be nuts. Who are you going to get?
It's the blessing of no expectations or low expectations. And the blessing is when you slightly exceed them, everybody thinks you did a great job, but nobody ever asks, hey, how come nobody expects anything from the Steelers anymore every single season? Nobody ever asks that question. They just look at it and say, everybody thought the Steelers wouldn't be good this year, and look at that. They're 9-8. What a great job by the head coach. That's every year, and it will be this year.
Bingo, exactly. And another thing that's always grated on me, I know you can't win every game you're supposed to win, in quotes, but how many games? It's got to be in double digits and in dozens of games that you're, quote-unquote, supposed to win, like the streak last year, the 3 games, and it goes way back. And we'll almost always lose those games, almost always. And if we do win them, it's by the skin of our teeth.
Wait, which games are you talking about?
But last year, the streak of you said it was the Colts and the Patriots, and was it the Cardinals last year? We were supposed to crush all 3 of those teams, and we lost them all. We were supposed to win all 3 of those games.
But the emphasis at the end was what an incredible job Tomlin did to get that team to the play. So we're not going to pay attention to the fact that they lost at home to the Cardinals. Thanks for the call. The Cardinals and the Patriots, Bailey Zappi. We're just going to ignore that, and then they lost to the Fighting Gardner Minshew's, and then they beat a bad Seattle defense, and then had the blessing again of playing a divisional game without the other team's starting quarter. How many times has that happened? Limits. If you need to take a pause. I want you to look at their last 12. How many divisional games do they play every year?
6.
Their last 18 divisional games. You tell me their overall record and how many times they played a backup. I'd love to know that. Kyle Brandt put this well last year. I really like him on NFL Network, where he said of the Steelers when there was praise being lavished for extending the non-losing streak, like, what are we doing here? Like, this is great. You know how to hit a double. You can hit some doubles. Or no, he even said singles. He said singles. You hit singles. That's great. Do you ever hit a double? Do you ever hit a home run anymore? Ever? They've become singles hitters around here. Batting .283, hitting singles. Do you ever hit a double? Which to me would be, do you ever win a playoff game? And do you ever hit a home run? It almost feels like nobody thinks about home runs anymore around here. What they think about is getting T.J. Watt a playoff win before it's too late. Forget about home runs. I'd just love to get one in the gap here. Get a double. 412-928-9370. I'm going to help City Limits with our research project, so neither one of us has to use a pause before the end of the show because you want to save those. You want to save those if you need them. Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We're going to wrap it up with some texts in the city next and also have an answer for you on our little research project. Right, City Limits?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
You're quite welcome. Pirates, Rangers tonight, 8:05 first pitch. 7 o'clock is when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins with Dan Zangrilli. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Mitch Keller will start for the Pirates, who are 8 games under 500. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, they make it easy to care for growing minds and stomachs. And with their Deals for School Days program, you'll enjoy savings on thousands of items throughout the store. But don't wait. Featured items are only available at these low prices for a limited time. So stop in and stock up for the ultimate back-to-school pantry. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Hey there. Gerber Life would like to talk to you about the importance of guaranteed life insurance for when you...
No thank you.
I get it. Nobody likes to think about life insurance because it means having to think about the end of... So I'll make this short and sweet. If you're 50 plus or 50 to 75 in New York, you can apply for Gerber Life Guaranteed Life Insurance with guaranteed acceptance regardless of your health. Guaranteed acceptance means you don't need a medical exam. In fact, you don't even have to fill out a health questionnaire. For a free quote, just visit GerberLifeFamily.com. Then, when that thing you don't want to think about does eventually happen, and you know it will,
I'm not listening.
your family can use the insurance money to help cover the cost of your final expenses, or anything else. Now that's worth thinking about. Gerber Life Guaranteed Life Insurance. For a free quote, visit GerberLifeFamily.com today. See website for terms and restrictions.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWIN.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Ohio State led the nation with 4 players placed on the AP All-American team. They have 2 more second-teamers. They're loaded, which means one thing. The bigger the setup, the bigger the fall. Coach Ryan Day better beat Michigan, or we have a big problem in Columbus. I'm Andrew Perloff.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic, from the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Jen and Mindy.
Somebody came through the drive-thru. I looked at the ID. It said Mindy.
You knew Mindy?
I did. I said, oh my gosh, hi, Mindy. And this person looked over and drove away, left everything at the branch. I knew it wasn't her, so I contacted our fraud department and had a hold put on the account.
Well, sounds like she helped save you from identity theft, Mindy.
Yeah, she saved the day. She was my little guardian angel.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Ah, starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Is today August 20th, Limits? Yes, it is. It's my mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom.
Oh, happy birthday, Mrs. Limits.
I talked to my dad this morning because my mom left before she went to work, and I said, I think I should just say happy birthday when I get home instead of sending like a text. It always means more with a hug and a text than a text.
You're right about that.
You know, so I didn't want
an ice cream cake ready to go.
I don't know what we have planned at the household.
You should buy an ice cream cake on your way home.
It's a good idea.
I love ice cream cakes.
Ice cream cake
melted,
is good.
The little chocolate and cracker stuff at the bottom of those.
And cookie cake.
Cookie cake?
Do you like cookie cake?
What do you mean cookie cake?
Just in general, do you like cookie cake?
I've never heard of a cookie
what?
cake. What are you
How
talking
have you
about?
Never heard of a cookie cake before?
A
really?
cookie's a cookie and a cake's a cake. What do you mean?
No.
Oh, you mean like those big round chocolate chip cookies with icing?
Yeah, it's a cookie cake.
Yeah, I like those.
They're incredible.
I love those.
How have you? I was going to say, have you never heard of a cookie cake before? They have them everywhere.
I guess I never heard it phrased like that. A cookie cake.
What do you call it?
I don't know. Call it. I just eat it.
A cake with some icing and it looks like a giant cookie.
Yeah, we just had one of those, and everybody, my wife and daughter, were yelling at me because it was gone in like a day because I ate the whole thing.
That does not surprise me. I do the exact same thing.
Unhealthily, when I leave here, I go right home, stuff my face with sweets, and fall asleep in a big brown chair with my dog. That's not what I should be. I should be on the way home. There's a little track. I should go around 2 or 3 times, nothing maniacal, and then like go home and not stuff myself with sweets. Have an apple. You know what I mean?
That's a great idea.
It is, but I never.
But that's not the reality of life. I go home and eat animal crackers.
I never enact it. Animal crackers, frosted?
Not frosted.
Yeah.
Sam's Club has a big container of animal crackers that I get.
Mrs. Limits is a wonderful lady. I met her the night I came to your house. She's really nice.
Yes, she is. I have a wonderful family.
Is she ever mad at you?
Oh, yeah.
What does she do?
She likes to yell.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Generally, what's the infraction?
Not too many things, just kind of little things around the house, and sometimes like, I don't know, we'll just get in arguments over things. My mom likes to be the bearer of bad news.
How does she feel?
And I'm like, Mom, I don't need to hear these negative things. I don't want to hear it.
How does she feel about your wiffle ball obsession?
I think it took about a year, but she's used to it, and she understands where if I say I'm going to wiffle ball, she gets it. She's like, okay.
Yeah.
And now joining another league that I was in this past year in Keystone Oaks, and a couple of those guys played in my league on my team. Sometimes she's like, so what league are you going to? And she asks a lot of questions, and where are you going, and where's the game, and stuff like that.
Well, that's good. She's
very interested. Yeah, very interested.
We did our research on the Steelers in divisional games. I have them over the last 3 years as 12-6 in the division. You?
Yes, I thought we were contabulating the number of backup quarterbacks that they played.
We are,
over the last
but we're
5
starting
years.
with their record. 12-6 overall.
Yes.
Okay. 5-1. How do you go 5-1 in the division and then barely? It just doesn't.
5-1 last year.
Against backups, they've had 8 games 8 of those 18 games in division the last 3 years have been against backup quarterbacks. Is that what you have?
Yes, that is what I have. 4 last year, 3 in 22, and 1 in 21.
And they're 5-3 against the backups. To their credit, they're 7-3 against the starters, right?
Yeah, how about that?
That's absolutely incrinculant.
They've played names including Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Jake Browning twice, Tyler Huntley 4 times in the last 3 years.
And his backup. Who's his backup? Anthony Brown, right?
Yeah, and then if you go back to the 2020 season, they faced RG3 and Trace McSorley twice. RG3. Ryan Finley was slinging the pigskin for the Bengals.
And beating them on a 23-yard untouched touchdown run, as I recall.
And Ryan Finley played against them in 2019 as well, and RG3.
That's the game I'm talking about, is 2019, the Ryan Finley run.
What a man he is.
Well, Burrow is very successful against them. They owned Lamar and to some degree Baker, although there was a notable playoff game I seem to remember where Baker hung 41 on them.
I'd like to forget.
48 overall, but you remember the Pouncey snap accounted for some of that. Burrow, what's Burrow against them? I have him as 3-1 in his career. No, because the year before that they crunched him. But over the last 3 years, I believe he's 3-1 against them. With the one being a destructive game in Cincy where they almost killed him. You remember that?
Well, there was that, and then I always think about the outlier game that was that Week 1 overtime game where they won.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the one where Cincinnati absolutely destroyed them in Cincinnati.
The one where they destroyed Burrow.
Yeah, he had 4 interceptions in that game?
Do we have Arthur Smith's sound city limits?
Yes.
Well, it's too late for it. All the PM guys are going to get it all. Here's what he said. There's no place to hide, he said. He said there's no place to hide. Look at this offense. The longest. Who cares? I'm not going to get bogged down in this. It's part of the negative vibe that we've talked about, but I'm sorry. I just can't seriously analyze this. I can't. It's ridiculous. Do you agree? It's as ridiculous as analyzing the offense last preseason. Do we ever learn?
No, that's why I can't dive too far into it. Like, I've wanted Justin Fields to be the quarterback since they traded for him. Well, before they acquired either guy, I wanted Justin Fields to be the guy because I feel like he fits the Arthur Smith offense better. But do you really think Arthur Smith is going to show his cards in the preseason against some of Buffalo's backups? Like, the plays that they're running have to be so basic. Nothing's exotic. They're not going to show anything to put on tape of what they might be capable of with Justin Fields.
The offenses aren't trying either.
How much can you really glean from it?
Listen, the biggest story the whole preseason is Russell Wilson's injury and the crumbling of Broderick Jones to where he was a shell of a person the other night. And Jaylen Warren's injury.
Right. It's a big story. I'm not that worried about Broderick Jones, though. I know he kind of looked disinterested. I feel like
it wasn't. People are saying he was disinterested. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
I think he's mad that they just keep screwing around with him and not just put him at left tackle. So he's mad enough to go out and
not play well intentionally in a preseason game? That's crazy.
Doesn't make any sense.
But he's either injured or he's just not very good.
I don't think he's hurt. I don't.
He's got a giant brace on his right elbow.
Yeah, but would that have really affected so much of his technique in terms of footwork, where he was getting destroyed just right off the ball?
But certainly arm work. Listen, he's worrisome. I'm sorry. You look at that, and it wasn't like, oh, yeah, that guy struggled a little bit. That guy looked like a high school player in a pro game. It was embarrassing.
If he lays another egg in Detroit, then I'll be very concerned.
If he was hurt, that's one thing. Plus, they're jerking him around here. Here's what Artie Smith said. The longer you've been in this, I go back to my own experiences. In 2019, I didn't think we had a great season. That was in Tennessee. And come opening day, we score 40-something against the Browns. I'm not saying we're going to do that in Atlanta, but we hope to. Can you imagine if they hang 40 on the Falcons?
Here's Artie Smith on the O-line.
You get in these practices, quarterback's not live. Sometimes you get away with things, may not blow the whistle, and you think you're good, and then you get in the stadiums, and then and a positive of what you don't like the result, it clearly defines some things that we have to fix.
I like that quote. That makes sense to me.
I think it does too. It's a lot different in the practice field. That's why they have preseason games. I mean, nothing is going to be perfect at the very start. 5 for 5 can make you think otherwise, but you got to work out the kinks somewhere. Is that what Broderick Jones was? I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that.
This is a disaster. I hope I don't have to say that this season. I
you
hope
say it almost every day.
Well, that's because the Pirates play almost every day, right?
That is
I don't want
true.
to say this about the Steelers. I want this to be a good year. I want them to be fun and successful. And, even as when you look back at the Le'Veon Bell, Antonio Brown years, man, those were fun. Were they not? They could go out any week and hang 40. Ben could throw for 5 touchdowns. You had a otherworldly talent of a running back in Le'Veon.
They're averaging 30 a game.
Sometimes I think we forget that. And then you had, I think, one of the 3 greatest receivers, maybe, who's ever lived in Antonio Brown, and you had Ben at the height of his. How did they not win?
Because the defense was horrible in the secondary. That secondary was so bad.
That secondary stunk.
Artie Burns, Sean Davis, Mike Mitchell, and Bryce McCain was back there.
To be fair, when the Killer Bees were at the height of their powers, they did have injuries. And I know, the Patriots won a Super Bowl without Gronk. It's not a complete excuse, but if we're just being plain and factual, how many playoff games did they go into with Bell, Ben, and Brown healthy? How many? I'll answer that. I forgot.
Not many.
The one year they beat Miami.
Well, the Jacksonville year is really the kicker. That was
the
what
Jacksonville
could not happen.
year
13
they did.
and 3.
The Jacksonville year they
ass.
did, and that was shameful. But other years, they went to Denver for an AFC title game without Antonio Brown or Le'Veon Bell. They lost to Baltimore in a playoff game at home without Le'Veon Bell. He got hurt against the Bengals. They played the Patriots in the AFC title game. Bell leaves the game. So that has to be factored in. It does.
Yeah.
It's only fair.
You also have to push over the hump and get past excuses, too.
Did I do the 50-minute mark yet?
I don't think so. Or Mr. Hester.
What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep very kindly.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Hester.
You jumped the gun there. I never said Tim Hester. Let's try that again.
I know, because you usually jump me first.
I know. What's Cooking brought to you by your local, very kindly Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Route 19. Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Maybe Paul will be back tomorrow. Maybe I will be. I'll decide in the morning. Are you going to be here?
I will be here.
See you tomorrow, buddy.
Weather?
Yeah, I know the weather. I thought you were going to say I'll see you too or have a good night.
I'll see you too, Joe. See you tomorrow.
That felt very remote.
I was going to say it when I go into the headline.
Okay. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 70 today with cloudy skies. Goodbye, Limits.
Goodbye, Joe. Thank you again. See you tomorrow.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser
I hope you have a
Genesis
great game of
Monroeville.
golf today if you decide to golf. Pirates will play in Texas tonight.
Why, thank you, City Limits.
You're quite welcome. 8:05 first pitch. Mitch Keller will get the ball for the Buccos. 7 o'clock is when our coverage begins, presented by Pella Windows. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Mets are still battling to stay in the hunt for the final NL wild card as they host Baltimore. New York took Game 1 of the series on Monday night and sent Jose Quintana to the mound for Game 2 on Tuesday. The Mets are trying to catch Atlanta for the final spot in the NL playoffs. The BetQL model likes the matchup for New York tonight. Their 5-star best bet is taking the Mets on the money line over Baltimore. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, that's the power of
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Crowley. Here in Pittsburgh, our summers can be scorching and our winters can be brutal. But Renewal by Andersen Windows can help keep your home more comfortable while helping you save on energy bills. Their smart sunglass options and durable frames built with their signature composite Fibrex material aim to minimize drafts and increase energy efficiency. And all their windows are installed by certified master installers who are true experts, which brings peace of mind knowing they'll do the job right. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st. Call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Most homeowners wait for their garage door to malfunction. It's not a good idea. Doors break down at the absolute worst time. Get a spring tune-up inspection by factory-trained technicians from locally owned Precision Garage Door Service. 1-844-345-4737. This exclusive preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program is only $39.95 when you mention this ad. Precision trucks are ready to roll 24/7 to fix or replace springs, rollers, openers, regardless of manufacturers. Need an opener? Precision Garage Door has the new openers with revolutionary technology, which allows you to monitor and operate your garage door from anywhere in the world through the internet with one click on your computer or smartphone. That's security. Openers are priced for immediate installation by Precision Garage Door, America's #1 garage door service company. 1-844-345-4737 or PittsburghGarageDoors.net.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
Sharing with roommates is hard. Like sharing a thin wall with a wannabe music major. But you know what's easy to share? Xfinity Internet. Get fast, reliable internet that's powerful enough for all your roommates to be online at the same time. That means while your roommate streams trumpet tutorials, you can put your headphones on and play your favorite video games. With the volume turned up, of course. Like, way up. Get a special student offer on Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 1 year. Plus, there's no annual contract, which means you're not locked in if you move out next year. What's even better, you'll also get Wi-Fi equipment and a free self-install kit included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/student, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. New off-campus students with qualifying Xfinity Internet.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, you did get a 3-run jack from Jared Triolo last night, but it was the, of course, Texas Rangers winning 4-3 over the Pirates. Because the Pirates couldn't get one guy out, they'll try to do a better job of that tonight and send Mitch Keller to the mound. You'll hear it all right here on 93.7 The Fan. First pitch just after 8 o'clock in Arlington. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, can be found at 937thefan.com.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
It hurts a little bit more for me, being a former offensive lineman, that we put that type of performance on tape this past Saturday. I'm not an excuse maker. I mean, these guys have been in camp for a while. I expected to see more from them at this point. Obviously, we all know what transpired with Broderick Jones, and his performance was not nearly up to snuff at this point. He's had enough snaps on the right side of the ball. I don't like the excuses I'm hearing that he should be just playing left tackle or right tackle. No, his second year in the program under the same coach, Coach Meyer, and he played that position and played it well towards the end of last year. And so he's had reps at both sides in camp. There was no excuse for that performance he put on. I'm sure he went back to the lab, studied the film. I expect him to get better. But all in all, it was not the performance that we want or need in order for this offense to be successful this year. And they have very little time to get it rectified.
All right, a 2:05 start to the PM team here. Chris Muller hanging out at South Hills Kia in Peters Township. And by the way, they are the proud sponsors of the Fan Twitter feed at 93.7 The Fan. Yes, this very same South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Visit me today as we get rolling with the PM team. That was Trey Essex. And I guess great minds think alike, although I hesitate to call Adam Crowley a great mind. But they had the idea on the morning show today. It was probably Doran's idea, let's be honest. Definitely wasn't Harry Callis. He was busy responding to pictures of dinner that I was posting last night. It was probably Doran's idea to book Trey Essex, former Steelers offensive lineman, to talk about the woeful performance that the offensive line turned in that second preseason game against Buffalo. A game that I would charitably describe as one of the 5 worst football games I've ever watched, and I was in the building for Iowa 6, Penn State 4 in Big Ten action many, many years ago. But I was going to book Trey Essex today when I woke up. Didn't have a chance to listen to those guys really while they were doing their show, so I missed the fact that he was on with them. But I was going to go right to the source. I was going to go right to Trey Essex and say, Trey, shoot it to me straight about these guys. How much is there to be concerned with? And you just heard some of what he had to say there, which wasn't as charitable as maybe you thought a fellow offensive lineman would be towards Broderick Jones, which wasn't overall particularly complimentary given the performance that they turned out against the Bills. And that's where I wanted to start today, because we turned over a new leaf collectively on this show yesterday. Pony, after basically falling victim to the preseason hype train in spectacular fashion for 2 years in a row, especially last year. I believe he was saying MVP votes for Kenny Pickett, Pickett to Pickens, Montana to Rice 2.0, things like that, things that have made us laugh at him for months since that time period. He has turned over that new leaf, and yesterday he made sure to tell everybody, hey, this is the preseason. We shouldn't overreact to anything. You should take everything you watch with a grain of salt. I do tend to agree with that overall philosophy when it comes to preseason football, with one pretty notable exception. There is one thing about this time of year that I do think is relevant, that I do think should be followed closely, that I do think should be observed closely, and that is basic physical stuff. At its core, football is a game of a lot of strategy and everything else, but when you drill it down to the component parts, it's blocking, it's tackling, it's winning man-on-man matchups. That's why there's plenty of people who will tell you football ain't for everybody. You got to hit, you got to be physical, you got to be this, that, or the other. You have to do all these things while getting hit, while being physical, so on. What I saw from that offensive line did give me some cause for alarm. I think there are a couple reasons to actually, not to buy into like this overwhelmingly negative vibe that I heard Starkey decrying at the very end of his show just now, but reasons to, I think, at least allow yourself to have some healthy concern going into the season. The offensive line, if it's constructed the way the Steelers eventually want it to look, I think has two rookies and a first-year starter at a different position, Broderick Jones at left tackle eventually, God willing, occupying 60% of its spots. It's got 2 guards that are in place that I think the Steelers trust implicitly in Seumalo and James Daniels. But 60% of it would be either rookies and or guys playing a new position. And to watch them get worked over, to watch Broderick Jones get dog-walked the way he did by Greg Rousseau, collectively, to have Arthur Smith talking about pressure up the middle basically being something that's just going to destroy plays before they even start. When you see that in a game where you know you don't have a ton more time before the season starts, you have one more actual game, you have X number of practices, to see that level of, I would say, ineptitude, shakiness, whatever you want to call it, just general roughness of their play is cause, in my opinion, to at least turn a side eye towards it. I am, believe it or not somebody panicking about the quarterback situation. I'm not somebody panicking about about like how the offense will actually look in terms of skill position players, or is Van Jefferson going to be good enough? I don't think he probably will be, but that's beside the point right now. I'm not somebody that's putting their offense completely in the ground before they ever play a game that actually counts. But I am somebody who cannot help but twitch an eye and raise an eyebrow in a little bit of alarm at a group that was supposed to be their sort of bread and butter outfit, right? Like, it was supposed to be the thing that they had retooled the most heading into this season. Look so shaky right off the jump, and have guys that look beat up, frankly. Nate Herbig, we already know, is done with the rotator cuff, so that's going to thrust Frazier into the starting role. Half the reason this is such a mess with Broderick Jones is because Troy Fautanu has the MCL tweak, and they want to be very careful about that, but they seemingly, according to Jerry Dulac, have designs on him being the starter at right tackle. Jones himself is dealing with an elbow problem of some kind, at least. It is reason to at least make a little sideways glance, I think, when you take stock of that offensive line. And to hear Trey Essex tell it wasn't sunshine and rainbows there. I did not hear, I listened back to the interview. I thought the guys, to their credit, asked him all the pertinent questions I would be asking of a guy like that who's played offensive line in the NFL. I did not hear a ton of excuse making. I think Trey was a little bit less alarmist than some. I'm not worried yet, stuff like that. But I think he knows subpar play, and I think he knows something that needs to get rectified, and I think he knows when doing those things is going to be necessarily difficult given the time constraints and the practice constraints and the hitting constraints. I think he sounded the tone of a guy who knows all of those things right now. So an educated observer, a guy, as Crowley put it, that they put on the show to educate them on the offensive line, didn't sound like a guy who was particularly thrilled or particularly optimistic that things are going to be fixed over pretty soon. And here's the reason why the soon part of this matters. Everybody knows what the Steelers' schedule looks like this year. It's a meat grinder. It is bad in the second half. It is one of the nastiest 2-month runs down the stretch you'll ever see a team have in terms of, A, quality of opposition, and B, how that opposition is specifically lined up, and lack of maybe what you would call, like rest days, frankly, between tough games. If this offensive line is scuffling out of the gate, it automatically makes a game like the Atlanta game harder. If Bo Nix actually looks like something approaching the real deal, it makes the Denver game a little bit tougher. It makes the part of the schedule, if they are struggling early, that was supposed to be a place where they could make hay, a place where suddenly you're looking at them with a little bit more of a critical eye and wondering if they're going to stub their toe once or twice. Newsflash, they aren't going to be able to afford that if it does happen. And so we hear Trey Essex talk about it. We've heard others get into this. I'm wondering, we are not in overreaction mode. That's not what this preseason's about. We learned our lesson last year on the flip side of this equation. But I want to know at 412-928-9370, how concerned, let's talk like serious, sober adults here. Let's not talk like screaming people in a disaster movie. How concerned are you, big picture, with this Steelers offensive line? This, for me, it was the centerpiece of what Andy Weidl and Omar Khan were collectively, and even Mike Tomlin, were trying to do. They were trying to get back to some identifiable roots. They were spending premium draft capital, even premium money, on that part of the roster. How worried are you about a retooled line that is supposed to be, in some ways, the centerpiece of what they're trying to build here? 412-928-9370. Do you share Trey Essex some of his concerns about this line? 412-928-9370. Do you think Pat Meyer can get this thing straightened out before the season starts? 412-928-9370. Bottom line, even though it's preseason, are you genuinely concerned about the state of play with that Steelers O-line? 412-928-9370. That's the fan text line as well, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We are live from South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Come by, say hi, maybe talk about the O-line, meet T-Bird, a hot dog eating champion in his own right. A lot of good stuff here, a lot of great deals right now to be had as well at South Hills Kia. We'll be here till 6 o'clock today. Right now, we got Donnie Football with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Rangers beat the Buccos 4-3 last night. Luis Ortiz, 6 innings, 4 earned runs, 7 strikeouts, and just 1 walk. The Pirates' only offense, a 3-run home run from Jared Triolo. Bucks and Rangers do it again tonight, 8:05 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 7, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now about Shorkey Mitsubishi. They've got a summer finale going on in 2 convenient locations where you can take advantage of great deals. That would be, of course, North Huntington and then Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. I'm driving a 2024 Outlander. I love it. It's got all the bells and whistles. I am very much a creature comforts guy, and it delivers those in a big way. I also want safety. I got 2 little guys, so I got to keep them in mind. And a wife. I want everyone to be safe, right? Well, it gives you that, too. All-wheel drive. It gives me peace of mind. 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Right now, you can get into a new 2024 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months. You can get $5,000 off or 1.99% financing for 60 months on new 2024 Eclipse Crosses, or save up to $3,500 on the new 2024 Outlander Sport. You go to Shorkey Mitsubishi, you're getting also the highest trade values plus 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance. What are you waiting for? Visit them, North Huntington or Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Check out Western Pennsylvania's best inventory, which you can also always find online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan trading camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Patrick Queen. As if the Steeler defense needed any more star power. After 3 years at LSU, which culminated with a national championship in 2019, Queen was selected in the first round of the 2020 draft by the Ravens. After 3 steady seasons, Queen got even better in 2023, making the first Pro Bowl of his career. He signed this past offseason to the Ravens' arch rival, the Steelers, and is ready to show everyone that Queen is the king.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Galease.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It has been a massive offseason for Tua. In fact, you could even call it the summer of Tua. The real Tua let out some real fire when he appeared with Dan Le Batard. And he lit his former head coach, Brian Flores, up, calling him, quote, a terrible person, end of quote, and saying that he basically would tell him every single day how bad he was at his job. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, shop deals for school days and save on thousands of items throughout the store. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I think the entire first-team offense needs to play again, at least one quarter. They'll have, 13, 14 days off? No, 15 days off after that. Obviously, with the injury concern, you always want to keep that in the back of your head. But with the fact that we are in a new system, with the fact that we have not performed the way we wanted to, you do want them to get more reps. And I think you go at least one quarter with your first team starting offensive line, just so they can mesh a little bit more.
That was Trey Essex with the Fan Morning Show today. Among other things, he talked about right there the desire for him to see this first-team offense go back out there. And I think it means more to me when I hear somebody who actually played in the league and also played a position where I think those injuries can crop up quicker than at other ones, offensive line obviously. To hear him actually say, no, it's worth it to go out there, like the juice is worth the squeeze here as far as risk of injury relative to needing to actually play better football and get a little bit more cohesion and gel a little bit more. The fact that Trey Essex is saying, no, it's worth it, kind of tells me where he's at with this team. Like, if you think back to the Roethlisberger days here, he wasn't going to play. They didn't need to. And the offensive line didn't really need to develop cohesion. They knocked the rust off the first series or two at most of the first game of the season, and then you go about your business. You assume you're going to be plenty good enough at that point to win the game, maybe that first game out. And Trey is saying right there, even though the quarterback is a 35-year-old veteran, even though you do have some guys on that offensive line who have been there, done that a little bit, in Seumalo and Daniels, he wants to see these guys play more. I frankly agree with that. I'm usually a preseason doesn't matter in terms of, leave all of your guys out of it. And the Steelers absolutely, I think, can be questioned about the way that they've practiced. We know Tomlin likes these hard practices, and then you've got guys getting banged up all over the place. But they were so bad in that game, and in fundamental ways that I think transcend the inherent meaninglessness of the preseason, like just getting beat very basically, that I would actually want to see them go out there and play against Detroit, that first team, for a reasonable period of time. I think this is one of the rare times you would hear me say that it's worth the risk. What say you? 412-928-9370. And do you share Trey Essex's level of concern with this offensive line? Really, it's my level of concern too. I haven't seen much of anything to like. We do have, by the way, very good prize for the best caller on this, either right now or later in the day. So if you don't have a huge take on this, you might still have a chance. But you have to realize that if somebody delivers a boffo call here, you might lose your chance. It's the real duality of a giveaway on this station. You've got to earn it on this show. You know how we roll. So if you want to wait your turn and you think you're going to roll the dice on somebody not delivering a great phone call early in the show, you might be left high and dry. That's all I'll say. 412-928-9370. To the lines, are we worried about the Steelers' offensive line right now? You know what? I like doing this sometimes, starting the show off strong in terms of callers. Not with a guy chirping us about Mason Rudolph like we had yesterday, but with our number 2 fan, Jeff in South Park. Hello, Jeff.
So Pony's got the explosive diarrhea today?
I don't know. I think I retired that one for today. Since we are out in public, I don't want to just keep throwing that one out there. But you can, if you believe it in your heart, Jeff, it will be so.
Well, it takes 2 to lie, one to lie, and 1 to listen. So.
Well, what do you got on this O-line? I mean, I know that we have turned over this I didn't turn over a new leaf because I was a sane person last year. I wasn't the one saying that the quarterback was headed to the Hall of Fame. So how do you actually feel, though, about the O-line? Because I think that's one of the only positions, Jeff, collectively, that I will actually put some stock into a performance in exhibition football.
No, I'm concerned, and to be honest with you, I was going to be concerned anyways, even before all the poor play we've seen in the preseason so far, just because we're essentially going to have 3 new starters. You're going to have 2 rookies, and then Broderick Jones is going to be moving back over to the other side. So if you want to count him as a new starter, I kind of do, because that's not the position he played last year. So I was concerned about them to begin with, and the fact that Fotanu is already banged up and they're not looking good, and then you combine it with the fact that the schedule, the schedule, that's the part of the year that we're supposed to be winning games. I think the last 2 years in a row, the offensive line definitely got stronger as the year went on. They gelled, and, it was evident in the run game. And, I was kind of thinking if the rookies at least worked out, that we were going to kind of see the same sort of progression this year. So, off the bat, that is concerning because that's supposed to be the soft part of the schedule. So I'm actually kind of trying to mentally ramp myself up to have this be almost like the dreaded word bridge year. And, the fact that the schedule is soft in the beginning, but the line might not gel, and it might adversely affect the team. And then maybe by the time they get their act together, they got that meat grinder at the end of the schedule. I just have to keep telling myself this. I'm trying to mentally prepare myself for this now so that I'm not screaming bloody murder all 17 weeks of the season while it's going on. I need to keep telling myself, you knew this could happen. You prepared yourself mentally, man. Stop screaming at the TV.
Jeff, guess what's going to happen, though? And that's a very sane, sober, rational way to think about it. If everything happens that exact way, you and everybody else will be screaming at their televisions. I can safely say that. You can prepare yourself all you want. I'm not going to be this. I'm not going to be that. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. The fact of the matter is, if they gel, all that matters is wins and losses here. If they gel late and are getting beat because they're gelled and they're playing better but against really good competition, bad news. You've got a major problem on your hands. They're still going to be losing those games. You're not going to feel good because the O-lines look better. You're going to feel bad because they're losing. That's probably the crux of this for me, is that best case scenario, it seems like most of these issues get ironed out pretty early in the season, but that it takes a couple of games, and those are games that by and large you cannot afford to lose. And I feel like that line could be a problem during games that they're supposed to win because of all these hiccups, all these little stop and starts, and that it's going to come back to bite them. Joe is in Brookline. Now he's on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Joe.
Chris, how are you?
I'm good, man. What's up?
No, I've been worried since last year. I mean, you draft the left tackle, Jones, and now you draft Fontana. When are you going to leave Broderick Jones on the left side and just let him play where he's comfortable? I know Dan Moore is your safe haven or whatnot, but Frazier's going to be, I think, just fine eventually, and you could play Herbeck as your eventually when he comes back. Not now, but he'll be your guy. But eventually, I'm just saying, put the guys where they need to be, where you drafted them, where they're supposed to play. They're number 1 draft picks. You didn't draft them not to be their number 1 starter.
Joe, you're doing the thing where you get me real fired up because you repeat to me, not that you were doing it in the wrong way, but that you tell me my biggest sticking point, or you point out my biggest angry issue with this coaching staff, and then I have to think about it all over again. And that is the fact that they drafted really back-to-back 2 left tackles in the first round. That's where Fautanu played in college. We know that they traded up to go get Broderick Jones because they liked him so much. And they have continued to prioritize seemingly the I don't even want to call it the needs. They have prioritized and accommodated the limitations of a guy who's a fourth-round pick who's never really been that good at left tackle because he can't play right tackle. Like, think of any other business. Like, you've got somebody, say on the air, I don't know, I'm trying to think. I could only talk about the NBA. That was the only sport I had any feel for. And instead of saying, Chris, you might have to find another job or find another market, our boss, Craig, was like, you know what, Pony, you need to talk a lot more basketball on this show with Chris. That's his wheelhouse. That's essentially like a quick and dirty comparison to what they're doing with Dan Moore. And it drives me and probably anybody else that's actually watched Dan Moore attempt to block people completely insane. 412-928-9370. Continue if you want on this idea of the offensive line being more than just a preseason blip on the radar, on the offensive line being an actual problem for this team. Up next, though, we have a college football minute for you, and it's a sign of the times at one of the blue blood programs of the sport. I think Donnie Football, who we haven't heard from yet today, is going to sink his teeth into this one when he finds out what it is coming up next. First, however, he's got a fan headline for you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Lions, the preseason finale, Saturday, 1 o'clock in Detroit. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Tell you about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book and the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Something a little bit different for you guys now through September 22nd. So you got a little bit more than a month to take advantage of this amazing offer. All FanDuel customers, when they bet $5, they're going to get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket, and that's from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. If you don't live in Pittsburgh, you would probably need this to get the Falcons and Steelers game. Here in Pittsburgh, we're not going to get games like Jaguars, Dolphins, Texans, Colts. These are all games that you'll want to see. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
What makes Renewal by Andersen Windows a clear choice? Adam Crowley here. It's their signature composite Fibrex material, which is twice as strong as vinyl and warranted to last decades. It has the beauty of wood without the maintenance, and with 9 exterior colors to choose from, you get the perfect look to upgrade your home. Renewal by Andersen's windows are installed by certified master installers that you can trust to do the job right, and whose work is backed by a fully transferable warranty. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st, 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
College Football Minute live from South Hills Kia, Route 19, Peters Township. It's the PM team on the road today. Still got something great to give away here. You're going to have to deliver a very excellent phone call to do it. We'll wait and see for what we run into there. You can deliver it on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That music means it's time for, like I said, the College Football Minute. Donnie, sometimes I don't pay as much attention to college football as I think any of us do the NFL. I think we kind of established that obviously we are an NFL show, Pittsburgh's an NFL town, etc. Were you even aware that the position of general manager was a thing in college football now? Is this news to you or anything?
Not until you brought it up, and then I pulled it up.
So I find it funny because one of the things we still hear about NIL is some of these coaches, most of whom are making high 7 figures, a couple of them making low 8 figures, just obscene amounts of money, right? They bellyache and they grouse about how much they've got to pay some of these guys to stay at their schools, and it's the wild, wild west. Then I see this. Never heard of this guy in my life. His name is Courtney Morgan. He is apparently the general manager of the Alabama football team. Courtney Morgan just got himself a nice raise because USC came after him for the same job. $825,000 on a 3-year deal. He is now the highest paid front office man in college. The funniest part about this is he came with Kalen DeBoer when he took the job at Alabama, and his initial contract was done in February, $500,000. Now, he's been working since then, obviously. You got to work and you got to do all the recruiting. And basically, it sounds like to me a general manager in college football is similar now to what the role is in the pros. You're looking to procure talent. You're not scouting necessarily, but you are. So it's the same thing. Like, it's helping the coach with, like, recruiting because one guy can't do it all, right? He got a $325,000 annual raise without actually having Alabama play any games. Like, without actually seeing the players that he recruited and general managed at Alabama do anything on the field. $325,000 on a raise just because somebody else wanted him. Your thoughts on general managers in college football?
Well, and he was already the highest paid front office figure in college football. And like you mentioned, I had never heard of him. I did not know that he was apparently under the same position with Washington. Behind, the team that almost won the national championship last year. They were the runner-up in the entire country. I guess this is just the way that college athletics are going, that you're going to see more of these actual front office professional level type positions in college, because now the focus is not only bringing players in, it's about looking at players at other schools and also keeping the players you already have. Like, it is turning more into a pro sport, especially the big ones, especially football, hoops a little bit, but football obviously the main focal point here. It's turning more and more into an actual professional setting in the front office than it's ever been before.
Which is why my main takeaway from this, fine, if that's going to be how it is, clearly the money's there to pay these guys. They'll always cough up the coin. I just want to hear people stop moaning and groaning about the athletes getting their cut, right? That's what is most distasteful to me. It's this constant drumbeat of, can you believe this selfish kid wanted X, Y, and Z? Well, if somebody else is willing to pay him, why shouldn't he go get it? A guy none of us have ever heard of at a position many of us didn't even know existed within college football is making almost $1 million a year to do essentially GM work. Now, my other thought on it, Donnie, is this. Maybe Donnie Football becomes the general manager, I don't know, St. Vincent, something like that. I mean, I feel like you could handle this role at a lower level school and maybe start your big rise through the ranks of college football.
I got a couple contacts over there. I could put a word in.
Now, I guess this position at a high school would be athletic director, but what would it be? Probably North Allegheny would be the first high school to actually hire a general manager.
The University of North Allegheny.
The U. Put up the U. They'll have one. They probably already do. There's probably some people in NA thinking, oh, Muller's trying to make a funny. Little does he know that we actually, in fact, have this.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, think about some of the, academies, though, that are just college
IMG's
factories.
IMG's a college team. I've said this.
Yeah, I mean, even a team that will be featured in the KDKA Kickoff Classic on this weekend, St. Francis from Baltimore, Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
They're in a similar vein. They are a team that lost to IMG by 3 points last year, so they're not far behind the IMG, the God school for future NFLers that we hear about all the time. Schools like that, I bet, already have positions in place.
It's going to become more professionalized, and the sooner everyone ditches the pretense that, we're losing amateurism. The club system for soccer overseas in Europe, those guys come into an academy or come into a team's feeder system, and it is very formalized and very professionalized, and because it's been that way for a long time, nobody bats an eyelash at it. Eventually that stuff will get like this over here, and I think probably the whole industry will be a lot more honest for it. Thank you for the College Football Minute, Donnie. You can put the music down, but it's a perfect time to bring on somebody whose favorite school probably has a bigger budget for all of this stuff than any other in the country. Johnny the Barber, do you have any thoughts on Alabama's general manager getting a raise before he actually did any work?
It's a joke. It's a joke. Ohio State, the position you're speaking about, the Ohio State cleaned house, got rid of Geno Smith, of course, at AD, who wasn't total 100% in on football. But when Ohio State went after two of the higher positioned people in college football and paid through the nose. Mainly, they went after, I think it was. Texas. Yeah, it was Texas's GM, and then brought him in. So, I mean, this is a very competitive position, believe it or not.
Johnny, this is the most serious I've ever heard you about a topic on the air, ever. In your entire fan-calling career, you sound deadly serious about this, because for you, Buckeyes football is more than just a game, isn't it?
Oh, it's a way of life. I mean, you're seeing my way of life affecting you with going after Nora Jones instead of, bringing in the real Jones. I wish the Steelers could just take a magic wand and fix their line, but it's just not going to happen.
Johnny, would you like to
Yes,
say
sir.
anything else to us on your way out the door?
OHIO.
How do you feel about a magic DeJuan Jones, Donnie?
That was a good line. That was a good line from Johnny.
I got to give him credit, and I'm a Nora Jones fan, so that one stings a little bit. What a perfect time to bring the old Barber on, though. I would say that you're going to see I think that's going to be the biggest thing that gets revealed as a farce, right? Is the idea that these schools, where are we going to get the money? And I never believed it. You probably didn't. You probably have a healthy cynicism about you, too, on this one, Donnie. They said at the advent of NIL, when guys were starting to be able to command some money to pick their spot, oh, what are we going to do? How are we going to afford all this? I think this Alabama thing, I know that they're not every program. I know Pitt doesn't have the same amount of resources as Bama or as Ohio State or as Georgia. the big 20 or so schools that really do care this much and have that engaged of an alumni base, I would include Penn State in this group. I assume you would too. They are absolutely going to find the money, by and large, to compete on the same level, resource-wise, as a Bama or an Ohio State. You're going to hear them still throw the token comment out of, this has gone in the wrong direction. They will all scrape through the couch cushions and find what they need to do what they think they need to do to keep pace. And you can pretty much take that to the bank in college football. All right, coming up, I'll first tell you that fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates, terms, conditions, sunchevy.com. Unseasonably cool today, not even getting to 70 degrees, high of 69, low of 53. Good sleeping weather overnight tonight. Up next, one big expert, a guy I really respect a lot, one ESPN insider, ESPN NFL network or NFL expert, somebody who makes a lot of money to jot down his opinions, to talk about his opinions on the league. A very smart guy whose predictions are usually bang on, does not have rosy thoughts about the Steelers as they are constructed this year and what's going to befall them. He thinks a regression is finally going to happen for Mike Tomlin's team. Tell you who this is, try to figure out if you agree with it coming up next. A little doom and gloom sent the Steelers' way by a very big name at ESPN. Talk about it coming up. First, a message from Pony.
All right, Black and Gold fans, the season's almost here, and we're all looking forward to the game in Vegas in October. So many people have been making plans years in advance for this date, Pittsburgh's second trip out there. And if it's anything like the first one, it'll be electric. And the place to be that entire weekend is my spot, the Circa Resort and Casino. The ultimate game day getaway going on right now. It is so incredible what's going to be happening there. Friday night, a pregame tailgate. We will be giving away tickets to the game Friday night at Circa, downtown Vegas. Their stadium swim is a must for sports bettors and sports fans and Black and Gold fans alike. 6 swimming pools, gigantic TV. Saturday, you can watch all the college football games there, Pitt, Penn State, West Virginia. And then we will have the big game Sunday. So join me at Circa Resort and Casino this October. Go to circalasvegas.com to book your spot. It's going to be the party of the year, Circa Resort and Casino for Pittsburgh in Vegas. Make sure you join me there.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 19 days until Pittsburgh faces the Falcons. These are some of your favorite 19s. Calvin Austin III, Choo-Choo, David Woodley. The countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Champ Tires. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you tired of restless nights, tossing and turning only to wake up groggy and exhausted? Well, say goodbye to sleepless nights and hello to rejuvenating sleep with the REM Super Patch. Our innovative drug-free solution is designed to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up less during the night with no melatonin and no CBD. Now you can feel refreshed and rejuvenated every morning, ready to conquer the day. Backed by years of scientific studies, discover what over 100,000 satisfied customers already know. In a recent survey, 85% of users preferred the REM Super Patch instead of other sleep aids. See for yourself why so many people trust the REM Super Patch for a better night's sleep. Visit supersleep.com to claim your 30-day risk-free trial now, or call 800-954-0615. Call right now for your 30-day risk-free trial at 800-954-0615. Again, 800-954-0615.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us. Where dreams soak in.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Dog days of summer are here, and South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. Choose from a 2024 Grand Cherokee starting at $279 a month for 27 months, or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $395 for 42 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates look to get a win in Texas tonight as they take on the Rangers after a 4-3 loss last night. Did see Jared Triolo go yard with a 3-run homer, but that's all the Bucks could muster. Luis Ortiz, another start where he gave up runs early and then kept the Pirates in it, but that's been a recurring theme for him. Mitch Keller to the bump tonight just after 8 o'clock. You'll hear it all right here on your flagship home for Pirates Baseball, 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, can be found at 937thefan.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
PM team, it is the 50-minute mark on the Fan. All right, 7 minutes late, sue me. And that's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Speaking of which, we are at the sister location here, South Hills Kia, Route 19, Peters Township, in the South Hills. Good day. That's called synergy right there, my friends. Donnie Football back at the controls here. T-Bird, by the way, they have a great spread here. You can come out and see us and hang out and chat a little sports during the breaks with me. You can get like the extra. It's like the director's cut version. T-Bird's here. They have burgers, dogs, chips out here, cookies. It's easy to see, Donnie, why T-Bird won the hot dog eating contest, because the man has just been devouring all food put in front of him. He has been going out like foraging like a forest creature, Donnie. We should have known that this guy was going to be a complete problem from the start of that thing.
Real sneaky eater, that guy.
He just, he wandered off at one point in the first segment, and everything was connected and everything was good, so I wasn't worried. But he just sauntered out there, thinking, where did T-Bird go here? Is he out, taking promo pictures or something like that? No. T-Bird was just hanging out at the grill outside, just getting ready to do his thing. He was sneaky is right. He just kind of saunters off. Nobody thinks anything of it. He's got a very bad hat tan because he went down to North Carolina. He's got a goofy tan mark on his forehead.
So goofy.
And he's just eating everything. Thank you, T-Bird. T-Bird just wanted to get in there and talk about his own eating habits for a second. Bill Barnwell's a smart guy. Bill Barnwell is one of, I think, the better football writers out there, period, in the country. I think that that's like a full-stop opinion. He is maybe not for everybody. Very analytical guy. He'll dive into the stats, but one of the things I like about Bill Barnwell over at ESPN is I don't think he gets too lost in the sauce. When he's doing some of these deep dives based on numbers, I think, Donnie, with a lot of the people who do that stuff now, they can miss the forest for the trees. You're so consumed by looking at, pass rush win rate and things like that. And I'm citing PFF here maybe a little bit, but there are people who are so consumed by that the analysis sort of stops and ends there. Hey, if the number tells me this, well, this has to happen. Bill is, I think, very good because, in part, he'll do the deep number crunching dive, but then he acknowledges the inherent kind of randomness and strangeness of the sport. He did a piece today that's out there, but you got to be an ESPN Plus subscriber, which I am, to read it. He predicts 5 teams that are primed for regressions this year. Guess who was first on his list, Donald?
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
And you are correct. The funny thing about Barnwell writing about them is he almost starts it like it's kind of an inside joke that he's put them on this list, I think, 2 years in a row. And each time they have somehow managed to drag themselves beyond his expectations. I think they were the only team, he said, that he got wrong last year when he did this. He predicted a regression. They somehow outperformed expectations. But I'll tell you what, man, he makes a pretty compelling case. And we've all been sort of having the same argument on different terms here about what this team can and can't be. And I think most people, where would you say most people, Donnie, end up when you talk to them? Like you just have somebody approach you. You were at a high school football thing today. You have people approach you out and about. What is the record they tend to offer when they're asking you your opinion, but they want to make sure they get theirs out there?
9-8.
Okay, and you maybe get, 10-7. You get a couple Pollyannas that are like 11-6, 12-5. But most people are hovering around 500,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, you get your occasional, I think this is the year, and they'll say 8-9 or something, maybe 7-10.
Yeah, the other end of that coin. Right, the other end of the Mike Tomlin spectrum, where this is finally the year where that excuse or whatever, or that little talking point disappears. Okay, so we're basically hearing from the same people. That's good. Bill points out, though, I think a bunch of compelling reasons why, if you're taking stock of this year's team, even if you're like me, and you think that this team has at least started to more thoughtfully go about how it's constructing itself at the general manager level, like I think that they have a better grasp of positional value, although they are testing my patience with the way they're handling Broderick Jones, among other things. Even if you feel good about that, there are still holes on this roster, and Barnwell picks them apart like by the numbers pretty well. 9-2 in close games last year. Most teams backslide after that and lose about 3 wins. So you take 3 wins away from the Steelers last year, they're a 7-10 team. In the last 3 seasons, when the game is decided, Donnie, by 7 points or less for Tomlin, they are 29-10-1. That is basically winning 75% of your games like that. You think about that compared to the first 13 years he was on the job. Barnwell has all this. They were obviously better at quarterback because they had Roethlisberger. What do you think their record was in one score, 7-point or less games in his first 13 years? Winning. Give me a winning percentage. If I said it was 74% of the games they've won in the last 3 years, what percentage of those 7-point or less games do you think they won in his first 13 years?
I'll go like 45.
55. 545, 61, 50, and 1. So basically, they were winning games last year that they had no business winning, and you figure if you're going to win close games, it's going to be because you have the advantage at quarterback, except they didn't. They were getting outgained. You remember that last year, right? They got outgained in their first 9 games and went 6-3, which basically just never happens, that a team actually wins. They are 20. Here's basically the crux of this for Barnwell, because he even admits at the end that Steelers fans have probably been reading him predict their demise and eventual regression into being a pretty bad football team for years, and they just continue to see it not happen, at least in terms of record. I think you and I and probably Pony would agree, and a lot of people would probably call in grouse and say that they're a much worse team than their record indicates for the most part. They're basically one thing. There is one defining trait or characteristic for this franchise. When they win the turnover battle, they win almost every game. They're 28-7 over the last 3 years. What do you think their record is when they do not win the turnover battle, when they lose it? So I guess this would eliminate the pushing of a turnover battle where it's 2 for 2 or 1 for 1. When they lose the turnover battle last 3 seasons, what do you think their record is?
Do you know how many games that
16.
is?
I'm sorry, yeah. Where are my manners here? 16 games. So 28-7 in the 35 games they've won it. 16 times they've lost the turnover battle.
4-12.
0-15-1.
Oh.
They have not, when they have a negative turnover differential in a game, they have not won a game in the last 3 seasons. Does that not shake you up when you're actually trying to predict this team for this year? Because I understand that, like, they probably think, like, hey, forcing turnovers is part of what we do. That's the TJ Watt experience in a nutshell. When you see 2 stats written that way, though, it basically says just look for one thing in this game. The only way that the game becomes something of a coin flip is if the turnover battle's dead even. And then it's probably it really isn't a coin flip. It's leaning negative because they usually have worse underlying numbers than most opponents. Here was another thing he had. They saw, now granted they went 4-3 in these games. They saw Browning twice, DTR, Levis, Minshew, Zappi, and Huntley last year. So that's 7 games where you're not seeing the guy you're probably supposed to be seeing at quarterback, or in theory, the lesser talented or the lesser proven guy. They only go 4-3. They're not going to probably have that kind of luck again this year, right? Like, we're not assuming that they're going to see Jake Browning or that they're going to see not Lamar Jackson at least once in the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible to get as lucky as they did when it came to quarterback health. I mean, I don't remember a time like we had last season. I don't remember a time in my lifetime when the amount of premier starting quarterbacks, let alone starting quarterbacks in general, like top names in the league, all missed time of some substance. Like not just season enders, but like
chunks,
your
4 to 6s.
Yeah, 4 to 6 weeks. We saw so many around the league do that last season, especially in the AFC.
They have one of the hardest schedules in the league. It's the 3rd toughest slate by ESPN's Football Power Index that they use, the FPI, and we know that down the stretch it's basically as brutal as it gets. I don't know, man. I've been saying 9-8 and 10-7 because it just almost is like you don't even want to like go against it because it always ends up happening. He lays out a pretty compelling case why they're going to finally fall flat on their face this year. You get any kind of level of – you have any kind of stumbling out of the blocks because your offensive line maybe is unsettled. You don't go into that last 7 or 8 game stretch with a significant winning record. And then you think about the way that they've essentially been constructed each of the last 3 years, like this hyper flawed, very narrow margin for error team. It becomes easier, I think. I don't know about for you, but it becomes a lot easier for me to believe that what Barnwell's saying is true here. And I might have to readjust the expectations down for a little more doom and a little more gloom.
It's hard for me because we've had this conversation so many times. It has been hard for me to think, well, how could they be worse than last season, given what the offense looked like, given what the quarterback play was like, given what the coaching was from the offensive side of the ball. But, like, I think people –
They don't have to be worse than last season, though. They could be better than last season and actually look worse. Like, that's what people said about the 05 Steelers. They won't go 15-1, but they'll probably be a better team because the quarterback should be better.
Right. Like, that's where I was getting. Like, we'll also forget, and I mean, I include myself in this, where you don't consider, well, how many quarterbacks went down? How lucky did they get over the course of last season? I do think that they will be truly a better team than what they were in 2023. But when it comes to that final stretch of the season, that final week or two, I don't know if everything will go their way the way that it did last year.
412-928-9370 is the phone number. That's also the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bill Barnwell lays out the case why he thinks these Steelers are finally, after like 3 years of outrunning expectations, outrunning underlying numbers, why he thinks this team finally is going to be due for a regression this year. Do you buy that argument? Do you think that he's right? Are you worried that this Steelers season is going to be too much to overcome for a team that frankly just doesn't have enough at quarterback to stick up with the big guns in the AFC? Are the Steelers finally going to regress? Is this all going to catch up to them, or can they continue to beat the expectations, even to a mild degree, for like the 4th straight year? 412-928-9370. What is your gut telling you right now? about this Steelers season as we look towards it, because one of the best in the business thinks that they're finally going to get caught by the old regression bug. 412-928-9370. We are live, South Hills Kia, Route 19 in Peters Township. Come by and see us. Got great stuff going on. They're family-owned and operated, the South Hills Auto Group. They've been around for a long time, too, 3 generations. This location plus South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram as well. And South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, they're celebrating 50 years in business. Come hang out with us for a little bit. Talk a little sports. It's the PM team right back after a Donnie Football fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Rangers beat the Pirates 4-3 last night. Luis Ortiz, 6 innings, 4 earned, 7 strikeouts, and 1 walk. Jared Triolo with a 3-run home run for the Buccos. They play the Rangers again tonight, 8:05 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. You know, we've had a lot of football conversations on the air the last few days and trying to get things right with this team before they go into the regular season. And homeowners out there have their own list of things they need to do, want to do, have to do in order to have everything the way they need it or want it for their families. And that's why Weather Seal Home Services is here to help those who are looking for a new roof. You've been putting it off, maybe procrastinating, thinking it's too expensive. Has to get done, but you don't have a way of doing it on your own, and you don't know who to trust to do it. I'm recommending Weather Seal. They've done so many jobs for me, both at my old house and my new house. And right now, this metal roof deal, 2 years without a payment when you get a new metal roof from Weather Seal, nearly indestructible, going to include a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. And they do such a good job. All kinds of colors and styles available. They really are the experts when it comes to this. WeatherSealHomeservices.com is where you go. Schedule a free estimate today. They'll take care of you. Don't delay. Call today. Go with Weather Seal.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I think that I saw the swaggiest moment in Mets history last night. Not only did Francisco Alvarez swing at a 3-0 pitch in a tie game in the 9th, he went deep and walked it off. Absolutely incredible moment. But not as incredible as his pimp job and style job of that bomb. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Lowe's knows our great paint savings mean you can get the colors you want at prices you'll love. Right now, get 20% off 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense paint or Cabot Stain. Shop now because it's the perfect time to maintain your deck and paint your outdoor spaces. Visit us in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/21. Selection varies by location. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Get ready for an electrifying night at Cheerleaders Saturday, August 24th. Mayweather versus Gotti 3, only at Cheerleaders.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Looking at our major roadways, Parkway West inbound side, seeing some backup around Green Tree as you head into the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the outbound side of the Parkway West is backed up past UPMC Mercy. Over on the Parkway East inbound side, seeing some backup starting around Edgewood Swissvale, and the outbound side of the Parkway East is backed up starting at Technology Drive. With traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We are live at South Hills Kia Route 19, Peters Township, and that is also convenient because the Fan Twitter at 93.7 The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. You can check them out online, southhillskia.net, or just visit me today. One employee here at South Hills Kia, 6-11 during the break, Steelers prediction. So apparently the power of Bill Barnwell's rhetoric, Donnie, worked on him. It's basically a three-pronged argument, though, that you would make as far as predicting a Steelers regression. One, the turnover luck can't possibly be as good as it usually seems to be for them, and they can't possibly convert winning the turnover battle into victories as often as they do. 80% of the time in the last 3 years, 28-7. Yes, I can do math. I didn't get into radio because I couldn't do math. That's one prong. The second prong is that last year specifically they faced a bunch of backup quarterbacks and therefore got an easier run. Lamar Jackson has played in the majority of his games. It just seems like the Steelers either see the Ravens when the Ravens have nothing to play for, like last year, the last week of the season, or they just happen to get a little bit fortunate with him being hurt, with Burrow being hurt, whatever. Can't assume that. And then maybe the thing that is most frustrating for me about this entire discussion, and you can jump in at 412-928-9370, still have a very good prize for a very good call today. I'm looking for a call that really makes my brain feel like it's expanding with knowledge for this giveaway. The best call on either this or another of our many subjects is going to have access to this big win. The thing that has stuck with me the most about Barnwell's ultimate argument here is, where is the underlying improvement for the Steelers? Where does it come from? Quarterback position should be better than last year, other than maybe the Mason Rudolph games, and I say that and you probably laugh, but I think the way he played, if Russell Wilson, let's say, starts the season as their quarterback and plays the way Mason Rudolph did more or less for the majority of those final games that he actually started, the Steelers are going to win 11 games because Rudolph was actually that good. I understand that they were playing Jake Browning. I understand that Seattle with Geno Smith maybe wasn't all they were cracked up to be, and then they got backup Ravens quarterback. But Mason Rudolph did his job in those games. You get a quarterback playing at that level, by and large, you're going to win a lot. Go look at his passer rating. I know it's not the be-all, end-all, but it was real good. But I don't think they're going to get probably that level of play because that's passer rating over 100 on average in those games. And that's high-level stuff. That's like you're flirting with league MVP if you do that for an entire season and the counting stats look good enough. So they're not really primed, I would think, to have a bunch of improvement in and of themselves, of their own volition. That's probably the worst part about this. I think they have a better coordinator than last year because the guy couldn't be worse than Matt Canada was last year. I think they have a better quarterback than they had for the majority of last year because it'd be hard to be worse than Kenny Pickett was last year. I think they are starting to build things in the right direction. They are starting to show a better feel for positional value, for how to build a football team. I think they are trying to build this thing in the image and likeness of what Andy Weidel was part of in Philadelphia. But none of that means that it's all going to pay off immediately or that it's even going to pay off much at all this year. In a very literal sense, this is a transitional season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are transitioning from Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph to Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Kyle Allen in the quarterback room. They're jumping from Canada to Arthur Smith. Tomlin's a constant, but a lot of the major parts around him are different. And the one thing that they have tried to retool the most right now looks banged up and in a state of flux. The offensive line, which is going to be something that would potentially get in your way early in the season. And by the time that it might get ironed out and you'd feel like you were starting to see some real results, you're playing teams that are so good that it doesn't matter. 412-928-9370. Does all that add up to a regression? Bill Barnwell at ESPN, it's like the one thing, he's going to keep firing that shot because eventually it's going to hit the target. He has called for the Steelers to be a regressing outfit for a couple of years now, and it never ends up working out. Is this the year Barnwell is finally right? Are you not feeling bullish about the Steelers anymore? Were you always feeling a little bit sour about them heading into this year? 412-928-9370. Derek is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Derek.
Hey, what's going on, Chris?
Hey.
So, I think, honestly, the best-case scenario for us is, like, the season just goes to crap completely. We get rid of Mike at the end of the year, even though he just got, extended. If it goes bad enough, I think there's a possibility that he would be gone.
Well, I don't. I think if it goes very badly, he might be on a seat that finally gets warm if it looks embarrassing. But he's not. If they go 3-14, he's not getting fired, Derek.
So either way, both quarterbacks not working out would be the best case scenario. Maybe you get in a position to have a very high draft pick and almost completely restart this thing because the mediocrity is just not working.
Well, the problem with that, Derek, the idea that you would get a high draft pick and draft a quarterback, this is where they're, again, at least as of right now, in a tough spot. Next year's class of quarterbacks does not look great. It just doesn't. It doesn't look historically bad like 2022 where we know what they did. They got nervous and they tried to go get Kenny Pickett and thought that was going to be the answer, and, well, we know how that's gone for them. It doesn't maybe look that bad on paper. There's probably a couple guys with a little bit more raw ability than we really saw at the top of the 2022 draft at quarterback, but there's definitely not a perceived number one guy that is going to be a franchise changer, at least one that hasn't, there hasn't been one to emerge right now. You could argue Burrow did that in his draft year, and he probably did, but I think there was reason to believe in him because he was doing it in the SEC. He was putting up absolutely bonkers numbers, and nobody really doubted that he had basic physical characteristics to succeed. Like, the pedigree was always there. He was at Ohio State, then he was at LSU. It wasn't a guy climbing up from like a random sort of middle-of-the-pack non-SEC or non-Big Ten school to show himself out as one of the best. Burrow kind of had, there were little markers there, but he was dude material, and then he proved it. Rob is in Washington. Now he's on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Rob.
Hey, how are you today?
Good. What's up?
The game's three things: offense, defense, special teams. I think we have one of the top 5 defenses in the NFL. I think our offense, Najee Harris doesn't turn the ball over. Wilson protects the ball. He always has.
Very low interception rate. That's the best thing he's got going for him over Fields. Fields turns the ball over.
The other thing I look at, the kicking. Firstly, the punter we got from, I believe, Houston is a very good punter. I think our defense is going to carry us. As long as we don't turn the ball over, I predict they're going to win 11 games.
Rob, you are a very optimistic man, and I'm going to use what you just said there to stoke some people. Do you believe that right there? If the offense doesn't turn the ball over, they're going to win 11 games. That's a man who sounds like he's been watching football since the days of the wing tee or the veer offense. He sounds like he's a true 3 phases guy right there. Is this going to be a team that continues to defy expectations because they do some of the little things right? They take care of the piggy, they don't put it on the ground, and they just grind their way to another 10 or even 11 win season. You actually buy in what Rob right there was selling. I think that's the most optimistic person I've heard so far today. 412-928-9370. Remember, you make a really compelling case to me, you're going to win something, I assure you, that is very worth your while. That's why I'm being a little stingy with it right now. 412-928-9370. You buy what Rob is selling there, that this team can still win 10 or 11 games, or do you think Bill Barnwell is a lot closer to the mark for the third straight year, predicting that this year's Steelers are finally going to be the ones that regress? 412-928-9370. We are live, South Hills Kia, Route 19, Peters Township. Come on down and say hi. They got great deals on great vehicles. Telluride, Sportages, Seltos, Forte, Sorrento, all sorts of good stuff here at South Hills Kia. They got burgers and dogs that were out here too. T-Bird was eating all of them himself. Talk to you about the Steelers and whether this is the year that finally it catches up to them. Coming up next, here's Donnie Football with a fan headline first.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Lions preseason finale Saturday, 1 o'clock in Detroit. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thank you, Donnie. I want to tell you right now about an opportunity. You know, what's the old saying about opportunity? When opportunity knocks, you've got to answer. Well, Awaken 180's got an awesome opportunity for you. It's an opportunity to get these 20-pound summer slim down through them at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. That means dropping that first 20 before summer ends. There's like a month left in summer. That's 4 weeks last I checked. That means if you got a goal, you wanted to lose 50 pounds, you didn't know where to start, you start right now with Awaken 180. By the end of the summer, guess what? You're going to have lost that 20, and you're going to be well on your way. You take these last few weeks, you still can eat, you still can have some drinks, you still can enjoy the weather, but you're doing it with a 20-pound summer slim down. It can happen for you because it happened for me. You have enough time. I'm serious. I dropped my first 20 pounds in less time than this, like 3 weeks total with Awaken 180. They melt off fast with Awaken 180. They help you create great habits there too, and the coaching, the support you get is top notch all the way through. So instead of going into fall with the same bad habits, you'll have created a bunch of new ones. You'll be 20 pounds down, and you'll be primed to hit that goal before you know it. The 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi back to talk about the Wetco Car Wash. A lot of people have been asking about Wetco in the last 24 hours. Tons of interest, and I'm here to tell you about it again, how good these people are, how good their business is. Right now, how about unlimited car washes with Wetco? Just sign up, pay one low monthly fee, and you can get your car washed as much as you want at the 45-plus locations. Where you are right now, driving around, leaving work, going home to your family, maybe picking up dinner, there is likely a Wetco right by you. So in addition to stopping and getting gas and getting snacks and maybe getting something to eat, you've got the Wetco Car Wash right there waiting for you. Wetco Plus locations have the ability to clean the inside of your car, too, for free with the vacuum cleaners that are so handy and so nice. Right now, the second month is free with Wetco. So think about it. You pay for your first month, get as many car washes as you want. The second month, still get as many car washes as you want, and you pay nothing. No fine print. You can cancel anytime. GetGoCafe.com/Wetco to take advantage today. The Wetco Car Wash.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Joe Ostrowski, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Week 0 is fast approaching, but the BetQL model also has plenty of analysis on tap for a full slate of college football action in Week 1. BetQL loves Indiana laying a big number at home against FIU. BetQL has IU minus 20.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the power of Bowser.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Talking Steelers live from South Hills Kia, Route 19, Peters Township. They got great deals going on right now. Sales event going on. I was looking at one of these Tellurides here. Phenomenal looking. Sharp, as they say. And they got them for you. You want to get an awesome SUV that's loaded to the gills with the bells, the whistles, the things of that nature. Come down here to South Hills Kia. And then you can get a free sports opinion from me. I won't even charge. That's right. That's the best deal there is. Free takes from Old Mulsey. The Steelers have had, I think Bill Barnwell, the crux of his case for the Steelers finally regressing is you can only win so many heart-stopping, high-wire act games over a course of years before eventually the underlying stuff catches up to you, right? Like, but basically he's saying the Steelers are a team for whom ball don't lie has actually not applied for a while. Ball has, in fact, lied, and it's lied in their favor. They've had a lot of these heart-stopping wins that seem, almost too good to be true or hard to believe. By the way, speaking of heart-stopping wins, UPMC Health System wants to remind you that your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened. We've got a couple Twitter arguments against saying, hey, they added Queen, they drafted 2 O-linemen, they got a legitimate NFL offensive coordinator, the QB room is better. This is from Steelers Forever, so I can't imagine that they're necessarily going to go too against the team on Twitter. He said, if they decline after doing all the stuff they did, heads had better roll. News for you, though. If they decline, and it's especially because of a tough schedule, heads will, in fact, not roll. 412-928-9370. Bill Barnwell says Steelers prime for regression after predicting it for, I think, at least the last 2 years. Is he going to be right this year? Dave is in Delmont. Hey, Dave.
Hi, how you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to keep this on a positive note. And I would say that Justin Fields, because of the offensive line, the way that people are getting hurt, even though they're going to have 2 weeks before the beginning of the season, I would say that Justin Fields should start, and they don't have to worry about blocking for the pass as much. So I would start Justin Fields, run the ball, and that's what I think.
The problem with Justin
Fields,
Dave, the problem with Justin Fields is going to be very simple, in my opinion, Dave. I think there's one thing historically he does not do that, even though Mike Tomlin is a big fan of his, he just won't be able to look past. He does not protect the football. It is a criticism of Russell Wilson that he's too risk-averse at times. He's a much better version of Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett was the ultimate in risk aversion, but he never gave you any kind of positive to balance that out. Wilson at least was nails in the red zone, had a bunch of touchdown passes last year. He doesn't turn the ball over. He fumbles it, but he doesn't throw picks. Fields does. Fields does not protect the football, and I think that's going to be the reason, one of the major reasons, I should say, why Mike Tomlin does not give in to whatever temptation might be running through his head about Fields' mobility and start him. I think it would have to be Russell Wilson gives away the job by not playing well enough. Ron's on the Parkway. Hey, Ron.
Hey, I think the writing's on the wall. They have to 6-10, possibly 7-11, because I don't think.
Well, wait a minute. Now you've gone with a 16-game season and now an 18-game season when they actually play 17.
6-11.
Fair enough. I didn't know if you'd go 7-10 or 6-11, but we had to combine those two.
Okay, but I don't think our coaching staff is up to today's NFL standards. Today's NFL standards is wide open offenses that can score quickly. I don't think we have the players to do that. We're going to be hurt at wide receiver. I don't think Najee can take the beating that he takes. We're weak at secondary, and I just think that.
I like their secondary more than you do. I mean, I like Fitzpatrick, Porter, and I think Elliott's going to be helpful to them. I think they have a decent core of safeties. I have some questions, obviously, about corner, but I don't think their secondary is as bad as you're leading on to believe. I'll tell you what, Ron, 6-11 like you're predicting, 6-11 would be pretty surprising. Because there is some sort of weird, unquantifiable part of this. I don't even want to be the guy who's just citing number after number. There is some bizarro world thing with Mike Tomlin. Bob Prince would have called it hidden vigorish, where however it manifests, they win games that they have no business winning. There's something about it. Even Barnwell, who is not given to this sort of analysis, says, there's an aura of Mike Tomlin here. And I think that drives people nuts here, and I understand why. It kind of drives me nuts, and I'm more of a Tomlin backer than most. But there's going to be, let me put it this way. You can almost set your watch to the following. For one reason, by hook or crook, there's going to be at least 1 or 2 games this year that the Steelers, by all accounts, have absolutely no business winning, and they win the game. I think the first Browns game was like that last year. Randomly, 2 defensive touchdowns, 1 shot play to Pickens, and basically a whole lot of nothing else. And then you have Nick Chubb tear his knee up in that game. All of which could have been things that if they don't happen exactly the way that they did, they don't win that game, but they did. Jason is on the Fan. He's in Burgettstown. Hey, Jason.
Hey, there's a guy called in. He said they got to run the 3-phase, run the ball, protect the ball, and the kicking. But too many times in the last couple years, we get in the red zone and we can't get in the end zone. You can't win on your defensive field goals.
I agree with that.
They got to be able to put it in the end. They got to get 6.
I think that's a function of.
You can't depend on your defense every game.
I would agree with that. I think you definitely can't because it's an offensive league anymore. I know that defense has actually successfully punched back a little bit, but I think that's true. Lack of red zone execution for me is always about 2 things. Is your scheme clever or good enough? And then really more than anything else, you could cite every factor on offense, but for me, is your quarterback precise in tight windows? Whether they're scrambling around or not, your quarterback, when the field shrinks like that, has to be decisive and has to be really accurate. That is one thing I think you can be at least somewhat optimistic about with Wilson compared to what they had last year. 20 touchdowns and 1 pick in the red zone. That does give me some hope for next year. Mike is on 93.7, the Fan. He's in Cranberry. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I like what that one guy said. We have a really good defense, I think. I think we're going to be top 3, actually. What we added up the middle, our middle is, think about last year, then think about this year, how strong our middle is, up the middle.
I don't know if you've heard me prattle on about this. Maybe you have or maybe you haven't. I think Queen is obviously an upgrade, and I'm a pretty big Landon Roberts fan. I like him as an AFC North linebacker because there are teams that are going to demand that you play downhill, and I think he's a guy who plays well downhill, and he's a good communicator. But that is still a position on the field that I think is a little bit overvalued and overrated throughout the NFL as far as giving out big money. And I have one major question on Patrick Queen, Mike, and it's this, and it's always been this since the day they signed him. And I think they got him probably at a fair price, which I'll give them credit for, less than I thought it would have cost them. I think with Patrick Queen, you have to ask yourself the question, is he a guy who benefited immensely last year and made a leap because he actually was just at that point in his career where things started to make sense in and of themselves? Or did things start to make sense for him because he was playing alongside Roquan Smith, who I think everybody, if you asked 100 NFL people who's the better player of the two, they'd tell you Roquan Smith. He doesn't have Roquan Smith ultimately playing next to him. I think that has to be taken into account. Anthony is on 93.7 The Fan right now as we continue to chat Steelers, whether you think this team is finally primed for a regression like Bill Barnwell does. Hey, Anthony.
I tend to disagree with the masses. I mean, 2 preseason games does not make a season. Everybody's ready to jump off Mount Washington. I mean, just relax for a second. What I would like to see is Russ and Justin get all the reps in this next game. Our defense is stout. We as fans might have to get used to the fact that we're going to win some games 17-13 for a minute until this offense figures it out. And as quiet as it's tough, Van Jefferson is really good. I will say that. And that's all I have for you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Man, I was tempted to give him the tickets for a Van Jefferson is really good, but because that's planting your flag. But instead we'll try Kevin and Butler. Hello, Kevin.
Hello.
Hello.
I tend to agree with the last couple guys. The last guy and the guy that called previous saying about how good the Steelers' defense is going to be. Something everybody's vastly overlooking. I throw this Buffalo scrimmage game out. Dude, they had a joint practice on Thursday where both offenses dominated the practice. So it would let you say that the defense is going to come out firing in the game, knowing what the offense is going to do because they're not going to scheme around it. I'll leave it there and let you talk.
So wait, you're saying that okay, I think I got that. The defense isn't as good as people think because they didn't do well in a joint practice. I don't know. I don't know if I heard that correctly. Rich on 93.7 The Fan. Before we got to take a break. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Mulsey. Hey, have you ever saw a team in the preseason sandbag? Because that's what it looks like to me. They're obviously not going to throw anything out there that is going to present itself in the regular season.
The only time, Rich, that I've heard sandbag thrown around is people who've golfed with me lately are convinced that I'm a sandbagger and not just a guy actually trying to get better.
Is that true?
I'm a 12.5 or something right now handicap, and I'm probably a little better than that. But it's an honest. So there's no such thing as an honest sandbagger. So I guess I would have to say that technically I am, but not really.
Well, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
So you think they're sand? You know what, Rich? Stay on the line. You're going with they're sandbagging during the preseason. I'm giving Rich the tickets, Donnie. 2 tickets to see Green Day, PNC Park, September 1st. That's a good prize. That is a Hope Springs Eternal take right there, that they are just sandbagging the preseason, and this is all going to be an ugly figment of their imagination soon enough. I don't know why. Probably because he said sandbag, and that just makes me think of golf. Fan weather for you right now. Brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Chevy Summer Drive continues. Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions, sunchevy.com. I'll let KDKA handle it for you. Up next, an update from Derek Shelton on Ke'Bryan Hayes. We'll also talk to Greg Brown. What did Shelty say about this team's third baseman, who was supposed to be one of those cornerstone players but now is on the injured list? You'll find out. You'll hear it coming up next. We'll talk to Brownie about the state of the Pirates, what they might do with Skeens, Jared Jones, etc. Little Pirates talk, and we got a lot more Steelers cooked up for you as well. Live from South Hills Kia, Route 19, Peters Township. It's the PM team.
All right, Black and Gold fans, the season's almost here, and we're all looking forward to the game in Vegas in October. So many people have been making plans years in advance for this date, Pittsburgh's second trip out there. And if it's anything like the first one, it'll be electric. And the place to be that entire weekend is my spot, the Circa Resort and Casino. The ultimate game day getaway going on right now. It is so incredible what's going to be happening there. Friday night, a pregame tailgate. We will be giving away tickets to the game Friday night at Circa, downtown Vegas. Their stadium swim is a must for sports bettors and sports fans and Black and Gold fans alike. 6 swimming pools, gigantic TV. Saturday, you can watch all the college football games there, Pitt, Penn State, West Virginia. And then we will have the big game Sunday. So join me at Circa Resort and Casino this October. Go to circalasvegas.com to book your spot. It's going to be the party of the year, Circa Resort and Casino for Pittsburgh in Vegas. Make sure you join me there.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I mean, definitely, like I said the other day, the competition is rising, and it's, steady every day.
Our black and gold are in full-on camp mode. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us.
Just belief in each other, belief in what we got. I'm just trying to take it one day at a time and just keep working on the playbook.
Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps.
Right now, let's go!
Here for our exclusive camp coverage. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A gorgeous evening, partly sunny skies with temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. Mostly clear tonight with lows around 50 degrees. A sunny Wednesday with highs in the low 70s. Staying mostly clear Wednesday night with lows near 50. And a sunny Thursday with highs into the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah! Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah, 5 years! It's 5 years of gig speed internet. High five for gig speed. 5 years of advanced security. Security win. And 5 years of a great rate that won't change. Our rate ain't changing. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. There it is. He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Woohoo! Now he's got savings. I'm so excited. Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, checking in?
This is not just your flu shot appointment at Walgreens.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
This is getting your entire family vaccinated in one trip.
Hey, Mom?
And a snack on the way out. Get flu shots for everyone in your family, together. Schedule appointments online today. This is wellness made easy. Walgreens.
Vaccine subject to availability and for ages 3+. State and health-related restrictions may apply.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Are you looking for more power for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Lowe's knows our great paint savings mean you can get the colors you want at prices you'll love. Right now, get 20% off 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense paint or Cabot Stain. Shop now because it's the perfect time to maintain your deck and paint your outdoor spaces. Visit us in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/21. Selection varies by location. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We buy any car.
Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com.
It's here, the summer heat, and it's getting hotter. And that heat's just pouring into your home. Need a solution? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new insulated and vented roof. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation. Plus, they have special financing if you need it. Visit TrustPJ.com today. That's TrustPJ.com.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 5-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can say big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90NATION. That's 866-90NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Things are stacking up pretty early on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's Chris Muller. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down. The results are fast, easy, and start your very first week. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mitch Keller will take on Cody Bradford tonight. Pirates at 58-66, looking to get a win over the defending World Series champion Texas Rangers, who got a 4-3 victory yesterday, mainly because Corey Seager hit 2 home runs, so he kind of beat the Pirates by himself. Keller tries to get the Pirates back in the win column tonight, right here on 93.7 The Fan. First pitch just after 8 o'clock in Arlington. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 93.7thefan.com.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark here on the PM team is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. 50. That's called staying power. They've been here 3 generations. Kia hasn't been around 3 generations, but they're holding it down where we are. South Hills Kia, Route 19 in Peters Township. Come down, say hello, talk some Steelers, perhaps talk some Key Brian Hayes with me. We'll get to that in a second. Derek Shelton, he was on with Joe. I got to give, you know what, Donnie, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to give our pal Austin Bechtel a shout. He's ditched the Little Austin title or the city limits. He's Austin Bechtel now. He's putting his nose in there with Shelton and asking some good questions, some hard hitters. He's getting right to the point with Shelty. Our guy's growing up. It's like a baby bird leaving the nest here a little bit.
He told us of another question he wanted to ask him, too. And that may have ruffled some feathers.
But I think he had the right reason for not asking it. When I told him what I thought the reply would be and how it would get deflected, he said, yeah, that's part of the reason I didn't. Our guy Austin diving in there when Zeiss isn't on. I thought he did a good job. Before we get to what Shelton said about Hayes, quickly, we had a guy on Twitter during our last segment who said, go back to 335, that guy Mike who called you. Listen to him. It sounds like the actual caller was Jim Leland. Do you have this one queued up, Donnie?
I got it.
All right, let's take a listen here. Mike is on 93.7 The Fan. He's in Cranberry. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I like what that one guy said. We have a really good defense, I think. I think we're going to be like top 3, actually. What we added up the middle, our middle, think about last year, then think about this year, how strong our middle is.
All right, Donnie, now quickly here, do we have a comparison sound? We have to have in Pony's folder probably some Leland clips from a time he was on with us, don't we? There's got to be, if you just search Leland's name, there's got to be something in there from Jim Leland. I would bet he had to have cut something up. Maybe he didn't.
Oh, we have something.
All right, so give me an actual Jim Leland.
Good luck to those Buccos.
I give Vic here, who tweeted this in, a lot of credit. But I think you can tell it's a little less, there's a little less baritone there. I'm guessing, play Mike and Cranberry one more time, and I'll give you my final synopsis here. Mike is on 93.7 The Fan. He's in Cranberry. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I like what that one guy said. We have a really good defense, I think. I think we're going to be like top 3, actually. What we added up the middle, our middle, think about last year, then think about this year, how strong our middle is.
I think it's a little higher pitch than Leland. I think at least if that guy smokes, he smokes half a carton of Marb Reds a day. Leland on a full carton.
Good luck to those Buccos.
Yeah, don't you hear it? It's slightly different there,
Yeah,
Donnie.
Leland has a deeper voice, but that is a good catch. I mean, if I'm somebody just out listening, I probably do think that kind of sounds like Leland.
I got an idea. When Greg Brown calls us, we should actually hope that he hasn't been listening to the last couple minutes of the show and say, Greg, this is crazy. We had Jim Leland call under an assumed name and see if he buys it.
That would be good. I think Greg would get into it.
All right, we'll do that for him in a minute here. Let's actually hear Derek Shelton, the manager, on Ke'Bryan Hayes because a lot of reasons you want to hear about this guy right now. He's on the IL. They're trying to figure out this back situation. But this is Derek Shelton on the future of Ke'Bryan Hayes, trying to get him where he needs to be and where they want him to be.
No, I think the thing is more important for us is to get it identified because, we've seen the impact that Ke'Bryan can have defensively, and we've seen in spurts when he's healthy, how good of an offensive player he can be. I mean, I think last year, in June, August and September, really impactful offensive player, missed most of July, and had to get him healthy. So the important thing is finding out what this is because I think we all know with back situations, it's something that can flare up, and when you're doing a rotational sport, it causes issues. So the biggest thing right now for us is finding out how we can treat this, how we can get him back to where he was.
So I don't know. I hear that, and it sounds nice because anytime you cite a player's lack of production as being part and parcel with that player is injured, I think it becomes easier to accept that they've not produced, and you're giving them an excuse, you're giving them an out. And when you give somebody an out, I also think you're sort of implying that there is a definitive solution that can be applied to it. In this case, hey, we can figure out what's wrong with this back, and then we can actually manage it. Maybe. Back injuries are notoriously fickle. That's why anytime you say so-and-so is a bad back, people tend to get a little leery because usually those don't just go away on their own. It doesn't just like magically resolve itself and then permanently resolve itself. So I've fallen victim to this trap before, I think, with Ke'Bryan Hayes. I have no doubt that his back is bothering him. Such that it keeps him off the field. I do think him not being out there, what you're losing in defense. The trap I'm not going to fall into is automatically saying that if they can figure out his back, he's definitively going to be a pretty productive offensive player. Just because I've gotten my hopes up on that front multiple times and been let down each time. And it's hard for me to chalk that up to his back being bad when I have seen him be out there, at least healthy enough to field his position and play and run, and still not seen him hit. So there's a disconnect there for me, at the very least. Greg Brown is on the Fan Hotline right now. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Greg is brought to you by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Brownie, before we start on the Pirates here, we were talking a lot of Steelers and really getting into it with this team. And I want your opinion here. I think there's a chance that we had Jim Leland call in under an assumed name to give a Steelers opinion based on what we were talking about. Donnie's got it. Donnie, play it for Brownie. I think this might have been Jim Leland not wanting to out himself as a Steelers fanatic who was calling sports talk. Here we go, Donnie.
Okay.
Mike is on 93.7 The Fan. He's in Cranberry. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I like what that one guy said. We have a really good defense, I think. I think we're going to be like top 3, actually. What we added up the middle, our middle, think about last year, then think about this year, how strong our middle is.
Is that past the is that a Jim Leland call there? Did I get hit with Jim Leland?
No, but it's close. But no, that's not Jim. You actually had me thinking maybe he would do that, but no, that's not the skipper. Not bad, fairly close, but that's not Jim.
Well, play Donnie the one sample we have for Brownie that we know is Jim Leland, and I think he'll be proven right here.
Good luck to those Buccos.
We decided just much deeper voice at the end of the day,
yeah.
Brownie. A little huskier, a little more cigarette. Big Tobacco has done more of an influence on Jim Leland's actual voice.
Yeah, that other guy went a little too high, and I don't think Leland could disguise his voice, even if he tried. So,
Brownie, you heard me talking. I know you were on the line about Ke'Bryan Hayes. And you heard what I said about specifically connecting the lack of offense to his back. Where are you at with him right now? Just in terms of how you've tried. I know you try to evaluate these guys. You're forming an opinion, and you're thinking about the way guys are playing or performing or not performing. Where are you personally with Ke'Bryan Hayes, knowing that there's something going on with his back that they're trying to pinpoint?
Chris, when a professional athlete, with any athlete, says that he's not, there's something wrong, Two things happened that I've seen over the years, certainly in baseball, and then you talk about the Steelers having done NFL stuff. Either guys try to work through an injury or pain because that's their livelihood. They don't let down their teammates, their team in general, and they'll fight through it and not say anything, maybe until the end of a season. They might intimate that they weren't 100%. They're never 100%, I guess, at this time of year. We're talking baseball. But then the other side is they try to fight through it to the point where it's just not working. And then they finally concede that it's time to do something about it. So the other thing, too, is I really don't like to question whether a guy's hurt or not because we have no idea what goes on inside.
I don't mean to imply that.
I know you're not.
It's more just is the hitting. Do you think the hitting is really tied to this?
I just wanted to, I understand that. I just wanted to make that clear before I said that I think something has been wrong. And I honestly, going deep into this thing, there have been a couple of times over the last few weeks where I have seen him not go for baseballs on the field defensively that I have not called him out on, but I wondered. There was one the other day that looked like it was just a two-hopper to his left, and he just let it go, and I think it ended up being a base hit. I don't know if Cruz was at short. It was a ball that was hit in the deep shortstop hole, and guy beat it out. And I thought to myself, again, not saying anything publicly, but I thought to myself, but it just looked weird, like he didn't. And so then when this came about, the back issue, and they shut him down, and I think he's done for this. I think we can probably concede. That's my opinion. Get this thing right, fix it, be ready, be full healthy for next year. He's a proud guy. He wants to do well. He signed that big contract. He feels an obligation, as he should. His dad, proud of his own career, but certainly of his son, like a Pirate. I just think that something was amiss. Something was wrong. He didn't make an excuse, but there's something to the fact that there was no power, none. No, driving into the gap, nothing. Everything he hit was weak. I never checked the stats on the exit velo and that kind of thing. And even before, when he wasn't necessarily crushing it over the last couple of years, at least he'd have a decent exit velocity. He'd barrel some balls. But we didn't see any of that the past couple of months. So to me, it makes sense.
Brownie, to switch gears from Hayes, and there's a couple of pitchers I wanted to ask you about, but I'll go with the guy who just threw last night. How do you characterize the last couple of starts for Luis Ortiz? It's very odd because he's gotten roughed up early. There's been, I've had this temptation to almost give him credit the way you do, like any old baseball guy would, about, hey, the starter got off to a bumpy start, but he battled and kept his team in the game and gave him some innings. He's basically gotten touched up in the first couple of innings, each of his last four starts, and then settled himself down and given them, into the fifth or sixth inning. How do you just evaluate all that?
I think for me, it's a guy who's still learning. He's still incredibly inexperienced when it comes to Major League starting pitching. You look at the number of games he's pitched in the big leagues overall, let alone as a starter, and last night was just his ninth. And it's all part of the learning process. And, the balls that Corey Seager hit were, I think, pretty much middle. And Corey Seager's having one of the best Augusts of any player in the big leagues, and it's Corey Seager, for goodness sake. So when he makes that mistake in the first inning, for him to repeat that mistake in the third, I think for me, again, it's a maturity thing, and it's learning how to become a big league pitcher. But you absolutely, for me, tip your cap for how he has settled down after maybe a rough inning early in a ball game, and how he has come back and settled down. You can't discount the part where he settles down and figures it out. He had, at one point, I think he retired 3 guys straight strikeouts in the fourth inning. I don't know that anybody had any other hits after that third inning. Maybe I think Marcus Semeny had a double in the fifth. But anyway, I just think we're watching a guy mature, before our very eyes and trying to establish himself as a major league starter. At the very least, sees himself as a guy who can help the team as a starter or a swing man, long relief, short relief, whatever, but part of a pitching staff for a winning team.
Brownie, what do you anticipate, or what kind of sense do you get from talking to people around the organization how Ben Cherington and his people want to handle the rest of this year for Jared Jones specifically?
Well, I think Jones is going to do. He's got one rehab tonight. I'd be surprised if he didn't come back to the big leagues after this one tonight, unless something disastrous happens. He gets that pitch count up, according to Ben Cherington on Sunday. The velocity was up in his last rehab. I think he's chomping at the bit. I think he wants to get back out there. So my guess is that he comes back to the Pirates makes a start. I don't know, they'll probably do the same thing that they've been doing with Skeens, make sure he's got 5 days rest between starts, and that would get him maybe sometime early next week against the Cubs at PNC Park is what I would guess.
Do you think it should be a priority of theirs to try to get him a pretty significant number of innings, only in the sense that they want him for as much of 2025 as they can, and knowing how they might feel about, working a guy up and building a guy up, it would be in their best interest to try to pitch him a fair amount then down the stretch because he lost so much time here to this injury?
I would think so. That makes all the sense in the world to me, and they're not conceding anything yet this year. We're
getting close to that point, right? I don't want to be the negative Nancy, but everyone kind of puts me in that box anyway. It feels like we're getting very close to the point where you start conceding things.
Bruce Bochy said as much, the manager of the Texas Rangers, before their game on Sunday against the Twins. They had lost the first 3 games of that series, and he said almost those exact words. I'm not going to concede anything, but you also have to be realistic. And I think that's probably where they're getting close to that point. Be that as it may, we're going to see Jared Jones back in the big leagues and this year. And to your point, I think they want to absolutely get the innings up so that you don't have to think about shutting him down at all next year. Hope for a healthy season. He's up to 90 innings this year. Get a handful of starts at the big league level. Get it up there and have him be a part of the rotation from the jump in 2025 and be toward the top of that rotation and show that he can get through a full big league season and help this team win.
Last one, Brownie, because just in light of we're getting close to the point where you'd need to concede, and this particular guy, I know you probably know who I'm going to ask you about, doesn't have as few innings on his ledger. He's thrown, I think, about 127 combined at both levels this year. Paul Skeens, I kind of wonder if not a shutdown, but maybe a significant shortening of outings artificially for him coming down the stretch. If they do decide they're out of it, they might pitch him, but only go 5 innings in a game perhaps, when he could go 7 or 8, depending on how things were going. That feels like something else that might be on the table for him.
Yeah, and if he's up to about close to 127, 128, whatever it is.
Yeah, something like that. It's near 130, but I think that's about what he threw his last year at LSU, and then the very little sparing minor league ball he got last year.
So then, you're probably looking somewhere but maybe between 30, 40 innings, I guess, to be careful. So you break that down and you look at how they've used him, always at least 5 days between starts, at least. That would put him in line to pitch, I guess, Thursday, the home opener against the Reds. This coming homestand would be when he would start. He's not going tomorrow. And Keller goes tonight, and he has followed Keller, so they're going to give him an extra day's rest. And that would mean he's got 5 or 6 left the rest of the season if you work that out, map it out. And so that would make sense. If he goes 5 starts, average around 6 innings a start. If he goes 6, then he goes 5 innings per start. So I think he's got about 5 or 6 innings starts left, it sounds like to me. And that would get you around those 30 innings. That would make sense. I'd be surprised if that's not how they're mapping it out.
Greg, I don't want to say it feels like the dog days of August. I'm hoping there's one little push left. But if it is, enjoy what looks like a ballpark that is a monstrosity, at least from TV, with a very awkward camera angle tonight.
And it's dwarfed in comparison by was it AT&T where the Cowboys play next door?
The house that Jerry built?
It's unbelievable. I've never had not been there before. It is absolutely daunting. And it looks like you could fit like 3 of these Globe Life fields into AT&T.
Oh, it's got to fit
Jerry's
like, what,
playground.
four Acrisure stadiums, I think, could fit into AT&T. It's ridiculous.
Is that what they say?
No, I mean, not literally, but when you watch it on TV,
It looks like
that scoreboard's about as big as the entire stadium.
Well, again, I didn't go inside, but we passed by it on the bus on the way. It's right there. It's practically right next to this new ballpark where the Rangers play, and it's crazy how just monstrous that thing is.
Brownie will do it again next week. Thanks as always.
Thanks, Chris.
Greg Brown thinks maybe looks like about 30-ish to 35 more innings, maybe that 25 to 35 range for Paul Skeens. I do think it's important, Donnie. Let's talk about this next. Forget about Skeens for a minute. Let's talk about what Brownie thinks, and he seems to agree with me, about the Pirates and Jared Jones. I think there's a very crucial decision that they're going to make. We're going to see them make it in real time with Jared Jones coming up next. I want to get your thoughts on it as well, Donnie, on this front, because I think what I'm going to bring up to you might pique your interest a little bit. By the way, say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate, gutterhelmet.com. Coming up, a little talk about Jared Jones. We've got a Donnie debrief in 15 minutes. And later this hour, a former Steelers offensive lineman sounds off on a current one who is struggling, to put it mildly. We are live right now, South Hills Kia, Route 19, Peters Township. Here is Donald J. Football with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Lions Saturday, the preseason finale in Detroit, 1 p.m. kick. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Pony for Regenesis. Guys out there, I know the feeling. It really stinks when you're working out, you're trying hard, you're trying to make yourself better, and you're not seeing any results. And it can be something that makes you want to quit and throw in the towel. Well, Regenesis is here to help. Get in touch with them today. They really believe they can get you feeling young again, feeling better than you ever have. And it just starts with something free, a free physician consult and free blood work. They're going to figure out what's going on. 724-510-0024. That's 724-510-0024. Go to freebloodwork.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7. The Fan.
Mainly clear tonight, the low 50.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Get ready for an electrifying night at Cheerleaders Saturday, August 24th. Mayweather versus Gotti 3, only at Cheerleaders.
We're seeing some pretty significant delays on the inbound side of the Parkway East. You're backed up from Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Also, the inbound side of 28 is moving slowly from the 40th Street Bridge to the north side. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's Chris Muller. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down. The results are fast, easy, and start your very first week. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Live from South Hills Kia, Route 19, Peters Township, it's the PM Team Fan Text Lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And that fan text line is, of course, 412-928-9370. Twitter, that's at 93.7 The Fan. And guess what? It's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net or just show up here right now. Because I'm here, and we're talking sports, duh. I think it's really important, Donnie. I brought this up with Greg Brown. I'm glad he agreed. Sometimes Brownie and I end up at loggerheads, and sometimes it's a surprise to me because maybe I'm missing something or we just butt heads. But I'm glad he and I are on the same page with this. I think it is very important. The Pirates have tried to be like ultra careful with these arms, Jones and Skeens specifically. I think they have tried to be very judicious. I think it's really important, and I've been beating this drum about just how they've handled these pitchers this year so far, all year long, really. They need to get him, even if there's this idea, why would you waste the bullets, right? Why would you waste innings on a team that's right now 8 games under 500, looks like they're going nowhere, had the season-killing swoon, all that stuff, right? They have to, if they want him for next year to be close to a full-season pitcher whose innings don't have to get managed, if you take like 190 or thereabouts as like the number that a bona fide starter is going to throw, right? And he's been working his pitch count back up. He's got to try to throw at least, 40 more innings this year? Like, I would say ultimately you can make the outings a little bit shorter if you want, but you've got to trot him out there as many times as you can get him back on the field because you want that innings count to be as close to, 130, 135 as you could possibly get it so you can at least get 170 or 80 out of him next year. Like, I think the way that they decide to handle him in the rest of this season, Donnie, is going to be very telling about how they feel about next year. Because if he only throws 115, 120 innings, he isn't going to pitch the entire season next year.
Well, I think the way, depending on how this season goes, which I think that something else you and Greg touched on, we're getting to the point where you can maybe concede the rest of 2024. That's probably the biggest thing to watch, like the biggest Pirates storyline, I would say, for the final month of the season. Like, what are they going to do with Paul Skeens? Because that will kind of directly dictate how they expect to handle things next season unless they completely throw the famed Verducci rule right out the window.
Which I don't think that they're going to be tempted to do, especially with Jones. Maybe you could argue that Skeens, they'd be more tempted because there's probably a sense that they figure he's not going to be here long term. They're not going to be able to ink him to an extension. And so you might get a little bit of, well, let's just get everything we can take from this guy for the time we have him, and then he's somebody else's to deal with. But like in Jones's case, I could honestly see them looking at him if he looks like a frontline starter and saying maybe we try to give him a Mitch Keller deal. He's not as big of a guy. Like I just don't think it's in their kind of in their wheelhouse or their ballpark to throw the Verducci rule out the window. I think they're too measured in their approach, and that's why I think they've got to do something they probably don't feel comfortable doing right now, but they need to, and that's just get aggressive with him with the innings. Like let him. Do you remember when Jones got hurt, Donnie? This is like asking you to dig back. Do you remember the day they took him out of the game? It was the last game he pitched at the major league level this year. He got interviewed after the game about, like, could he have kept going, basically? And then he said, yeah, I could have, but it wouldn't have been smart. Do you remember that exchange?
Yeah, I just know it was right around the 4th of July.
Right, but do you remember specifically that he said that? Like, yeah, I could have kept pitching, but it would have been dumb to do so.
Yeah, and then it all kind of caught us off guard when he was put
right,
on the IL.
Correct, and the amount of time that he was put on the IL seemed like kind of out, doesn't it seem a little bit out of whack, given how relatively uninjured he seemed?
Yes, absolutely.
So that is what has me sort of raising this question. Like, his innings are going to be cut pretty significantly, and it just... there's nothing about, like, service time here, too, because he's just been on the IL. They didn't, like, demote him or do anything like that. You know what I mean? They didn't say, like, oh, you had a bad start. Like, he's accruing service time, so I don't think there's any funny business like that going on here. But just the way that they've handled this specific injury feels like, okay, we were hyper cautious about it. We basically shut him down. And now they have to do something that I think they probably feel might be a little bit risky, and that's build him up quickly, or else he's just not at their disposal for the entirety of next year. It's just something I'm going to be watching. Like, if we get less in the way of Paul Skeens' work at the end of this year, I think hopefully the counterbalance to that or the counterweight to that is going to be that we see more out of Jared Jones. Because he was as fun as Skeens to watch, in my opinion, when he was going good. Coming up, a little segment we like to call the Donnie Football Debrief. Donnie takes a trip through the world of ball, and we talk about it, whatever it might be that comes into his cranium. By the way, it's 4/24. No, it's 4/23. I'm wrong, and it's time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency and Gibsonia, see what they can do for you. Debrief is coming up next, and then what one former Steeler had to say about Broderick Jones and some of his struggles in that Buffalo preseason game in about what would it be done? Yeah, about 30 minutes. Debrief next, though, live from South Hills Kia, Route 19, Peters Township. Here's Donnie with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Rangers beat the Pirates 4-3 last night. Luis Ortiz, 6 innings, 4 earned, 7 strikeouts. He did walk one. Jared Triolo, the only form of Pirates offense, a 3-run home run, number 6 on the season for him. Pirates and Rangers tonight, 8:05 first pitch. 7 p.m. is when our coverage begins, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Before you know it, college football will be here, and the place to watch all the games on Saturdays, my spot, Mike's Beer Bar, right next to PNC Park. It is a must-visit place for the Pittsburgh sports fan and the beer lover. They got both bases covered, and 2 things we all love. 80 rotating taps of local craft beer. So many fall beers now on tap. The seasonal beers, the pumpkin beers coming out of the woodwork. You've got steak on a stone, wings, sandwiches, wraps, something for everyone. Brand new TVs to love all the games on. If you're going to go to that first Pitt football game, go over to Mike's before the game. Go to Mike's before and after the game and have fun there. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. I want to go back and talk some more about Tua Tagovailoa. I mentioned earlier today that he went in on Brian Flores and called him a terrible human being. A number of you have come back at me saying this is evidence that this guy is soft. Get out of here with that. I'm Jim Rome.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers gets you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Duffy's in Pleasant Hills.
Hey, checking in?
This is not just your flu shot appointment at Walgreens.
Yes.
This is getting your entire family vaccinated in one trip.
Hey, Mom?
And a snack on the way out. Get flu shots for everyone in your family, together. Schedule appointments online today. This is wellness made easy. Walgreens.
Vaccine subject to availability and for ages 3+. State and health-related restrictions may apply.
Here's Brooke Burke for Skechers' new Workout Walker footwear.
Do you know the world's #1 most popular form of exercise? It's walking. And one company has you covered. Skechers, the comfort technology company. with their newest performance walking sneaker, Skechers Workout Walker. Because the Skechers Workout Walker is fully loaded to get the most out of your walk, including a carbon-infused plate in the sole to add more spring to your step. Find Skechers Workout Walker for men and women at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's water heater month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's time for that wonderful part of the day where Donnie takes control of the show. It's such a good part of the day. It's so highly thought of. It's got its own sponsor, the Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Donald, take it away.
The Debrief, August 20, 2024. YouTube announced today for their NFL Sunday ticket users, they're adding customizable multi-view options, 2, 3, or 4 game options at a time. And your favorite, well, one of your favorites, not Dove Kleiman, but Ari Meirov put this out there.
Meirov's okay with me right now because he's actually putting his face on camera and like interviewing people like a normal person.
Yeah, we at least know he's a real guy.
Ari Meirov, real guy, definitely an aggregator. I'm not crazy about that. Nobody really sure about old Dove Kleiman though. I think we can to at least show a little respect to Meirov's hustle now. I don't know if I agree with the way he was on his come up, but I think we have to give Meirov credit now for being a little more on the up and up. So we got to take those guys and put them in separate baskets. What you never want to be placed in by this show, Donnie, is the Dove Kleiman basket.
No. Even I've turned on Dove Kleiman.
Anyway.
But my takeaway here is, why are we acting like this is earth-shattering technology in 2024 while fans that consume Sunday Ticket and actually pay for the package are mostly getting raked over the coals? Like, why are we acting like this is technology we've never seen before? DirecTV used to have the 8-box system. I mean, my dad had Sunday Ticket when it was on DirecTV, and he'd pull up the 8 boxes for the entire 1 p.m. window. Like, I don't know why we're celebrating this move.
Because that's like the whole thing here with these big tech companies that are buying in. With the NFL, the NFL's the common thread. It's always we're going to take away X, Y, and Z, and then when we re-roll it back out to you a little bit, we're going to expect you to act excited because we're giving you even less than the bare minimum, but it's still more than we were giving you. And the trick works every time because people are so addicted to football, present company included here, me and you, that will act like that's a good thing. But you're right. I mean, you're 100% correct that these are features that should be just on a very base level, something everyone expects out of a product that costs as much as it does. But they've tricked us all into thinking they're being kind when, in fact, they are the bad guy here, Donnie. And by the way, I have an editorial comment about this. The 8-box is too much, too many boxes. Give me the 4-box. That's the most I can pay attention to at one time. This is going to stun you. When your dad put on the old 8-box, he was only watching one of those 8 games, and the only advantage for him was that if he wanted to watch another one, he could flick his eyeballs over to it. But nobody's watching 8 games at once and even remotely processing what they're actually seeing.
And you're really only drawn to the one that you have audio on because it does give you one selection of which game audio you want, and that's going to be the one that you're automatically drawn to, I think, given that you hear the voices.
Correct. I mean, yes, it automatically holds your attention. For a while, I tried to do this and tried to watch them like outside of my deck. I had the deck set up, and it's just I realized that it was like a fool's errand to try to sit there and actually process what I was seeing from more than probably 2 games at once. 2 you can watch, I think, and split your attention, because usually if the plays are staggered when they're happening, then you can shoot back from one to the other. There's zero chance of that happening in a 4-game setting. Like in the NFL, there are, in that early window, right? Probably 65% of the games have a play going on at the exact same time. Doesn't that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not, unless you're Pony and you're doing like the Hangover math scene where the numbers are floating in the air. Unless you're that guy, you're not extrapolating anything. You're not taking anything from that. It hurts you more than it helps you. But you are 100% right. They give us crumbs and act like we should be grateful for it. And they're winning this lawsuit on appeal now or whatever. They're not going to have to pay. They really could do a ton more. So could streaming, by the way. How does Peacock not have better navigation, Donnie? You want to really get the old dander up here?
What happened here?
Just have you used Peacock? So you probably go back and watch Survivor Series 96. Great Austin Hart match on that one in Madison Square. Very technical, a technical masterpiece, Donnie. It is one of the hardest to navigate apps I've ever seen. Like, there's no just search function where I can type in Survivor Series 96 or I can type in some other Peacock property and have it pop right up. They want me to scroll through endless chunks of nonsense here.
They don't have a search option? I thought they did.
Unless I'm an idiot, I just think the interface of that app and so many other ones is terrible.
So I actually Sarah and I have YouTube TV. I actually like the setup of YouTube TV.
Don't they give you the quad box option too on YouTube TV?
Well, so it's interesting you bring that up. I think for an NFL Sunday where they do have, say the Steelers play a later game and you happen to have a game on CBS and Fox at the same time, they do give you that option when you bring it up. Now, for other events, though, like a college football Saturday, for instance, or maybe a big college basketball Saturday, they do that automatically. Like, I fire up YouTube TV, I get into it, and it already has, that option of,
my brother
4
has
games in one.
I'm glad you said this. My brother has YouTube TV as well, and it does the exact same thing.
Yes.
So that's even more. The NFL acting like this thing that we're making you pay out the nose through, oh, by the way, YouTube TV is actually giving it to you for free.
Yeah, now, I'm assuming they'll purposefully hold it back when it comes to the NFL.
Of course.
But like a college football Saturday, since there's so many different networks that carry games, I could fire it up at noon on a Saturday, and I could have CBS, ABC, FS1, and maybe just regular old Fox. Or ESPN2, regular ESPN, FS1, and NBC. It already does.
That's how it should be. And that's how it should be for everything. But the NFL views itself as the ultimate premium product. The ratings suggest that they're probably right. And they are just not going to give anybody anything. No free lunch, you know what I mean? Just no break on it. And Raj is going to laugh all the way to the bank, Donnie. And you know what we're all going to do in week 1? We're just going to be so glad football's back, no one's going to care.
Yes, we are.
Piggies, all of us little piggies are going to line up at the trough for our football.
Now, the real winner and the real hero is Scott Hansen.
Okay, I'm going to give you an opinion that you're not going to believe. I think Siciliano might be better. Or might have been better at his best.
I like Siciliano a lot, too.
Hansen's great. And this is not me trying to play favorites. This is like 2 great bands, and it's just like which flavor do you prefer on that given day, or 2 great flavors of ice cream, I guess. I think the love for Hansen, though, has obscured the great job that Siciliano used to do.
Well, how about last year when the fire alarm was going off in the building and Hansen just kept rolling?
Can you imagine if there was any kind of an actual fire that got near him? Like, can you imagine flames encroaching on the screen and Hansen's maybe got one avenue to save his own life, and he goes, I can't believe he sounds so apologetic. I can't believe I'm doing this, viewers, but I am about to be consumed by the flames of hell.
But we have to take you out to Arizona, a potential game-winning field goal in Cardinals-Chargers.
I can feel the hair on my arms singeing and starting to smell. But first, Kyler Murray is on fire right now in the desert. That's what he would do. The fact that he doesn't – here's the last thing on that. The fact that he never takes the bathroom break, even – like, you know what would bother me the most about that? Or it would get in my head that I knew I couldn't for 8 hours, which would then make the process of it worse. Like, if I'm starting on a run, Donnie, and I know it's supposed to be, like, in my head I said I'm going to run 10 miles, then it's tougher to run those next 9 miles because you know you got them there. If you just set out in the open and say, well, I'll stop when I feel like stopping, it's easier. But he gets up every Sunday morning knowing he's got to sit there or stand there for that long. He's got no outs.
I love the mental toughness there. Him and Kuiper does that for the draft.
See, Kuiper doesn't have to. I respect Kuiper's less because Kuiper could get up and sneak off there, and they could do like a
commercial time.
Commercial time. I think they probably have a bathroom very close to where those people are set up because not everybody else does it, right? They could have a pre-produced package. They could have Kuiper just jump back on set, and would anybody really notice? I think Kuiper's kind of being fake about it, but I think Hanson's a real one, man. Anyway, good debrief, Donnie. We got all over the place on that. Am I gonna get Sunday Ticket again on YouTube? Probably. I didn't get it last year though. I put a foot in the ground, drew a line in the sand there. I should do it again this year. I should just say no.
I don't usually get it. I actually think, given that I already do subscribe to YouTube TV, I think I do actually get a deal compared to what.
Oh, you definitely do.
Outsiders get.
Yeah, you definitely do. You get a better deal than me. Coming up next, Broderick Jones. He was probably, and this pains me to say, as like the chief member of the Broderick Jones fan club, I once danced around the building singing Broderick Jones to the tune of Rocky when they drafted him because I thought it was such a good pick. Definitely public enemy number one in terms of bad performance in that Bills preseason game. Hear what one former Steelers O-lineman had to say about his game, and then later on, at about 5:30, hear what Broderick Jones had to say in his own words about his performance in that game against the Bills and what he needs to do moving forward. A lot of Broderick Jones talk, and unfortunately not the positive kind, coming up next. Fan weather right now brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues. Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions, sunchevy.com. 69 for your high right now. Chilly day in mid-August and a low overnight tonight of 53 degrees. Pony?
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh, and for a limited time, you can get a professional drain cleaning from the experts, the plumbing experts at McVeigh, for just $83. That's it, $83, and that's a small problem. You don't want to have a big one, and they can handle it for you. If you need a sewer line repair, they are the experts at that too. They do free, no-obligation second opinions, so if you talk to somebody else and you think they're ripping you off, you can get in touch with McVeigh for free. So call them today, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit McVeigh.com. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 19 days until Pittsburgh faces the Falcons. These are some of your favorite 19s. Calvin Austin III, Choo-Choo, David Woodley. The countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Champ Tires. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Crowley. Here in Pittsburgh, our summers can be scorching and our winters can be brutal. But Renewal by Andersen Windows can help keep your home more comfortable while helping you save on energy bills. Their smart sunglass options and durable frames built with their signature composite Fibrex material aim to minimize drafts and increase energy efficiency. And all their windows are installed by certified master installers who are true experts, which brings peace of mind knowing they'll do the job right. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st. Call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Oh man, I won again!
2 in a row! It's a MacBid auction-packed summer.
Yes!
Save up to 80% off retail with our summer blockbusters.
Yeah, baby! Now bidding.
At Mac.bid and on the free app.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement, or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate, or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Veronica and her banker, Roger.
Veronica, you were nervous about trying to get a home. Why is that?
Nobody likes to hear the word no. You know, one day I just said, okay, I'm gonna go talk to the banker.
How'd it go, Roger?
If there was a bump in the road, we hit it. But we navigated right through it. Veronica kept pushing.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories. Loan subject to credit application and approval. Equal housing lender.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and
2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus, must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Things are pretty backed up on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're moving slowly from the Birmingham Bridge through Green Tree and then again from 79 to Settlers Ridge. I'm Kyle Fraunizer.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mitch Keller on the mound tonight for the Pirates. They try to rebound from a 4-3 loss to the Rangers. You'll hear it all right here on 93.7 The Fan. First pitch just after 8 o'clock. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli at 7. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville can be found at 937thefan.com.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Just keeping it, not to dig too deep into offensive lineman terms or whatever. Just the physics of pass blocking. We're going backwards as they're going forward. So at some point, you got to bring your momentum to a stop and start attacking. There were too many times where he was trying to get back in his set so fast and trying to get off the snap count so fast that he wasn't, and he did half the job for Rousseau for him. He was halfway back to the quarterback, and by the time they made contact, he hadn't planned it. He wasn't prepared to punch, and it was just a physicality thing that he lacked.
50-minute mark here on the Fans, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We are at South Hills Kia in Peters Township, Route 19, and that, of course, is the sister dealership, of course, is South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Which has been here, by the way, as I just said, over 50 years, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I haven't even been around for 40 years. So they've been here 11 years longer than I have. It's Chris Muller, Pony out today, PM team. That was Trey Essex with the Fan Morning Show. Kudos to those guys for booking in one of our favorite people to talk to about offensive line play, a guy who played on the Steelers' offensive line. He gave a pretty detailed synopsis of a lot of the things Broderick Jones did wrong against Gregory Rousseau. It was jarring, Donnie. I don't know if it was for you like it was for me. It was just weird to see a guy who we all know, like it even spawned us wondering if he was just ticked off and not dogging it out there, but I guess kind of dogging it out there. It was just odd to see a guy that we all watched last year acquit himself reasonably well at right tackle, particularly given the fact that they just kind of threw him in there. Looks so bad against a guy who's a good, not great pass rusher. Like, Alex Highsmith is better than Gregory Rousseau, and Broderick Jones just got dog-walked by him. And I don't know, man. I don't know if it was comforting to hear Trey Essex say what he said about this because he made it seem like there are tactical things there, or if it was disheartening because it seemed like such basic stuff that Jones was doing wrong, and this is his second year on that job. But I'm still sussing out how I feel about it. But he not tore into him, but said sounds like he was getting like football or tackle 101 wrong in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I think is actually the most concerning part. You guys brought it up yesterday because Alex Kozora put it out there on Twitter, and Trey also referenced it later in this chat with the morning show guys, or maybe they brought it up to him, and he got into it a little bit more. There's fear that there's an actual issue with that elbow. He's got a big brace on it, and you heard Trey reference there, like not necessarily the footwork that was a major issue, which is what you would assume at first with something like this for how bad he looked on Saturday. He said it all came with the punch, like there was no power, he got thrown around, and that was that. So now I'm kind of fearful of a real injury being the cause of this. I mean, yeah, you can look at it as, well, maybe that's why he was playing so poorly, but it also means this dude may not be on the field, which is problematic.
Well, let's hear specifically Essex, now that you bring it up, Donnie. Let's hear Essex and what he had to say about that elbow injury.
That if you have a compromised elbow, it could be why he hesitated on using his hands quicker than he did. He was catching way too often and not really punching or striking with his hands or his arms. And so if that's the issue, then, yeah, that could play a part into why he performed the way he performed. But the thing is, when you're an offensive lineman, when you have those long arms that he has, you don't have to punch hard. You don't have to have a Mike Tyson haymaker. You just got to have a firm one, a stiff one pause, and just put the hands on the guy as he's coming. You don't need to strike with a whole lot of force. You just got to keep him at bay. And so he has the type of arms, and I think they'll go back to the lab and work on it. Obviously, that's going to be a point of emphasis this week in practice, but I think he'll be fine.
Here's one other thing, just hearing Essex break that down that I thought of, because he also talked a little about Rousseau himself and, gave him his props. That is not a power rusher. You would think the punch would hurt, a weak punch would hurt against a guy who's trying to run right through you. Would you not, Donnie? Like a guy who had the reputation as I'm just trying to think of like a power guy, like a Julius Peppers type, a guy who was a great athlete, but he was just stronger than you.
Jared Allen.
Right,
was one that Trey brought up.
Yeah, Trey brought up, I think, both of those guys. We both just used his examples. But like a true power guy. Reggie White was like the ultimate. He was not a linebacker, but at D-end, he was the ultimate, just pure power, stronger than the guy trying to block him. Rousseau is very much a speed bend guy. And the idea that the punch was so weak that a speed and bend guy was running right through Broderick Jones, it has me thinking that, and Jones, we're going to hear him at the bottom of the hour here, what he had to say in his own words about all of this. We'll have that for you. No matter what he ends up saying about the elbow situation, whether he takes the high road or not or whatever, it'll have me... He's not going to say my elbow sucks, it's broken in half or whatever, I got a broken freaking elbow. But it's impossible to look at him right now and not think you are at least looking at a compromised, or let me put it this way, an uncomfortable player. And it's one thing to be battling through like a tweaked ankle or something, but it seems like what is ailing him right now is on a very fundamental level. Like either the elbow really hurts and he can't extend his arms to punch, or the brace that he's wearing is so clunky and so unnatural for him that it like literally changes how he feels when he's out there actually trying to do his job. Neither one of them is good, by the way. Like both of those present a very real problem for a team that's trying to get the most out of this guy.
Well, I mean, I think the equipment part of it is a bad look on the player and on the team. Like if he has this brace on and it is that detrimental to his game, like, that has to be addressed first and foremost. Like, hey, man, I can't do the things I'm supposed to do with this thing on my arm. Like, that is kind of concerning if it would be if that part would be true. But, I mean, the fact that if he would have no power behind anything he can do on that side, like, that he has no punch, then, yeah, it's kind of a scary thought. Like, where is the health level of that elbow?
So I know they're probably teaching this kind of technique in high school, right? Like you watch tackles on your team get taught like the punch and like the basically defeat the pass rusher moves, right? I mean, this is something that's being taught pretty fundamentally to teenagers. Am I correct? As I didn't play, I try to know ball, Donnie, but I didn't play ball, so I can't say I know ball, and I certainly wouldn't have been an O-lineman. It stands to reason to me, though, that since it's his right elbow that's in bad shape, wouldn't you want him on the left side? Because aren't you punching with that outside hand more than anything?
It would be more so the outside hand, yeah.
So that's what I don't get, like, in this situation. He's a natural left tackle. He's admitted he's much more comfortable on that side, but he's trying to – I think largely he has tried to be a good soldier about all this and not be grousing publicly about what his role is or the fact that he's – sitting around because Dan Moore literally just has proved. They didn't even try to make Dan Moore a right tackle. They just said, nope, Dan can't do it, and he gets to keep playing left tackle. He was here first. Like something like that. I would think, one, just go play him on his left side where he's naturally more comfortable. And if this elbow really is something of a concern, it becomes less of one if he's playing on the side of the line at the tackle position where he doesn't have to utilize it as much. Like you say that the brace is a bad look for him and for them. If his right side is in bad shape, upper body, and it's going to be more exposed that it's in bad shape if he's playing right tackle, it is a horrible look for them that they continue to put him out there. Again, now you start to wonder, too, with a situation like this, is he in somebody's doghouse? Did he tick off somebody that he shouldn't have ticked off? And they're almost like punishing him. They said that this elbow thing for him has been, whatever it is, has been lingering since like one of the first practices of camp. I remain so frustrated by the entire exercise, Donnie. I really do. And I just think it has the potential to, like, not spiral out of control, but to be a huge thorn in their side for what they want to be this year offensively if that guy never gets it going. Like, could you just imagine a situation where he's just so average that they end up having him be the swing tackle? Like, I'll be pulling my non-existent hair out if that happens.
I mean, yeah, and then it's a terrible look on the organization. It's a terrible look on the position coach in that sense. It would be a bad look on the people that made the selection. And yeah, I mean, onus goes on the player as well for not working out, but that would be we thought we had a world beater, a franchise left tackle, and here we are in year 2, and he's the swing guy, and he can't get past a former 4th-round pick who is an okay player at best. Like, it would create a domino effect and almost have people completely out on the player as is. Like, I just don't understand, and something that Nick Farabaugh brought up last week, one of the nights I was talking to him, I thought he made a pretty fair point when he said Broderick Jones, athletically, probably the best out of all of their tackles, but when it comes to playing the position, he's probably the most raw, especially when you throw him at right tackle. He does not understand, and I don't either, why they are using their most raw tackle to get thrown around left and right. Like, that should be a player you set at a position.
Also that you set at the position that you drafted him to play, which was left. Like, not only is Nick right to say, why are you throwing him around at both positions, but why are you primarily using him at the one that is still, like, more of a backwards one for him? This is one of those times where I do wish the player behind the scenes, I don't know if he is. I guess we'd probably be hearing a little bit more leaking out about it. I wish he was advocating for himself a little more. I think they're almost taking advantage of the fact that the guy seems to be like an all-for-one and one-for-all when he should be putting his foot down a little bit. I'm a first-round pick. Get your agent involved. I know this is a weird thing to say about a guy after he's coming off one of the worst, even though preseason aside, the worst performances like you'll ever see. But, like, get your people involved. Like, the idea that Dan Moore, like, it would be one thing, I guess, that, one, they wouldn't have drafted some of the guys they've drafted if Moore had given them reason to believe. The idea, though, that Dan Moore, having done virtually nothing other than kind of exist and be, in the most base way possible, competent, like, that's been enough to hold off Broderick Jones is just mind-numbing to me. But enough about that for the time being, Donnie. Can you go find our favorite soap opera music and ponies folder and play it, please? We haven't given the people what they really want yet today. We haven't given the people what they deserve, what the people crave, what the people have been thinking about night and day for the last several weeks. Well, I thought you might have it with that long of an intro.
Well, you know what the issue was there.
Does he have it hidden?
Well, it's not that he has it hidden. He has Ayuk spelled incorrectly.
Oh, good. How does he have it spelled?
He put an L instead of an I. ALUYUKS.
Do you think he did that to try to throw people off?
Like throw us off?
Yeah, like we can't find it if he's not here?
Probably, knowing him, but I scrolled down and I found it, Malsey.
Thank you.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the Ayuks of our lives.
Boy, it wasn't going to be a complete day on the show without hearing that. Jordan Schultz, 10 minutes ago, sources. The 49ers and Brandon Ayuk had another meeting yesterday. And hold on, I'm going to start this over again. Can you play the sound one more time? I thought of a better way to do this. Do it. Just play it right back. Second verse, same as the first.
Sands through the hourglass, so are the Ayuks of our lives.
Sources. The 49ers and wide receiver Brandon Ayuk had another meeting yesterday. Talks continue to progress on a long-term contract extension. There's been movement on a deal, but there are some minor details that still need to be ironed out with ownership approval. There we go. So that's Jordan Schultz. I don't know. It seems like, just to read quick tea leaves here, Kyle Shanahan earlier today said no further updates. If you go into Crowley's folder, Donnie, he's got a very quick John Lynch clip that you can get queued up here in a second. I will say I still believe that Pony was given correct information at the time. I do think that the situation has changed. It's like the old from the movie Seven. John Doe is in charge now. Like, it's that part of it. He has the upper hand. I do get the sense that this is now leaning more towards, and this is like me not trying to ascertain who has leverage, who's doing PR stunts, who's trying to curry favor. This is just reading the tea leaves very basically in front of your face. It feels like things are trending towards Ayuk actually staying in San Francisco long term. This is what John Lynch said about the whole situation.
There's not bad blood. I mean, negotiations can get heated. I think it's his first time going through that, but no bad blood. I mean, if people that are here see Brandon out here, there's love, a lot of love and respect for the relationship we've had and continue to have, and hopefully we'll have into the future.
I don't know about you, but I take that as a guy who wants to keep Brandon Ayuk. They're just like little thawing in the ice there, Donnie. I don't know. That's how I'm generally reading the situation right now.
I mean, they're going to be running out of time here at some point to figure out if they do want to have him back.
You know what would be kind of funny? They trade him in season because they watch Pearsall and they feel good enough about it, right? Like, could you imagine something goofy like that happening? There's a really desperate wide receiver needy team. And he comes back and plays, before he necessarily has to because he just decides, screw it, I'll try to put on good tape. And then they just deal him mid-season. Can you imagine that?
There is no denial that they handled their offseason as if they were not sure about having him back.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, the drafting of a first-round receiver, I think they drafted one in the middle rounds.
Jennings.
As well. They re-signed Juwan Jennings after a huge Super Bowl performance. Like, they definitely put the seeds out there in case they weren't going to have Brandon Ayuk back.
I just think that ultimately in the end, even though they planned for all of this, I think they're going to end up, for whatever reason, just deciding, you know what, if everyone else is if some other teams are willing to pay him a lot of money, I guess we will be too. Text line here on The Fan, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net, or just stop by right now because that's where we are on today's PM team. Brian Batko, Steelers beat writer for the Post-Gazette. Give us an update what happened at practice today and a little bit of a Cliff's Notes on both what Broderick Jones said. We're going to hear that at 5:30. And also Arthur Smith talked today. Brian's thoughts on what he heard from the offensive coordinator after one of the more putrid games, preseason or otherwise, that you'll ever see from an offense. Batco coming up next. We're live, South Hills Kia, Peters Township, Route 19. Here's Donnie with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mitch Keller on the mound for the Buccos tonight. They tried to take the second game of 3 against the Texas Rangers. 8:05 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, my new favorite spot in the city. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. 50-cent wing nights on Wednesdays. 50-cent wings tomorrow starting at 4:30. That headlines the array of food and drink specials at Steel Mill Saloon. An awesome menu for everyone. They have vegan options on there as well. A party or an event you need to plan, Steel Mill Saloon has plenty of space for you. And the view tops it off. Located right across from the Duquesne Incline, giving you that best sight of the Pittsburgh city skyline. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Plus 5.9 HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Traffic is clogged up on the outbound side of 28 due to an earlier accident in Millvale. You're moving slowly from the north side through the 40th Street Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
PM team Chris Muller rolling solo today, live from South Hills Kia, Route 19, Peters Township. They got a big sale going on right now. Tellurides, Sorrentos, all sorts of good stuff. Fortes, Sportages, Seltos as well. Check them out, southhillskia.net. Great people here, as they have been very kind to us during our time on the show today. And we have enjoyed it quite a bit. Right now, I'll also remind you that you can try the maintenance-free gutter solution from Gutter Helmet. Call 8885-HELMET for a free estimate. Do that too. Right now, we're putting up the bat signal, Donnie. Brian Batko, Steelers beat writer for the PG, is on the line. Do you like that one, Brian?
What's up, Chris? Pony taking the day off to go to Kennywood.
Yes. Did he? Why has he been posting?
I just saw a tweet from him. What do you think Pony's favorite Kennywood ride is?
The kangaroo.
The jackrabbit?
That's what I was going to say. I feel like he's going to come back with a hot take that, like, the jackrabbit is, for whatever reason, better than all these fancy, newfangled steel coasters.
I mean, I'm a big Thunderbolt guy. The best, you know, you ever been to Cedar Point? Not that I'm trying to do competing Kennywood takes here. You ever been up to Cedar Point?
I have not.
So they had a big wooden roller coaster called the Mean Streak that was incredibly rough to ride, but it was like a lot of fun. Unbelievable retrofit. Like when you always hear about like an NFL stadium, instead of building a new one, sometimes they'll get like $200 million in renovations done. They took down the wooden track, built a steel track within it that goes upside down within like the framework of the whole thing. Wildest roller coaster I've ever been on. Pony would have loved the old rotor. Are you old enough for the rotor where it'd stick you to the wall with centrifugal force?
No, but I mean the Thunderbolt, you get a pretty good G-force going on that. That's the one you need to ride with a partner. You can't even ride it by yourself.
The rotor was one where you would all stand on a big circle, and the thing would get moving so fast that like the centrifugal force would glue you to the wall, like you literally couldn't move. It was very odd. It was like an early science lesson for people. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm going to try to make we're putting up the bat signal happen, and every time Pony's on and we have you on, I'm just going to keep saying it till he gets angry at me.
Are you going to do it in the Starkey voice?
Possibly. If I think that that's exacerbating the anger, yes. Definitely. I was pretty angry watching Broderick Jones because, much like Pony with Kenny Pickett, I stuck my neck out and said that was like the best possible pick they could have made in that year's draft. And at least in my case, we know that Broderick Jones was seen pretty much universally as a first-round graded player, but he had a miserable game against Buffalo. Did you catch him? Were you in the scrum with him after this practice today, Brian?
Yes, I think it might have broken a record for largest preseason scrum for an offensive lineman. It was because he didn't talk after the game, I guess, that he had to go see the trainer and do all that. I mean, everybody was it was like he was heading to the principal's office today with us in the media, but he was in a relatively good mood for having to face the music with us after a rough night.
Yeah, so you thought he handled it pretty well? I mean, what was your overall opinion of the way he carried himself in that situation?
Yes, he's carried himself well since he got here as a rookie. I never really know what to expect from guys from powerhouse programs, particularly Georgia. Obviously, they did not face a lot of adversity in his time there, especially his final season where they just ran roughshod over everybody. But no, he's been a very good sport and a very jolly guy off the field, and he was much the same way today. He's like, look, I'm as healthy as I'm going to be, but he's not using it as an excuse. He said this is Pittsburgh, PA. You got to play a tough, physical brand of football, and left side, right side, he just has to be better. So I give him credit. He has let the positional stuff roll off of his back since day one, and now he's doing the same with this arm injury, whatever's going on there.
How serious is it? Because saying I'm as healthy as I'm going to be isn't saying I'm healthy. It's pretty much leaving the door wide open that something is bothering him to a significant enough degree that it warrants mentioning and it warrants a brace. Like, how bad are you hearing that this is?
I mean, it's definitely something to monitor, especially because there is a viable third option when Troy Fautanu gets back healthy. I mean, everybody wants to push Dan Moore out the airplane door, but he's probably, ironically, the tackle you'd actually feel the best about at this point because he is upright and healthy, and he's been playing this position. Your mileage on how he does so very much may vary, but he's been doing it for a few seasons, and now the other two guys are, not only are they hurt, but they're struggling with the film they put out there. So, I mean, it bears watching. Tomlin, I asked him about the arm today, too. We know he doesn't like to provide any additional color on injury updates, but he just said that, it's not an excuse. And as far as how Broderick reacted to the tape of that game, I'm sure it wasn't pretty for him behind closed doors in the team meetings. Tomlin just said, we'll find that out next opportunity to get out there for him.
Do you get the sense that they're going to play the starters on offense any significant length of time in this third preseason game, partly because of how it looked against Buffalo?
Yeah, I do, but not necessarily for that reason, because Tomlin was pretty blunt today philosophically about how he approaches the new three-game preseason. If you remember that first year, they still had 4 of them, but he said from here on out, the third game of the preseason is the same as it's always been. He basically just considers that old 4th preseason game, the Carolina Carolina-Pittsburgh Classic that you would watch for about 20 minutes and then fall asleep on the couch or go do something else. That doesn't exist to him anymore, and that apparently is not what he's going to use this trip to Detroit for. It sounds like the dress rehearsal is going to be Saturday at 1 o'clock.
What are the chances that if Jones stabilizes a little bit in performance and then Fautanu's back, that they immediately kick Jones over to left tackle and move Moore out of there? Like, do you think Dan Moore starts, I don't know, over under 4.5 games at left tackle this year?
Oh, that feels like a good over-under.